in the vast expanse of the 3,000 domains the Shanhuang continent. Amid the boundless cultivation world, if one were to ask where the most perilous place lies, even the lofty sacred land patriarchs would point with trepidation to the extreme west of the continent. There is no hazy spiritual energy of immortal blessed lands, nor the ethereal cries of immortal birds and auspicious beasts. The sky of the extreme west eternally churns with oppressive black turbid chi. Legend says that even a bird that accidentally flies into that territory will have its life force drained in an instant, turning to ash. Of course, countless self-righteous orthodox powerhouses have attempted to set foot in the region to seek ancient treasures, but the life-soul jade slips left in their sect halls, all shattered without exception. Over time, that place became an absolute taboo that all cultivators on the Shanhuang continent spoke of with fear. Even peerless mighty figures who dominate their regions would take a detour when approaching that area, daring not the slightest transgression. The world calls it the forbidden zone of life, the Nine Nether Demon Domain. And in the deepest part of the demon domain, towering demonic flames like the maw of an abyss devour all light around them. A majestic palace entirely forged from 10,000-year black obsidian, silently floating above the demonic flames. Even just standing there, it constantly exudes a terrifying pressure that makes souls tremble. This is the forbidden place that makes countless orthodox titans of the 3,000 domains tremble with fear, lowering their voices even when mentioning its name, the Nine Nether Demon Palace. At this moment, within the depths of the Demon Palace, in the supreme imperial bedchamber, on the massive black obsidian imperial bed surrounded by faint dark demonic chi and top-grade calming incense, Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. What met his eyes was not the familiar old shabby rental room, but a dome carved with intricate star formations, starlight brilliant and flowing like ultimate truth. Before Lu Yuan could figure out the situation, a soft warm sensation came from his embrace, accompanied by a sweet intoxicating fragrance that made his blood surge drilling into his nostrils. What the hell? What's going on? Wasn't I just fired from the company, drowning my sorrows in alcohol at home? As he spoke, the slippery sensation on his body made Lu Yuan's atoms apple bob involuntarily. When he looked down, he was instantly dumbfounded, because lying in his arms was a woman. A peerless beauty, so stunning that all the provocative internet celebrities from his previous life combined would pale in comparison. She had cascading silver-white hair like a waterfall smoothly spread between them. Her skin was as white and translucent as premium mutton fat jade, glowing with alluring luster. At this moment, she was only clad in a thin gossamer-like crimson palace gown, revealing large areas of snow-white delicate skin to the air, rising and falling with her slightly rapid breathing and breathtaking curves. What made Lu Yuan's scalp tingle the most was that behind her there were actually 9 snow-white fluffy tails. 9 tails. This is too realistic, isn't it? Do cosplayers invest this much nowadays? Lu Yuan swallowed, his heart pounding like a drum. As if sensing his thoughts, the tails, as if alive, wrapped themselves around his body like a soft brocade quilt, half enveloping him. One of the tails, with a hint of flattery and timidity, gently wrapped around his wrist. The fluffy real texture, carrying a faint warmth, was definitely not a prop. Just as Lu Yuan was still wondering whether he had been kidnapped by some mysterious organization or was simply having an ultimate erotic dream, a massive flood of memories and a mechanical voice devoid of emotion were forcibly crammed into his mind. Ding! The Myriad Realms villain investment system has been activated. Current instance: 9 Realms Sword God Host Identity, 9 Nether Demon Emperor Lu Yuan, peak of the All-Heaven Emperor Realm, absolute ruler of the demon domain. When countless memories flooded into his mind, Lu Yuan was stunned for a full 10 seconds, then a storm surged in his heart. I've transmigrated, and I start as a max-level big shot. In his previous life, he was just a 24-year-old bottom-tier office worker, rising early and working late, groveling for a few silver pieces. After working hard for 3 years, he was kicked out by his boss with no place to seek justice. And now, according to the memories flooding into his mind, the cultivation system of the Shanhuang continent was extremely strict, from low to high body, refining chi, gathering spirit, see divine treasury, nirvana, Saint Great Saint Quasi-Emperor, and finally the Emperor realm that dominates all paths. He was the Nine Nether Demon Emperor, the combat ceiling of the 3,000 domains in existence that could decide the life and death of billions of beings with a single thought. What's more, he could truly feel the terrifying power within his body, as if he could shatter a star with a single punch. Am I dreaming? To verify whether all this was an illusion, Lu Yuan subconsciously reached out and gently touched her cheek. The touch was soft and warm like the finest silk, with a gentle resilience. A soft gasp. The sudden touch caught Tu Shan Yue off guard. Her delicate body trembled, and a soft gasp escaped her red lips involuntarily. Her originally somewhat reverent crimson, beautiful eyes instantly became covered with a layer of misty water, the corners of her eyes flushed with alluring red. Instead of avoiding, she followed Lu Yuan's force, obediently pressing closer, and her 9 snow-white fox tails reflexively tightened around Lu Yuan. Real body temperature, real fragrance, and the exquisite sensation at his fingertips. All of this was telling him vividly, this is not a dream. Mom, you don't need to save dinner for me tonight. After recognizing reality as a 10-year veteran bookworm, Lu Yuan forcibly suppressed the wildly rising grin on his lips and turned his gaze back to the peerless beauty in his arms. Combined with the memories from the system, he also recognized her identity. The Empress of the Qingqiu Fox clan, Tu Shan Yueli. In the original plot of Nine Realm Sword God, the Qingqiu Fox clan was being besieged by the Golden Crow Divine Clan, the Heavenly Sword Sect, and other forces on the verge of destruction. Desperate, Tu Shan Yueli set aside all pride, voluntarily sealed her own transcendent cultivation, adopted the most humble right of seeking protection of the Fox clan, and ventured alone into the Nine Nether Demon Palace, begging for mercy from the Demon Emperor. The original Demon Emperor was a cold, emotionless blockhead who only knew how to cultivate in seclusion, and he directly kicked her out, leading to the Fox clan's destruction. And such a peerless beauty was eventually taken advantage of by the destined protagonist as a hero saving a damsel. And even to forge the imperial sword for that cheating protagonist, she willingly had her 9-orifice demon heart extracted, perishing in her prime. What a waste. A monstrous, insane waste. Lu Yuan cursed the original Demon Emperor in his heart. Such a beauty, such a powerful Fox clan handed to you on a silver platter, and you refuse. How can you be such a useless villain? Ding. First stage mission issued. Change the outcome of the Qingqiu Fox clan's destruction. Subdue the Fox Empress Tu Shan Yueli. Hearing the system prompt, Lu Yuan took a deep breath. From now on, he was the Nine Nether Demon Emperor. Since he had inherited this max-level invincible account, he would never live as humbly and miserably as in his previous life. He quickly suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, and his originally ordinary eyes instantly became deep and cold, exuding a peerless demonic might that overlooked all beings. Yueli trespassed into the imperial bedchamber, disturbing the emperor's rest. Please punish me. Sensing Lu Yuan's awakening, Tu Shan Yueli's delicate body trembled again, lowering her head even further. She was barefoot, her perfect jade-like feet exposed, curling up on the black soft rug, her posture extremely humble. Then she held up a cyan jade seal, emanating ancient ripples, raising it above her head, her voice trembling with undeniable pleading. Qingqiu is being besieged by the Golden Crow army, who our ancestral land is about to fall. Yueli is willing to offer everything of the Fox clan, begging the Nine Nether Demon Emperor to intervene and protect our bloodline. Lu Yuan did not take the seal that symbolized the Fox clan's supreme authority. He leaned back lazily against the imperial bed's headrest, reached out, and pinched Tu Shan Yueli's delicate chin, forcing her to lift her breathtakingly beautiful face. Begging for my protection. Lu Yuan's voice was low, carrying an innate haughtiness. What price are you willing to pay? Forced to look up at this face that was as handsome as a deity, yet exuded boundless demonic might, Tu Shan Yueli's heart skipped a beat. Suppressing the awe in her heart, she answered without hesitation. This Fox clan ancestral seal represents the Qingqiu treasury, billions of miles of territory, and our clan's destiny. As long as your majesty agrees, the Qingqiu Fox clan will be vassals of the Demon Palace for generations, serving the demon domain forever. Lu Yuan chuckled lightly, his eyes deep and unfathomable. In his previous life, when he went on blind dates, the women would immediately demand a car, house, and bride price, belittling him to nothing. Now this empress who ruled over billions of beings knelt before him, voluntarily offering everything she had, just begging for his protection. This feeling of absolute control was intoxicating. Fox clan treasury, territory, clan destiny. Lu Yuan's thumb gently brushed over Tu Shan Yueli's delicate red lips, his tone carrying a hint of casual aggression. These are merely the price offered by your Fox clan. But I want to see where your own sincerity lies, Tu Shan Yueli. At these words, Tu Shan Yueli's delicate body stiffened. She had lived for thousands of years as the Fox Empress. How could she not understand the Demon Emperor's implication? The sealed treasury, territory, these were all external things. How could a being like the Demon Emperor, who dominates the ages and lacks nothing, truly care about Qingqiu's meager resources? What he wanted was for her, the lofty Fox Empress, to completely abandon all dignity and pride and become his captive. A flash of struggle passed through Tu Shan Yueli's eyes, but was quickly replaced by determination. For the millions of people of Qingqiu, to prevent the slaughter of her clan, she had no choice. Moreover, being able to attach oneself to such an invincible existence was a dream cherished by countless beings across the realms. Since she dared to enter the Demon Palace in this thin palace gown today, she had already prepared to sacrifice everything. She bit her lower lip hard, a layer of misty tears forming in her eyes, and the original proud dignity of the Fox Empress was completely shattered at this moment. Yueli understands your majesty's meaning. The next moment she crawled forward on her knees, and the crimson palace gown's hem trailed behind her, her 9 tails wrapping around her body modestly. Her 9 snow-white fox tails suddenly expanded like a huge cocoon, enveloping the entire black obsidian imperial bed, cutting off all light and breath from the outside. In the dimness, only the intoxicating fragrance rapidly fermented. Tu Shan Yueli shed all her Fox Emperor disguises and defenses, pressing her soft body tightly against him. She lowered herself to the dust, using the most submissive way of the Fox clan, offering her most ultimate service and flattery to this ruler of the Nine Nether. The foxtails gently brushed over the air, suppressed, and delicate breathing echoed in the imperial bed. The descent began. Ding. Detected important plot character voluntarily surrendering to Shan Yueli's loyalty is continuously rising. Within the dim imperial bedchamber, the lingering traces of intimacy had not yet fully dissipated. The 9 snow-white foxtails, like slowly blooming white lotuses, reluctantly and delicately spread out, then gently retracted behind the graceful, enchanting figure. Shan Yueli knelt obediently on the soft black velvet carpet, extending her trembling jade-like hand to adjust the vermilion palace gown that had slipped down to her waist. After the fierce battle, just now the aloof arrogance and cold pride that originally belonged to the Fox clan Empress had completely receded. At this moment, on that face of peerless beauty that could captivate all, there remained not only an alluring blush, but also an undeniable added charm and tenderness. She slightly raised her head like a canary that had finally found its master, gazing at Lu Yuan, who was leaning on the imperial bed, her eyes filled with tender light. Lu Yuan's expression was calm, casually taking the Qingqiu ancestral seal that she handed over. The moment his fingers touched the jade seal, a mechanical voice devoid of emotion resounded in his mind. Ding. Detected that Shan Yueli has initially submitted. Current loyalty 75, mixed with reverence, nascent dependence. System reminder: the first stage mission, subdue the Qingqiu Fox clan, is not yet complete. Currently, the Qingqiu clan territory is facing a catastrophic disaster. If the host does not change their fate of annihilation within 1 hour, the mission will be judged as failed. Lu Yuan casually tossed the ancient Qingqiu ancestral seal, which radiated ancient fluctuations, in his palm a couple of times, then lowered his gaze to look into Shan Yueli's crimson eyes, his tone carrying an unquestionable domineering authority. From this moment on, Qingqiu belongs to this emperor, and you too belong to the Nine Nether Demon Palace. Yueli. Thanks the emperor for his grace. Shan Yueli felt the huge stone in her heart finally fall to the ground. She folded her hands, preparing to perform a full formal bow. Virum. At that moment, the Fox clan ancestral seal in Lu Yuan's palm suddenly erupted with violent tremors. The next second, a startling blood light burst out from the depths of the jade seal, directly projecting a tragic void image before the two of them. In the image, the Qingqiu clan territory, once a paradise, had now completely turned into a hell of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The outer defensive formation that had protected Qingqiu for tens of thousands of years had collapsed, turning into a rain of light in the sky. The sky-blotting, million-strong Golden Crow demon army, like a moving sea of fire, drove countless blazing bronze chariots and crushed into the Fox clan's territory with overwhelming force. Above the sky, 3 Golden Crow demon saints, each radiating the peak aura of the divine treasure realm, guarded their respective positions. They combined their terrifying divine abilities to completely seal the entire 100,000 li of Qingqiu void, so that not even a fly could escape. And in the center of the ruins of Qingqiu Royal City, hundreds of thousands of Fox clan people were forced to retreat, huddling in despair at the entrance of the Fox mystic realm. A young man clad in dark golden feathered armor with a wild and arrogant expression was leading a large group of elites, pressing closer step by step. This person was the crown prince of the Golden Crow divine clan. He not only attacked the Fox clan's royal city, but also ruthlessly stepped on the Qingqiu Grand Elder. The Grand Elder was bathed in blood, his bones shattered inch by inch, yet he still pressed his hand on the core array of the mystic realm, ready to detonate the entire Fox mystic realm and perish together with the invaders. Old thing, this crown prince advises you not to make futile struggles. In the image, the Golden Crow crown prince looked down at the mourning Fox clan, a cruel and lewd smile on his face. Since that bitch Shan Yueli abandoned you and fled alone, then this crown prince will have the final say in Qingqiu. Immediately hand over all the young unmarried Fox girls in the clan, then swear a blood oath, and let Shan Yueli willingly come to my Golden Crow divine palace to serve this crown prince for generations. Maybe I will be merciful and leave a few lowly seeds for Qingqiu. Hearing these extremely insulting words, the projected image instantly became unstable. Shan Yueli's face, which had been flushed from serving, now turned as pale as paper. Seeing countless clansmen being burned to charcoal by the Golden Crow divine fire, hearing the desperate wails of the children and elderly in the clan, the Fox clan Empress could no longer remain calm. Ignoring her thin clothing, she threw herself directly to the edge of the imperial bed, her hands tightly clutching Lu Yuan's knees, tears bursting from her reddened eyes. Emperor, I beg you, please be merciful. The Golden Crow divine clan has gone too far. If you don't intervene, millions of lives in Qingqiu will all die. Yueli is willing to be your slave forever. I beg you to save them. Looking at Shan Yueli's tear-streaked and pitiful appearance, Lu Yuan suddenly felt a bit dazed. In his previous life, he had no power or influence, and could only swallow his anger when facing his boss's oppression. But now he was the Nine Nether Demon Emperor. The ultimate villain standing at the top of this world. Since Qingqiu had already been branded with his mark, how dare a few reckless mongrel birds touch his private property? What are you crying for? My people are not to be humiliated by others. Lu Yuan said calmly, then slowly stood up. This was the first time since his transmigration that he actively activated the full-level cultivation of the Nine Nether Demon Emperor within him. Boom! The moment he moved his mind, the entire Nine Nether Demon Palace, suspended in the far west, let out a roar like an ancient apocalyptic beast, making all 3,000 domains tremble. Endless black, demonic chi like 10,000 rivers returning to the sea frantically converged toward the supreme imperial bedchamber. Lu Yuan felt as if an entire universe was contained within him, the terrifying power of the peak of the sovereign heaven realm roaring and surging through his limbs and bones. He had an intuition as long as he was willing he could annihilate the entire divine desolate continent with a single thought, without even using any divine ability. The system had not lied to him. This was truly invincible. Lu Yuan lowered his head, reached out his arm, and pulled Tu Shan Yueli's slender waist into his broad embrace. Hold tight, this emperor is taking you to kill people. The moment the words fell, Lu Yuan, with the peerless beauty in his arms, stepped forward calmly. Whoosh! With his step, the space in front of the imperial bedchamber, as if possessively, began to fold and contract in an incredible way. This was no longer the ordinary method of roughly tearing through space, but the absolute submission of the Tao laws before an emperor-level powerhouse. Tu Shan Yueli pressed tightly against Lu Yuan's chest, feeling not a single bump or tearing sensation of space. She only felt a blur before her eyes, and the luxurious bedchamber, with its calming incense, disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was the pungent, thick smell of burnt blood and the deafening roaring of slaughter. The Qingqiu ancestral land had arrived. From the Nine Nether Demon domain in the far west to the Qingqiu of the Demon clan in the far east, there was an immense territory spanning billions of miles. Even the 3 Golden Crow demon saints who had sealed the void would need months to travel at full speed. And this man, just holding her, took a leisurely step. In an instant, spanning billions of miles. Tu Shan Yueli widened her eyes in shock, staring blankly at the ruined royal city below. Her mind was in turmoil. Only at this moment did her limited understanding finally grasp what terrifying divine power the words, Nine Nether Demon Emperor, truly represented. At this moment, on the ruins of Qingqiu royal city, the Golden Crow Crown Prince was laughing arrogantly, about to increase the pressure under his foot and directly crush the head of the Qingqiu Grand Elder, forcing the remaining Fox clan to collapse completely. However, the abnormal fluctuation in the void made him subconsciously look up at the sky. When he saw the 2 figures that had suddenly appeared above the Golden Crow Crown Prince's laughter abruptly stopped. He recognized at first glance the stunning woman was the Fox clan Empress Tu Shan Yueli, whom he dreamed of possessing. But then his gaze fixed on Tu Shan Yueli's current state. This empress, known for her icy purity and aloof pride, who had never shown a gentle face to even the demon clan emperors, was now not only disheveled in her vermilion palace gown, with large areas of snow-white skin faintly visible, but also like a docile concubine weakly nestled in the arms of a strange black-clad youth. The springtime passion that had not yet completely faded from her brows and eyes, any adult man could guess what thorough act of pleasing and submission she had just experienced. The flames of jealousy quickly gnawed at the Golden Crow Crown Prince's small heart like a viper. He did not recognize Lu Yuan's true face. After all, the Nine Nether Demon Emperor resided in the Demon Palace, and very few across the 3,000 domains were qualified to see his true appearance. He only thought that this youth, who didn't even emit much spiritual energy fluctuation, was a helper that Tu Shan Yueli had hired in desperation from some demonic sect, perhaps even a pretty-faced demon cultivator. Fine Tu Shan Yueli. The Golden Crow Crown Prince's face twisted as he pointed at the sky and roared. I thought you were so noble, but you're just a slut who's been ridden by thousands. Rather than stoop to some unknown bastard, you refuse to condescend to my Golden Crow Divine Palace. Then his gaze turned to Lu Yuan, his tone extremely arrogant. You don't know your place, and you dare to wade into the muddy waters of my Golden Crow Divine clan. Get down here, immediately kneel on the ground, and break your own arms, then hand that slut over to this Crown Prince with your own hands. Maybe this Crown Prince will grant you a whole corpse. Boom, boom, boom. Following the Crown Prince's command, the 3 Golden Crow demon saints who had sealed the void simultaneously let out a cold snort. 3 terrifying pressures, enough to overturn mountains and rivers, like 3 ancient divine mountains carrying the Golden Crow divine fire that could burn the sea and sky, crashed down overwhelmingly toward Lu Yuan. They clearly intended to directly crush this arrogant young man into meat paste. Facing such a terrifying assault that could annihilate ordinary mighty figures, Tu Shan Yueli was so frightened that her face lost color. Subconsciously, she wanted to mobilize the trace of demonic energy she had just recovered to protect her master. But Lu Yuan simply tightened his arm around her slightly, not letting her leave his side. Facing these clowns, he didn't say a single unnecessary word. In his previous life, he never liked arguing with fools. Now that he had invincible strength naturally, there was no need to explain anything to a group of dead people. He simply lifted his eyelids casually, and his deep black eyes like an abyssal universe looked down from the cloud with utter indifference. It was just a single glance. All sounds in the world were stripped away at that moment. The three Golden Crow demon saints who had been aggressively releasing their pressure had no time to react. Their faces still wore the same cold and lofty expressions, but the next second their entire bodies silently disintegrated piece by piece in midair. Like sandcastles hit by a storm along with their divine soul's dharma forms, and the foundations of their Tao cultivated over tens of thousands of years, they were directly erased from the fundamental laws of this world, reduced to a patch of nothingness. The Golden Crow Crown Prince's arrogant and twisted expression also froze on his face. In horror, he opened his mouth wide, trying to summon the protective holy artifact personally bestowed by the Golden Crow Emperor within his body. However, that holy artifact, which could withstand the full power attack of a peak saint level, just showed a trace of golden light before crumbling into dust like fragile rotten wood. Then the Golden Crow Crown Prince's body, like a pencil drawing being erased, began to silently disappear into the air, starting from his feet. Before his death, he couldn't even let out a scream. But this was only the beginning. Where Lu Yuan's gaze fell, the million-strong Golden Crow demon army that had blotted out the sky, the bronze chariots standing in the air, the blazing Golden Crow divine fire that claimed to burn everything. All of them in the same instant met with the most absolute annihilation. Large groups of demon clan elites, without even the emotion of fear rising, were turned to dust in ranks under this irresistible imperial gaze. The wind gently blew over the ruins of Qingxiu Royal City. Qingxiu. The million-strong Golden Crow demon army that had just been bellowing about trampling the entire Fox clan underfoot, along with the three arrogant demon saints and the Golden Crow Prince, vanished without a trace in a single instant like morning dew meeting the blazing sun. Between heaven and earth, an eerie silence reigned, broken only by the tattered clan protection formation banners flapping in the wind, stirring up clouds of charred black dust. Hundreds of thousands of Qingxiu Fox clan survivors stood frozen in place like clay statues. Their minds had completely short-circuited, utterly unable to comprehend how such a sight, defying the very laws of heaven and earth, could have come to pass. What happened? Amid the deathly silence, the blood-soaked Grand Elder struggled to prop up his broken body with both hands. He panted heavily, his murky eyes filled with boundless terror as he slowly raised his head toward the clouds above. There a young man clad in a black robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He did not deliberately emit even the faintest ripple of spiritual energy, yet merely by standing there the space around him seemed incapable of bearing his existence, warping and collapsing in imperceptible distortions. At the same time, a terrifying demonic aura imbued with boundless destruction and sovereign will coiled around him, as tangible as a physical entity. That unique pressure, one that had dominated the ages and made every living being across the 3,000 Tao domains tremble by instinct. Only a single person in the entire divine wilderness continent possessed it. Nine Nether Demon Emperor. The Grand Elder's pupils abruptly constricted, his withered lips trembling uncontrollably as he blurted out those four words that caused all beings under heaven to quake in terror. That cry, like a thunderclap splitting the long night, instantly jolted the hundreds of thousands of Fox clan members below from their stupor. The sovereign of the extreme west. The pinnacle of the celestial realms. The ultimate villain of legend, said to be able to annihilate myriad worlds with a single thought, had actually descended upon Qingxiu in the flesh. It's the Nine Nether Emperor. The Emperor has manifested to save us. Thud, thud, thud. Without a single person needing to organize it, hundreds of thousands of Fox clan subjects knelt in unison before that tall, slender figure in the heavens. All the Fox clan members prostrated themselves among the ruins, their breathing becoming exceedingly restrained, none daring to lift their heads and gaze upon that taboo existence. The Grand Elder likewise knelt prostrate on the ground, tears streaming down his aged face, crying out again and again in gratitude for the grace that had saved their lives. However, just as he straightened himself up, preparing to lead the entire clan in the highest ceremonial, three-kneeling nine cow salute, his gaze inadvertently swept across the clouds and abruptly froze. He saw with perfect clarity that their supremely noble Fox clan Empress Tushan Yueli was at this very moment nestled unguarded in the Demon Emperor's embrace. Her disheveled crimson palace dress and her enchanting face, the flush of red still lingering upon it, told without a shadow of doubt what manner of intimate contact the two had just shared. But this was not what made him feel as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. The Grand Elder's gaze soon came to rest upon Lu Yuan's slender hand hanging casually at his side. Between those fingers that held the power of life and death over all realms, he was idly toying with an ancient jade seal emanating a verdant glow. Upon the seal, the totem of a nine-tailed celestial fox was rendered in breathtaking detail, the very fortune of Qingxiu flowing through it. That was the Fox clan ancestral seal. the supreme sacred object representing the highest authority of the Qingqiu Fox clan, containing the lifeblood of the entire clan and the formation core of its treasury, had actually fallen into the hands of the Nine Nether Demon Emperor. In that instant, the Grand Elder understood everything. No wonder this demonic sovereign, always cold and merciless toward the living beings of the world, had suddenly descended upon the demon domain. No wonder their pure and chaste empress had appeared disheveled in his embrace. To save her clan from imminent annihilation, Tushan Yueli had not only offered herself, but had also sold the entire heritage of the Qingqiu Fox clan to the Nine Nether Demon Palace. Empress, you have erred. Overwhelmed by grief and heedless of his severe injuries, the Grand Elder forcibly struggled to his feet. He raised his head, his voice laden with boundless anguish and resolve, and roared, "The Emperor's life-saving grace shall be etched into the hearts of all Qingqiu for eternity. Even if you demanded this old man detonate his own soul this very instant, I would not utter a single word of objection. But the Fox clan ancestral seal is the foundation of our clan for tens of thousands of years. It absolutely cannot be surrendered." The Grand Elder's words echoed across the desolate ruins like a stone hurled into still water, stirring 1,000 waves. The Nine Nether Demon Domain is the den of iniquity that all righteous factions under heaven unite to smite. If our Qingqiu clan surrenders the ancestral seal and becomes vassal to the demonic domain for generation after generation, we shall surely be scorned by all races across the heavens and plunged into eternal damnation. As the Grand Elder's bitter rebuke rang out, several Fox clan elders of equally lofty seniority below raised their heads one after another. Though they dared not stare directly at Lu Yuan's demonic might, the resistance and unwillingness burning in their eyes were unmistakable. The Fox clan had barely escaped the butcher's blade of the Golden Crow divine race. Before they could even catch their breath, an irreconcilable rift had already torn through their ranks. Tushan Yueli, nestled in Lu Yuan's embrace, heard the Grand Elder's obstinate tirade, and her originally enchanting face instantly sheathed itself in a layer of frost. These foolish old bones. They had not the slightest idea how humbly, how grovelingly down to the very dust she had demeaned herself merely to win a sliver of compassion from this supreme existence. What manner of terrifying being was the Nine Nether Demon Emperor? A power that could erase a million-strong army with a single glance. How could these frogs at the bottom of a well ever begin to fathom it? Before such absolute power, prattling on about nobility and righteousness was nothing short of courting death. Grand Elder, you go too far. Tushan Yueli whirled around, the residual demonic power around her surging violently, ready to personally suppress these reckless dissenters before they provoked Lu Yuan's wrath and brought a true cataclysm down upon all of Qingqiu. Come back. Just as she began to pull away from Lu Yuan's embrace, a powerful iron-strong arm wrapped around her willowy waist and drew her back into him. Lu Yuan's voice was not loud, yet it carried an absolute will that brooked no defiance. He casually stroked Tushan Yueli's silky silver-white hair, which cascaded down her back like a waterfall, his fingertips inadvertently brushing past her snow-white fox tail, which had faintly risen behind her, soothing her every taut nerve. Since this woman had willingly pledged her allegiance, she was now his rightful private possession. Having just acquired such a peerless beauty, what reason was there to let her bear the infamy of slaughtering her own kin? Lu Yuan lowered his gaze slightly, like a divine dragon peering down at an ant beneath its feet that dared to raise a blade of grass in defiance, his fathomless eyes fixing directly upon the Grand Elder. Old fool, this Emperor's affairs are none of your business to meddle with. Lu Yuan's voice pierced clearly into the depths of every Fox clan member's mind present, rattling their souls and sending their blood surging. Do you truly believe this Emperor covets your Fox clan's trinkets and scrap iron? Since you continue to cling to foolish hopes, let this Emperor make it abundantly clear what pledging allegiance to the Nine Nether Demon Palace truly entails. Lu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back atop the clouds, the Demon Emperor's imperious bearing on full display in that moment. First, from this day, forth, Qingqiu formally becomes a vassal territory of the Nine Nether Demon Domain. Second, the Fox clan's treasury belongs to this Emperor. Henceforth, Qingqiu shall deliver 50% of its cultivation resources each year. Third, the Fox clan's intelligence network spanning the 3,000 Dao domains shall from this very moment be unconditionally at the disposal of the Nine Nether Demon Palace. When summoned by the demon domain, the Fox clan must dispatch its strongest warriors to await orders. Hearing these first three terms, the Grand Elder and the clan elders' faces instantly turned ashen. This was outright robbery, stripping the Fox clan's very foundation, rending flesh from bone. Yet Lu Yuan's words were far from finished. He paused, a flash of world-dominating arrogance sweeping through his eyes, and continued, "Fourth, all internal affairs of Qingqiu shall remain under the sole management of Tushan Yueli. Without this Emperor's decree, no one under the Demon Palace's banner may set so much as a foot into Qingqiu, nor forcibly take away any ordinary Fox clan subject as a cauldron vessel." At these words, the despairing Fox clan subjects below were abruptly stunned. They didn't have to hand over their people. Qingqiu would still be ruled by Her Majesty the Empress. These terms, for a defeated force surrendering as vassals, were almost inconceivably lenient. The final term is also the most important one. A wild and arrogant smile curved at the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth. The heaven-domineering demonic qi churned violently behind him, vaguely coalescing into a colossal demon god phantom that blotted out the sky. Since Qingqiu has become this emperor's vassal, it shall be this emperor's reverse scale. From this day forward across the 3,000 Dao domains, be it any righteous holy land, be it any ancient divine race, any force that dares to harm so much as a single blade of grass within Qingqiu shall be deemed equivalent to declaring war upon the Nine Nether Demon Palace. This emperor shall exterminate their 9 generations and annihilate their legacy. Boom. These words detonated like thunder above the ruins, shaking the hearts of hundreds of thousands of Fox clan members. This was not oppression. It was the most unshakable backing in all the world. Though the Fox clan had surrendered half its resources, what it had gained in return was the absolute protection of the Nine Nether Demon Emperor, who defied every rule under heaven. On this divine wilderness continent where the strong preyed upon the weak and annihilation could descend at any moment, such a promise was worth 10,000 times more than any peerless cultivation art. Even Tushan Yueli's beautiful eyes shimmered with radiant light, her gaze fixed upon Lu Yuan brimming with uncontainable adoration and infatuation. Yet the Grand Elder, though shaken to his core, was still held fast by the ancestral obsession passed down through tens of thousands of years, refusing to bow easily. He bit his lip until it bled and roared with every ounce of strength he had. The Emperor's terms are generous indeed, but the inheritance of our ancestors must not be severed by our hands. This old man humbly beseeches the opening of the Fox God altar to summon the ancestral remnant soul of the Fox clan to pass judgment. One never sheds tears until one sees the coffin. Lu Yuan let out a light chuckle, a glint of mockery flashing deep within his eyes. Too lazy to bother stopping the Grand Elder's seemingly solemn and tragic gesture, he casually tossed the Fox clan ancestral seal from his palm, hurling it straight toward the ruined Fox God altar deep within the debris. The jade seal tore across the sky and came to a steady hover directly above the altar. Lu Yuan's fingertip gave the faintest flick, and a thread of supremely pure Emperor realm demonic qi instantly poured into the ancestral seal. In that instant, a vast primordial aura, ancient beyond measure, steeped in the vicissitudes of endless ages, erupted skyward from the depths of the altar. Countless profound azure runes interwove across the heavens, finally coalescing into a colossal 9-tailed celestial fox phantom towering 10,000 zhang tall. The moment the phantom manifested, it radiated a terrifying pressure no weaker than that of a peak great sage, the peerless majesty belonging to the first-generation ancestor of the Fox clan. Who has awakened my remnant soul? Has Qingqiu encountered a calamity of extinction? The voice of the first-generation 9-tailed celestial fox was ethereal and majestic, carrying an aloof indifference as her gaze slowly swept across the ruined royal city below. Seeing this, the Grand Elder clutched at it like a drowning man grasping a final lifeline. Overcome with emotion and tears streaming down his aged face, he crawled forward in desperation, sobbing, "Great ancestor above, the Nine Nether Demon Emperor now threatens us, seeking to seize our Fox clan's heritage and reduce Qingqiu to a vassal of the demonic path for generations to come. This old man is unworthy, but I could only disturb your slumber. I beg you, great ancestor, render justice for Qingqiu." Hearing this, the first ancestor's enormous eyes, which seemed to contain the shifting of stars themselves, abruptly narrowed. With a flicker of anger, she raised her head and followed the direction the Grand Elder indicated. When her gaze pierced through layer upon layer of clouds and finally landed upon the black-robed youth who was lazily watching the spectacle with the current Fox Empress cradled in his arms. That vast pressure that had just cowed heaven and earth vanished without a trace within 1/10 of a second, like a bubble popped into nothingness. The 10,000 zhang 9-tailed celestial fox phantom began to tremble. Within those eyes, once cold and ethereal, surged an uncontrollable torrent of ultimate shock, reverence, and profound gratitude. Under the incredulous gazes of hundreds of thousands of Fox clan subjects, this legendary ancestor, who had once dominated the ages, delivered no divine punishment whatsoever. Instead, she retracted every wisp of her aura and in midair knelt down on both knees with the utmost piety. Her colossal fox head sank low as though paying homage to the one and only true god of the world. Tushan of Qingqiu, first-generation Fox Emperor, pays respects to the Nine Nether Emperor. Though 30,000 years have passed, the Emperor's splendor remains unchanged. Tushan kowtows here in reverence. Above the ruined royal city of Qingqiu, the towering 10,000 zhang phantom of the nine-tailed celestial fox still knelt in a posture of utter submission. This visually explosive scene shattered the worldviews of every Fox clansman present and rendered mute the few clan elders who had been ready to die in remonstration. "Ancestor, what are you doing?" The great elder collapsed to the ground like a pool of mud, his aged eyes filled with uncomprehending bewilderment. Silence. A flash of indignant wrath, grief that her descendants had failed her, passed through the first Fox Emperor's enormous eyes. She slowly turned her head, and her ethereal voice echoed across the ruins with unassailable majesty. 30,000 years ago, I had just broken through to the great sage realm, but because I carried the ancient fox god's inheritance, I was ambushed and hunted down by 3 quasi-emperor powerhouses of the demon domain acting together. In that battle, I was gravely wounded, my demonic core nearly shattered, and the entire bloodline of Qingxiu was on the verge of extinction. The first Fox Emperor's voice carried a lingering, bone-deep terror. Once again she cast a reverent glance at Lu Yuan high above the clouds. At that critical moment, the Imperial Venerable happened to pass through the demon domain. Without even pausing his steps, he casually struck out with one palm, and those 3 arrogant quasi-emperors were reduced to ashes in an instant. At these words, hundreds of thousands of Fox clansmen collectively drew in a sharp breath. To erase 3 quasi-emperors with a single palm strike, what heaven-shaking, earth-splitting power was this? Not only that, the Imperial Venerable also bestowed a wisp of invaluable Emperor Realm origin essence upon me, helping me reforge my demonic core. Only because of that did the later foundation of Qingxiu come to be. The phantom of the first Fox Emperor trembled slightly, her voice full of reverence. Before my passing, I laid down within the depths of the ancestral seal a hidden ancestral decree of the highest authority. If one day the 9 Abyss Imperial Venerable were willing to accept Qingxiu, the entire Fox clan was to submit as one and never betray him for all eternity. Violators would be destroyed by heaven and earth. At this point, a hint of fury surfaced on the first Fox Emperor's exquisite face. Today, the Golden Crow Divine Race's army is pressing down on our borders, trying to slaughter every last member of our clan. Among those so-called righteous holy lands you all praise so much, was there a single person who stepped forward to stop them? If not for the Imperial Venerable's compassion and another timely rescue, would you even have lives left to stand here and question your benefactor? A pack of short-sighted fools. Why haven't you begged the Imperial Venerable for forgiveness yet? The furious rebuke struck the great elder's heart like a morning bell and evening drum. The great elder's face turned deathly pale. So it was that the Qingxiu foundation they had always prided themselves on, and the ancestral glory they had fought desperately to protect, had been from the very beginning a favor casually bestowed by this demon emperor. How laughable. They had even tried to use that very favor to oppose their benefactor. The great elder smiled bitterly. Trembling, he turned to face Lu Yuan on the clouds and kowtowed heavily 3 times. Each kowtow left blood streaming down. This old man had eyes yet failed to see. I never knew that the Imperial Venerable shared such a profound bond with our clan. I was stubborn and obtuse, offending the Imperial Venerable. My crime deserves 10,000 deaths. The great elder's voice was hoarse, yet carried the relief of release. This old man is willing to use this broken body to bear all the Imperial Venerable's wrath. I only beg your grace to show mercy and not implicate the other innocent people of my Fox clan. Lu Yuan looked down at this stubborn old fox. He knew, however, that the great elder's earlier opposition had been purely to defend the ancestral legacy of the Fox clan, with no personal self-interest mixed in. For a backbone element like this, old-fashioned yet absolutely loyal, Lu Yuan had no intention of killing him outright. Since he intended to take control of Qingxiu, he needed old fellows like this to work for him. If I wanted to kill you, not even a trace of you would remain now. Lu Yuan's tone was indifferent. Keep that old life of yours and rebuild Qingxiu properly for me. If there is a next time, I will annihilate your soul and spirit. This old man kowtows in gratitude for the Imperial Venerable's mercy in sparing my life. The great elder wept tears of gratitude and kowtowed heavily again. However, just as matters seemed to be settling, the first Fox Emperor's remnant soul suddenly let out a startled exclamation. No. The enormous phantom abruptly lowered its head, its gaze like torches sweeping over the broken remains of the clan protecting Great Formation below. The clan protecting Great Formation I laid down back, then was formed by absorbing Emperor Realm origin essence. Even if 3 demon sages joined forces and assaulted it fiercely for 10 days or half a month, they could never have collapsed it so easily. The core array eye of the formation was clearly tampered with from the inside. The first Fox Emperor's voice turned ice cold. There is a traitor inside the Fox clan. At once all of Qingxiu was thrown into an uproar. All eyes began to sweep through the crowd in shock and suspicion. Who was it? Who would sell out the entire clan at such a critical moment? Lu Yuan had Tushan Yueli in his arms, and the corner of his mouth curled into an amused arc. So that's how it is. The terrifying divine sense at the peak of the all-heavens Emperor realm, like a flood bursting through a levee, swept rapidly through the seas of consciousness of every Fox clan elder present. In the span of a single breath, Lu Yuan's gaze locked onto a quaking figure among the crowd. Get out here. Lu Yuan reached out casually. A massive palm formed from black demonic chi appeared out of thin air like a giant hand seizing a chick and firmly clamped down on the Fox clan's second elder from afar, dragging him into midair. I Imperial Venerable, spare me. It wasn't me. I never betrayed Qingxiu. Great Elder, save me. The second elder was paralyzed with terror, struggling wildly and trying to find a scapegoat. The reason he had echoed the great elder's opposition to submitting to the demon palace was precisely his fear that once Qingxiu came under the demon emperor's control, his collusion with the Golden Crow divine race would be exposed. Noisy. Lu Yuan half raised his eyelids. An irresistible surge of demonic power slammed directly into the second elder's sea of consciousness. The next moment, images from the second elder's memories materialized directly above Qingxiu. In the images, the second elder was kneeling obsequiously before the Golden Crow Crown Prince, spilling out every detail of the outer clan protecting formations diagram and the weak spots of all its array eyes. In exchange, the Golden Crow Crown Prince had promised that after Qingxiu was flattened, he would not only spare the second elder's branch, but also award him a portion of the Fox clan's territory. The evidence was ironclad. There was no room for denial. Beast. For a mere piece of land you sold out the lives of the entire clan. The great elder trembled with fury and pointed at the second elder in midair, cursing loudly. Hundreds of thousands of Fox clansmen were likewise seething with fury, wishing they could devour the traitor alive for biting the hand that fed them. Realizing his crimes were exposed, the second elder grew desperate. He detonated some unknown treasure and actually broke free from the demonic Chi Palm's grip. He whirled around and seized a fox girl beside him by the throat, roaring hoarsely with bloodshot eyes, attempting to use her as a hostage and force his way into the fox god's mystic realm. Don't anyone move. If you come any closer, I'll kill her. Standing on the clouds, Lu Yuan did not even have the interest to act. He turned his head toward the enchantingly beautiful Fox Empress by his side. Yueli, those who belong to me may be gentle, but they can never be useless. Go. Clean house. Lu Yuan's tone was calm, yet filled with an unyielding, unquestionable dominance. Tushan Yueli nodded. She knew that Lu Yuan was giving her a chance to re-establish her authority as the Fox Emperor before her clansmen and at the same time testing her capabilities. Yueli, as you command. Tushan Yueli released her jade-like hand from Lu Yuan's clothes. Her previously soft and obedient aura changed dramatically in an instant. She turned. A head of silver-white hair whirled wildly in the wind. Those crimson, beautiful eyes, which had been misty with affection only moments before, now blazed with a chilling and piercing killing intent. Whoosh! The next second, the 9 snow-white foxtails behind Tushan Yueli swelled to several hundred feet in an instant. Like 9 peerless blades tearing apart the void, they pierced straight through the second elder's chest with a shrill, ear-splitting howl. Squelch! The second elder did not even have a chance to resist before a foxtail ground the demonic core inside his body to pieces. In the next moment, the other 8 foxtails ruthlessly pierced through his limbs and head, pinning his soul and mangled body tightly before the fox god altar. Blood dripped down the foxtails onto the scorched earth. The traitor who had been resisting just now died in the blink of an eye, and even the faintest hope of reincarnation was wiped away. This scene sent a chill through the hearts of every Fox clansman present. Only then did they remember that the woman who was so delicate and charming in the Demon Emperor's arms was not some pushover to be squeezed at will. She was the Fox clan empress who had once slain 3 demon sovereigns in a single night and suppressed the entire Qingxiu with an iron-blooded hand. The crisis was resolved, and the traitor was executed. The first Fox Emperor's remnant soul in midair nodded with satisfaction. With a subtle flicker of thought, a streak of cyan light shot directly into the Fox clan's ancestral seal in Lu Yuan's hand. Using her ancestral authority, she directly amended the most essential clan law of Qingxiu, engraving Lu Yuan's name forever into the Fox clan's supreme ancestral decree. Imperial Venerable, from now on the Qingxiu clan is entrusted to you. After completing all of this, the first Fox Emperor bowed deeply to Lu Yuan once more. Then her enormous phantom turned into specks of light rain and dissipated between heaven and earth. Tushan Yueli withdrew her foxtails and drifted down from midair, landing before Lu Yuan. She knelt on one knee again and raised the ancestral seal, now radiant with renewed life, high above her head. Tushan Yueli of the Qingxiu Fox clan, leading all the people of the clan, pays homage to the 9 Abyss Imperial Venerable. This time there was no voice of dissent. Led by the great elder, hundreds of thousands of Fox clan high-ranking members and ordinary clansmen knelt down in unison amid the ruins and shouted with the most devout and fanatical voices. The Qingxiu Fox clan pays homage to the 9 Abyss Imperial Venerable. The tremendous wave of sound soared into the clouds, scattering the last gloom that hung over Qingxiu. Just as the deafening sound of submission echoed, the system's mechanical voice sounded at the right moment in Lu Yuan's mind. Ding! Successfully altered the fate of the Qingxiu Fox clan's destruction. Important story: character Tushan Yueli has completely submitted. Loyalty 95, fanatical worship, unwavering devotion. The Qingxiu Fox clan has officially become the host vassal force. The host has obtained absolute authority over the Fox clan's ancestral seal, access to the Fox clan treasury, access to the Fox god's mystic realm, and the Fox clan intelligence network spanning 3,000 DAO domains. Phase 1 mission perfectly completed. Stage mission overall evaluation SS rank ruthlessly decisive with the entire situation under control. Stage reward obtained 1200 villain points. System function unlocked. The Destiny investment section has officially opened. Function unlocked. The host has obtained the first dungeon return qualification. After completing the first Destiny investment, the final settlement for the current stage may be carried out, and the host can return to Blue Star with extraordinary abilities. Listening to the system's stream of off-the-charts rewards, Yuan took the ancestral seal from Tushan Yueli's hand with complete satisfaction. This was the treatment that a cheater deserved. Above the royal city of Qingxiu, the shadow that had weighed upon the Fox clan's heart had scattered like smoke with the annihilation of the million-strong Golden Crow demon army. Hundreds of thousands of surviving Fox clansmen amidst the ravaged and scorched earth still maintained their most devout kneeling posture. The air was still thick with the lingering scent of blood and scorched flesh, yet within every Fox clansman's heart an unprecedented sense of security and fervor had arisen, born from the man seated upon the obsidian imperial throne amidst the clouds. Yuan casually toyed with the ancestral seal of the Fox clan, the token of supreme authority over Qingxiu. Aside from the chime announcing the successful completion of the first phase of his mission, a brand new azure-colored holographic interface slowly unfurled before his retinas, visible to him alone. This was the newly unlocked Heaven's Mandate investment interface. At the center of the interface, the projection of a youth dressed in coarse hemp robes, his brow marked with a hint of defiant resolve, floated into clear view. Beside him, dense streams of data rapidly refreshed, revealing the youth's background. Name: Yichen, age 18, current realm body refining level 3, a mere weakling, heavenly fate, luck value 1/0 points, faintly rebounding, current killing yield 80 villain points, projected peak realm, primordial grand emperor realm, peak harvest yield an estimated 20 million villain points, a complete 9 revolutions, swordbone, peerless sword, Dao fortune, and a shard of the divine desolate continent's world origin. Gazing at the starkly contrasting figures on the interface, Yuan could not help but raise an eyebrow. 80 points. He had just subdued the entire Qingxiu Fox clan without spilling a single drop of blood, and the system had generously rewarded him with 1/0 villain points. In comparison, if he were to rush over and crush this so-called Heaven's Mandate protagonist with a single slap, the paltry gains would not even be enough to buy a single strand of fox fur from Tushan Yueli standing beside him. System explain in detail the rules of investment and harvest, Yuan intoned silently. Ding. Reporting to host, the core rules of Heaven's Mandate investment are as follows. 1. Targets fortune growth actions, such as the target obtaining heavenly treasures and earth-shattering wonders, defeating powerful foes, winning the hearts of beautiful women, joining formidable sects, or increasing their reputation, will all stimulate a substantial rise in their heavenly fate luck. 2. Investment return mechanism. The host may, through direct or indirect means, invest techniques, treasures, or arranged hatred and powerful enemies into the target. The more precious the opportunities invested by the host, the higher the stage-by-stage returns triggered as the target grows. 3. Hostility bonus. The deeper the target's hatred for the host, the higher the multiplier applied by the system to the investment returns. 4. Ultimate harvest. When the target grows to the realm desired by the host, or to the peak period determined by the system, the host may perform the ultimate harvest. At that time, all of the target's accumulated cultivation artifacts, fortune, destiny, and even his beloved women shall all be converted into the host's final reward. After reading these 4 exhaustive rules, a sharp glint flashed through Yuan's eyes. Understood. This was no Heaven's Mandate, son, by any means. This was clearly an ultimate wage slave assigned by the system, complete with an innate, treasure-seeking radar, and a turn misfortune into fortune halo. Not only did he not need to risk his life scrambling for fortunes in those danger-ridden secret realms, but he could also actively send this brat equipment and cheats, forcing him to fight monsters and level up on his behalf. When this Heaven's Mandate spirit pig had endured countless hardships to finally stand at the pinnacle of the world he believed to be his own, ready to raise his sword against the great villain, Yuan would leisurely stretch out his hand and swallow everything the boy had painstakingly accumulated over a lifetime. Principle and interest all at once. This style of slaughter, destroying both body and spirit, is to this emperor's liking. A cruel smile, like a capitalist eyeing the finest of leeks, curled at the corner of Yuan's lips. He casually tossed the Qingxiu ancestral seal to Tushan Yueli, who was snuggled against his side. Keep this seal for now. All internal matters of Qingxiu shall still be decided by you, the Fox Emperor. This emperor cares only for results, not the process. Tushan Yueli, flattered and overjoyed, held the recovered ancestral seal with trembling hands, her beautiful eyes brimming with gratitude. She had thought that after submitting to the Demon Palace, she would be reduced to a powerless consort, yet Yuan had unexpectedly returned to her the authority over the Fox clan's life and death. Yueli accepts the decree. I shall never betray the Emperor's trust. Lu Yuan nodded, his gaze sweeping towards the Grand Elder of Qingqiu, who still lay slumped upon the ground. Old fool Qingqiu is in ruins and awaits rebuilding. How do you expect to serve this emperor in that half-dead state? As he spoke, Lu Yuan flicked his finger. A droplet of liquid shimmering with iridescent nine-colored light streaked through the void like a meteor and swiftly sank into the Grand Elder's brow. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the Grand Elder's withered vitality erupted like a volcanic explosion. His broken bones crackled as they reknitted, and the ghastly hole in his chest healed and sealed over with visible speed. Within mere breaths, this elder, who had already been halfway through the gates of the underworld, had not only fully recovered from his injuries, but even the cultivation bottleneck that had remained stagnant for centuries faintly showed signs of loosening. To Lu Yuan, at the peak of the Grand Emperor realm, this drop of essence was nothing more than a single hair from 9 oxen. But to a Saint Realm cultivator like the Grand Elder, it was an act of rebirth, an invaluable divine medicine. Feeling the surging vitality within him, the Grand Elder trembled all over and kowtowed repeatedly in excitement. This old one kowtows in gratitude to the Emperor for bestowing this fortune of rebirth. I shall serve the Emperor with unwavering loyalty, even unto death. Through this masterful combination of grace and intimidation, the last shred of resentment in the Grand Elder's heart vanished, completely transforming him into the most devoted adherent of the Netherworld Demon Emperor. He immediately rose to his feet and began issuing orders to the surviving Fox clan high-ranking officials with orderly efficiency. Transmit my command. Immediately gather the remains of our fallen clansmen and grant them a grand burial in the Fox Deity Cemetery. The Formation Division is to immediately inventory the storeroom's resources and work day and night to reconstruct the clan-protecting Grand Formation at the earliest possible moment. The Shadow Division, hear my command. Immediately activate all communication jade slips to recall all Fox clan spies scattered across the 3,000 daos. At the same time, through our intelligence network, proclaim to the world, from this day forth the Qingqiu Fox clan officially pledges allegiance to the Netherworld Demon Palace. Watching the Grand Elder's swift and decisive arrangements, Lu Yuan gave a slight satisfied nod. Then he turned to Tushan Yueli and instructed, when announcing our allegiance, add this: the Golden Crow Divine clan invaded Qingqiu, and their vanguard army has been utterly annihilated. Tell the 3,000 daos that this affair has only just begun. Tushan Yueli understood his intent perfectly. This was not only a declaration of the Netherworld Demon Emperor's formidable return, but also a direct challenge to the Golden Crow Divine clan. Once word spread, if the Golden Crow Divine clan did not dispatch their full force, they would become the laughingstock of the world. But if they dared to come, they would be walking right into the Demon Emperor's trap. After leaving the mess in the Grand Elder's hands, Lu Yuan wrapped his arm around Tushan Yueli, and with a flicker of movement appeared directly before the gates of the Qingqiu Treasury, the most heavily guarded location of all. Before entering the treasury, Tushan Yueli wisely excused herself for a brief moment. When she reappeared, she had changed out of her understated Fox clan attire. She now wore a luxurious, form-fitting palace gown interwoven with black and crimson. The black was mysterious and noble, the crimson was bewitchingly blood-like. The gown flawlessly accentuated her voluptuous and graceful curves, and the neckline's design was bold and alluring. She had deliberately chosen this color scheme in accordance with the style of the Netherworld Demon Palace. It signified that from this moment on she was not only the Fox Emperor of Qingqiu, but also the exclusive attendant by the Demon Emperor's side. A flicker of admiration and approval passed through Lu Yuan's eyes. This woman truly understood how to please a man. The two strode into the treasury side by side. What met their eyes was the astonishing accumulated heritage of the Fox clan built up over tens of thousands of years. Piles of top-grade spirit stones emitted dense, hazy spiritual energy. Shells were lined with jade slips containing saint-grade techniques radiating formidable auras. Various rare demonic blood essences were sealed within crystal containers. There were also copious illusion arts secret treasures capable of beguiling the mind, as well as intelligence jade slips recording countless hidden secrets of the 3,000 daos. Yet confronted with these treasures that could easily incite a bloody storm across the world, Lu Yuan merely strolled past them like a tourist without even the slightest interest in stopping. To a maxed-out demon emperor like him, these items truly were no different from scrap metal. Emperor, these are none of them to your liking? Tushan Yueli asked with a hint of nervousness. Lu Yuan did not answer. His gaze at this moment had passed over the dense rows of shelves and fixed upon the deepest recesses of the treasury, an obsidian sword case covered in thick dust and seal runes. Ding. System scan detects high-value investment item. Item name: Heaven-bearing demon sword, damaged, original grade, supreme imperial weapon. Current status: the sword spirit was shattered during an ancient primordial war and the weapon's origin has severely diminished. However, a pristine wisp of ancient imperial Dao sword intent remains within. Suitable investment target: Yichun Heaven's Mandate. Protagonist projected first round investment returns 800 to 300 villain points. Looking at the system's notification, Lu Yuan smiled. He walked over to the sword case, and ignoring the lethal restrictions that would mean certain death to ordinary people, casually flipped the lid open. A broken ancient sword, its entire body pitch black, and its blade covered in spiderweb-like cracks, lay quietly within. Despite its ruined state, the moment the case was opened, a terrible demonic killing intent, as if capable of burying the heavens themselves, swept through the entire treasury like a violent gale. Tushan Yueli could not help but take a half step back, her delicate face paling slightly. Emperor, this sword is named Bury Heaven. It was brought back by the first ancestor from the ruins of an ancient imperial battle, but its demonic nature is far too heavy. At the slightest mishap, it will backlash upon its wielder. Every powerful figure in our Fox clan's history has been unable to subdue it, so it has been sealed away, gathering dust for over 20,000 years. Lu Yuan reached out and flicked his finger lightly against the crack-riddled blade, eliciting a crisp, desolate sword hum. Gathering dust is such a waste. A sharp light flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. As it happens, this emperor has taken a liking to a certain human whelp. This sword shall be my gift to him. Hearing this, Tushan Yueli was momentarily stunned. Though she did not know who this whelp was, anyone deemed worthy by the Demon Emperor to receive an imperial weapon was certainly no ordinary person. Moreover, from Lu Yuan's words, she keenly sensed that this person was likely not from the Demon Palace, and might even be a cultivator of the righteous path. Emperor Yueli presumes to offer a word of caution. Tushan Yueli bit her red lips and gathered her courage. Though this sword is damaged, it still contains Imperial Dao sword intent. If it falls into the hands of a righteous cultivator, should he eventually rise to prominence, would he not become a great scourge to the Demon Palace? Would it not be better to nip the problem in the bud? Lu Yuan turned around at her words, and with a casual tug, pulled the voluptuous Fox Empress into his arms. He seated her dominantly upon a jade platform deep within the treasury, while he leisurely leaned against her side, one hand wantonly toying with the thickest, softest of her snow-white fox tails. Tushan Yueli's face flushed crimson, but she dared not struggle in the slightest, obediently allowing his actions. Nip the problem in the bud. That would be far too dull. Lu Yuan's fingers wove through her soft fur as a knowing, mocking tone laced his words. Yueli, remember this. An ant body refining level 3. Kill him now, and he would merely dirty this emperor's hands, worth nothing at all. Only by letting him acquire an imperial weapon, receive great legacies, win the hearts of beautiful companions, and even gain the adoration of the righteous path across the realm. Until he stands before this emperor overflowing with hope, believing he can defy his fate. A bone-chilling cold glint flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes. Then before the eyes of the world, this emperor shall strip away everything he takes pride in, principle and interest in full. This is the true pleasure of being a great villain. Tushan Yueli listened to this utterly heaven-defying proclamation, unable to suppress a slight tremor in her delicate frame. Only at this moment did she finally understand what kind of terrifying game this Nine Nether Demon Emperor was playing. He was not cultivating an enemy. He was raising a prime-grade meat pig. This tactic was tens of thousands of times more terrifying than simply killing someone. Tushan Yueli gazed at Lu Yuan's handsome profile, as unfathomable as an abyss, and felt her reverence deepen. At the same time, she was all the more thankful that she had unhesitatingly chosen to submit to him. Lu Yuan paid no heed to her shock. With a single thought, he pressed out a drop of pure demonic qi, so dense it was almost beyond measure, and traced a complex, profound black rune in the void. Go. The rune flashed and vanished, disappearing into the deepest origin of the Burial Heaven Demon Sword, as if it had never existed. This was the Nine Nether Demon seal created by the Demon Emperor himself. The seal was so extremely subtle that even a resurrected emperor would find it nearly impossible to detect. It would not hinder Yi Chun in the slightest when he acknowledged the sword as his, or used the demon blade. Instead, it would act as both a seamless surveillance device and a pumping mechanism. Every sliver of enlightenment Yi Chun gained in the way of the sword would be copied in full to Lu Yuan. Every secret realm coordinate Yi Chun explored with this sword would be recorded. Most importantly, as long as Lu Yuan wished, he could cross the endless void at any time and forcibly summon this emperor weapon, along with all the energy it had absorbed, back to him. After doing all this, Lu Yuan swept his gaze around the treasury once more and stopped on a jade bottle sealed with green liquid. Soul-nourishing jade liquid. This is a fine item indeed. Lu Yuan flicked a finger, sending a crystalline drop of soul-nourishing jade liquid onto the dried blade of the Burial Heaven Demon Sword, where it was soon absorbed completely. According to the original plot, the remnant soul of the mystic Sound Empress inside Yi Chen's ring had drained all 3 years of Yi Chen's spiritual power and was now in such a weakened state that she could sink into slumber at any moment. Lu Yuan had no desire to see the guide who could serve as Yi Chen's old grandpa go on strike. This drop of soul-nourishing jade liquid was the wake-up alarm Lu Yuan had prepared for her. Everything is ready. Lu Yuan rose from the jade platform and waved a hand casually. With a tearing sound, the indestructible spatial barrier of the Qingqiu treasury was ripped open like thin paper in front of him, revealing a pitch-black spatial rift. Yuan casually tossed the Burial Heaven Demon's sword, which had been fitted with a double layer of insurance, into the rift. At the same time, at the other end of the extreme eastern lands, in the eastern wasteland deep within the Black Wind Mountains, there lay a hidden small secret realm. Yi Chun, a down-and-out genius who had just suffered the humiliation of being publicly jilted by his fiancée and made the vow 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of it, was covered in blood as he pushed open an ancient dust-sealed stone door. According to the guidance of the mysterious master, inside the ring within this stone chamber was supposedly hidden a profound tier high-grade sword technique that was enough to make him rise again. But at the moment the stone door slowly opened, an ancient sword inserted in the center of the chamber, entirely black and covered with cracks, immediately caught his eye. In the instant Yi Chun stepped into the chamber, that broken demon's sword, as if it had slumbered for countless ages, suddenly erupted with a heaven-shaking sword cry that could pierce metal and split stone. The next moment, without the slightest warning, it rose from the ground, transformed into a bolt of black lightning, and hovered in front of Yi Chun with a certain air of uncontainable eagerness. Just then the ancient ring on Yi Chun's finger suddenly gave off a faint gentle glow. A female voice filled with unconcealable shock resounded in his mind. Emperor-level sword intent. This is actually an ancient Emperor weapon, and it has voluntarily acknowledged you as its master. The remnant soul inside the ring drew in a sharp breath, her tone carrying unprecedented excitement. Yi Chun, the heavenly fate on you is probably 100 times more terrifying than I expected. Just as Yi Chun was still in shock and doubt, a faint flash of light passed over the ancient ring on his finger. Then an ethereal figure of stunning beauty slowly drifted out of the ring and hovered in midair. The woman had a beauty that could topple cities and a noble, untouchable temperament, like a goddess descending from the 9 heavens. Her beautiful eyes stared at the broken demon's sword, filled with unconcealable shock. Even though its sword spirit has shattered and most of its origin has been lost, the ultimate sword intent deep within its blade is absolutely unmistakable. This is an extreme Tao Emperor weapon that once shook the ancient world, let alone your remote eastern wasteland. Even the sect-suppressing treasures of the peerless holy lands in the central continent are unworthy even of carrying shoes for this sword. What? An Emperor weapon? Yi Chun's eyes flew wide open, and his little heart could not help but beat faster. Although he was only a low-level cultivator in the body refinement realm, he had read a few bits and pieces about Emperor weapons in ancient texts. That was a supreme divine artifact that existed only in legends and could only be forged by an Emperor-level powerhouse who governed the heavenly Tao. Since it has sent forth its sword cry to you on its own, it intends to acknowledge you as its master. Yi Chun, why are you still in a daze? Seize it. The woman's voice carried an urgent urging. Hearing this, Yi Chun suddenly felt dazed. He remembered his fiancée's lofty, contemptuous gaze in the great hall today and the cold stares of the family elders as if they were looking at trash. No matter what danger it brings, I'll bet my life. He stretched out his right hand and firmly grabbed the pitch-black sword hilt. Boom. The instant his skin touched the sword hilt, an overwhelming, domineering black sword chi surged wildly along his arm, like a bursting flood rushing through every limb and bone in his body. Oh! Yi Chun let out a roar that was both painful and exhilarating. That terrifying energy did not tear his meridians apart. Instead, at an incomprehensible speed, it frantically nourished and reshaped his physical body. Crack! Crack! The spiritual power that had been silent for a full 3 years instantly boiled under the stimulation of this Emperor source origin. Body refinement realm 3rd level. 4th level. 6th level. In merely a few breaths, Yi Chun's cultivation base shot up straight like a rocket. Even more unbelievable to him, the black sword chi that had entered his body did not stop there. It transformed into countless sharp, tiny streams and bored relentlessly into his spine. Accompanied by a series of chilling, bone-shifting sounds, a fragmented sword pattern radiating supreme sword Tao pressure was branded onto his spinal bone. This was the foundation Yuan had deliberately left within the sword, and the cornerstone that would allow Yi Chun to awaken the 9 revolutions sword bone in the future. Boom. When the last wisp of sword chi was absorbed, a ring of powerful chi waves suddenly burst from Yi Chun's body, scattering all the dust in the stone chamber. Body refinement realm 9th level, the peak. Yi Chun slowly opened his eyes, sensing the explosive power that filled him almost to overflowing, as well as the sharp sword intent from his spine that seemed capable of cutting through everything. His hands trembled uncontrollably. 3 years. 3 whole years of humiliation, of dark days spent crushed underfoot, had finally come to an end in this one moment. The indignation and unwillingness in his heart, nourished by powerful strength, quickly transformed into blazing ambition and unyielding pride. You. Who exactly are you? Yi Chun forced down the ecstasy within him and looked at the ethereal woman in midair with cautious eyes. The stunning woman sighed softly, and a complicated look appeared on her peerless face. I am Ji Xianin. The reason your cultivation has not advanced but regressed these past 3 years is indeed because my remnant soul has been residing in this ring, and in order to keep my spirit from dissipating, has been unconsciously absorbing your spiritual power. Hearing this, anger instantly blazed in Yi Chen's eyes. So the culprit behind all the contempt and the humiliation of his broken engagement over these 3 years had been right there on his own finger. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Ji Xianin proudly raised her snow-white, chinner voice, carrying the majesty of a former empress. Don't be so quick to flare up. Although I borrowed your spiritual power for 3 years today, I have also repaid you with an enormous fortune. In my lifetime, I was the mystic sound empress famous across the 3,000 Dao domains, wielding countless supreme techniques and ancient secrets. If you are willing, I will formally take you as my disciple today, impart to you supreme divine powers, and help you ascend to the summit of this world. An empress-level master, and countless supreme techniques. The fury in Yi Chen's heart was suddenly doused by a wave of immense joy. He was clever enough to know that alone, even with an emperor weapon, he would not be able to protect it. With the guidance of this empress master, he would definitely soar to the heavens. Disciple Yi Chen greets master. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen knelt on one knee and performed the ritual of apprenticeship. Ji Xianin nodded with satisfaction. At that moment, she suddenly sensed a warm and strange wisp of energy, faintly leaking out from the burial heaven demon sword in Yi Chen's hand. It was exactly the soul-nourishing jade liquid Lu Yuan had dripped into the sword ahead of time. Transformed into an invisible mist, the jade liquid silently nourished Ji Xianin's almost transparent remnant soul. In just an instant, her soul, which had been weak to the extreme, actually stabilized a little. What kind of heaven-defying fortune is this? Ji Xianin's heart churned with shock. She mistakenly took this supreme divine substance capable of nourishing the soul to be a leftover opportunity of the ancient secret realm, and even more so a companion blessing brought by Yi Chen's heaven-defying fate. The way she looked at Yi Chen grew increasingly satisfied, as if she had found a peerless rough jade. Dear disciple, rise. Ji Xianin lightly raised her jade-white hand, and her expression turned serious. This damaged sword possesses boundless power, but the demonic qi within it is extremely pure and overbearing. If I am not mistaken, a demonic nature of this level most likely comes from that forbidden life zone, the Nine Nether Demon Domain. Nine Nether Demon Domain. Yi Chen was taken aback. That name was extremely remote and unfamiliar to him. A bone-deep hatred flickered in Ji Xianin's eyes, and her voice was icy cold. That is the origin of all demonic paths in this world, the absolute taboo of the 3,000 Dao domains. And its sovereign, the Nine Nether Demon Emperor, is the most terrifying and cruelest ultimate villain in this world. She drew a deep breath as if sinking into that painful memory. Back then, I was also a peerless emperor, yet it was that Nine Nether Demon Emperor who destroyed my physical body with a single strike. If I had not exhausted my final hidden card, and allowed a wisp of my residual soul to escape into this ancient ring, I would long ago have perished, completely vanishing from heaven and earth. Hearing his master's story, Yi Chen's heart shuddered. So this master of his who seemed so lofty and omnipotent had been reduced to this miserable state by that Nine Nether Demon Emperor. A natural hostility and the burning indignation of sharing a common hatred immediately took root in the heart of Yi Chen, a youth who had only just stepped into the world. Boom. Just as the two were conversing, a rumble came from outside the stone chamber. Then a clutter of hurried footsteps sounded from the passage. Young master, this is the place. That terrifying commotion just now came from this stone room. There must be a precious treasure emerging. Following that ingratiating voice, several figures barged into the stone chamber with aggressive momentum. The one at the lead, clad in splendid brocade robes, and wearing an arrogant look, was none other than the Yi clan's young master Yi Long, the grandson of the clan's grand elder. Behind him were several elite guards of the Yi clan whose auras were far from weak. The instant Yi Long stepped into the chamber, his gaze fell upon the burial heaven demon sword in Yi Chen's hand. When he felt the shocking murderous aura emanating from the sword blade, an unrestrained greed immediately flared in his eyes. Yi Chen, it's actually you. This trash whose meridians are completely ruined. Yi Long was taken aback at first, but the moment he recognized the face half hidden beneath tangled hair, he burst into derisive laughter. Earlier that day in the Grand Ancestral Hall, when Lin Qingxue had come to annul the engagement, Yi Long had been the one leading the sneers and mockery, trampling Yi Chen's dignity beneath his feet and grinding it into the dust. In his eyes, Yi Chen was nothing more than a disgrace to the clan, a man who could not even break through to the 3rd level of body tempering. Truly I searched high and low for you, and now you deliver yourself right to my doorstep. Yi Long laughed, arrogantly pointing at Yi Chen with a commanding tone. Yi Chen, you waste of a clan. What right do you have to hold such a divine weapon? Hand it over immediately and offer it to me, the young master. Perhaps then I might put in a good word for you before grandfather and let you scrounge a living within the clan for the rest of your life. Hearing this, Yi Chen slowly raised his head. In his eyes there was no longer any trace of the old subservience and forbearance. All that remained was icy killing intent. Long, today in the hall you sided with outsiders to humiliate my father and trample my dignity. And now you still want to rob me. Yi Chun let out a mocking smile. Who do you think you are to deserve me handing over my sword? You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. A cripple at the 3rd level of body tempering dares to talk back to me. Go die. Long flew into a rage. He was a true peak expert at the 8th level of body tempering, a standout among the younger generation of this small black wind city. He let out a furious roar, drew the long blade from his waist, and like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain brought down a vicious gale force slash aimed straight at Yi Chen's head. Had this blade landed true, the Yi Chen of old would have been cut clean in two. Yet facing this ferocious strike, Yi Chun remained rooted to the spot, without even a trace of an evasive motion. Only when the blade edge was a hair's breadth from his locks did Yi Chen's gaze suddenly turn sharp. His right arm exploded with power. Scram! With a thunderous roar, the full might of Yi Chen's peak 9th level body tempering spiritual energy erupted, pouring entirely into the burial heaven demon sword. The pitch-black blade erupted with a blinding dark sword light. Like slicing through soft tofu, it swept upward in a savage, domineering arc that defied all reason. Clang crack! The priceless long blade in Yi Long's hand upon touching the burial heaven demon sword shattered like fragile ice into countless pieces under that terrifying imperial sword intent. What a... Yi Long's eyes widened in utter horror. But before he could react, the residual force of that black sword light struck him squarely in the chest. Pwah! Yi Long was sent flying backward like a kite, with a broken string, vomiting a mouthful of blood mixed with shattered organs midair. He slammed heavily into the stone wall, then slid down to the ground like a dead dog. Yi Long's cultivation of the 8th level of body tempering had been shattered. Several of his main meridians were severed by that single sword strike, and his realm plummeted to below the 5th level of body tempering. One strike, just one strike. The clan's once exalted young master was utterly dominated by the very waste he had mocked. The young master lost. 9th level of body tempering. Yi Chun actually recovered to the 9th level of body tempering. And the pressure from that sword just now. It's terrifying. The guards who had followed Yi Long inside were already scared out of their wits by the terrifying, baleful aura emanating from the burial heaven demon sword. Under that invisible sword intent, they lacked even the courage to draw their blades. Their legs gave way, and they collapsed to their knees in unison, trembling uncontrollably. You waste. How could this? Yi Long lay in a pool of blood, both hands clutching his caved-in chest, his eyes filled with disbelief, terror, and venomous resentment. He pointed at Yi Chun and shrieked with bluster, demonic aura. What you used just now was definitely demonic arts. Yi Chun, you dare collude with the demonic path. When I return to the clan, I will have the punishment hall slice you into 1,000 pieces. Yi Chun, holding the demonic sword unsullied by blood, walked step by step to stand before Yi Long. He looked down at his defeated opponent, yet in the end he chose not to deliver a fatal blow. It was not out of mercy, but because what he wanted was far more than just Yi Long's worthless life. Crawl back and tell my uncle and those old fogies in the clan who looked down on me. Yi Chun tapped Yi Long's pallid cheek with the flat of the sword and said coldly, in 3 days at the Yi clan's coming-of-age ceremony, I, Yi Chun, will return in person and take back everything you and your lot have stripped away from me and my father these past 3 years with interest. With that, Yi Chun kicked Yi Long over. The guards, as if pardoned, scrambled to hoist up the limp mud like Yi Long and fled the stone chamber in a panic. Only after Yi Long was gone did Yi Chun let out a long, turbid breath. He felt that the resentment that had been crushing his chest for 3 years had finally dissipated by more than half. Well done. Repay kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. That is the mark of a true man. Ji Sunying's figure materialized once again, nodding with approval. She drifted over to Yi Chen's side, her gaze once more scrutinizing the burial heaven demon sword. The 9 abyss demonic aura within this sword is so terrifying. It is certainly no ordinary demonic artifact. Ji Sunying's brows furrowed slightly, as if performing some profound deduction. But if it truly is the weapon of the 9 abyss demon emperor, why would it have ended up here? Moreover, within this demonic aura there seems to be a will of utter annihilation that cuts through all things. Though Ji Sunying's cultivation had recovered a sliver, she was after all merely a remnant soul. She was utterly incapable of perceiving Lu Yuan's methods, which surpassed even her own by countless magnitudes, and thus naturally failed to detect the hidden 9 abyss demon seal buried in the deepest part of the blade. After a series of erroneous deductions, this former empress arrived at a conclusion she believed with absolute certainty. I understand now. Ji Sunying's eyes burst with a brilliant light. This sword must have been left behind by a supreme being who once fought against the 9 abyss demon emperor. During a death duel with the demon emperor, that person must have severed a wisp of the emperor's origin demonic chi and sealed it within the blade, a plan to fight poison with poison. This sword was forged for the sole purpose of slaying demons. She turned her gaze to Yi Chun full of anticipation. Yi Chun, this sword chose you as its master of its own accord. This is the will of heaven. You bear immense fortune and now you possess this unrivaled weapon specifically designed to counter the Demon Emperor. Your destiny is to slaughter every demon in this world. Hearing his master's impassioned analysis, the blood within Yi Chen's heart was immediately set ablaze. Recalling his master's tragic fate and his own rebirth, Yi Chen raised the Burial Heaven Demon sword, high-pointing it straight at the dome of the stone chamber. The young man's face was as resolute as iron as he swore his most magnificent oath to heaven and earth. Master, rest assured. Since this sword has chosen me, and since this is my destiny, then one day I shall carry it and personally set foot into the Nine Abyss Demon realm. I, Yi Chen, hereby vow that I will use this blade to personally sever the head of the Nine Abyss Demon Emperor, to avenge you, and to restore a pure and bright world across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. These words were forceful and resounding, their spirit piercing the heavens. The young man believed he carried the world's great destiny, about to embark on a stirring path of defiance and demon slaying. Yet what he did not know was that at this very moment, deep within the Qingqiu King Palace billions of miles away, the Nine Abyss Demon Emperor Lu Yuan, seated leisurely upon his obsidian throne, not only heard every word of that fervent oath with perfect clarity, he could not help but chuckle softly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The instant Yi Chen made his grand vow, a rapid-fire cascade of mechanical notifications erupted within Lu Yuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Heaven's chosen protagonist has successfully acquired the broken imperial weapon you seated. Ding! The Heaven's chosen protagonist's cultivation has recovered to the peak of the 9th level of body tempering. Moreover, with your assistance, he has successfully bound a female Emperor Master cheat mentor. Ding! Detected. The Heaven's chosen protagonist now harbors intense fatal enmity and killing intent toward the host. Congratulations, host. Your first destiny investment has been successfully completed. Investment cost 1 dust-gathering broken sword from the Qingqiu treasury, 1 drop of soul-nourishing jade marrow. Calculating comprehensive return multiplier based on target's fate growth and enmity bonus. Calculation complete. This investment has triggered the highest tier critical hit. Comprehensive return multiplier 100 times. Congratulations, host. You have received the investment return reward, 8000 villain points. Congratulations, host. You have received a permanent ability fragment, Sword Dao Divine Transcendence. Can be fused with the Blue Star avatar to acquire peerless sword techniques at the Martial Grandmaster level. Target Yi Chen's destiny fortune value has skyrocketed from 1200 to 3600. Target Yi Chen's current final harvest value increased to 1200 villain points. Listening to the delightful notifications in his head, the smile on Lu Yuan's lips grew ever more pronounced. 8,000 villain points, plus a permanent ability he could bring back to the real world, and all he had paid was a worthless broken sword that no one had even wanted. Even better, this fool of a pig had merely picked up a broken sword in the starting village, yet his final harvest value had already shot up from a paltry 80 points to a staggering 12,000. 150-fold increase. You think it's destiny? It's merely bait I chose to toss you for my own amusement. Lu Yuan was in an excellent mood as he opened the system's fate trajectory projection. Since the leeks are growing well, it's time to add more fertilizer. In the projected scene, Lu Yuan clearly saw that in 7 days the foremost sect of the Eastern Wasteland, the Tsangyun sect, would be recruiting new disciples nearby. Within the Tsangyun sect's assessment secret realm lay the first core source origin capable of fully activating Yi Chen's 9 revolutions sword bone. And it was there that Yi Chen would also meet his first fated confidant, Su Qingxue, the daughter of the Tsangyun sect master. Lu Yuan stroked his chin and instructed Tu Shan Yueli, who was kneeling by his side pouring wine. Yueli, use your Fox clan's intelligence network in the Eastern Wasteland to do 2 things. Speak, your Imperial Majesty. Tu Shan Yueli obediently lifted her face. First, find a way to casually leak the news of the Tsangyun sect's disciple recruitment in 7 days to that boy named Yi Chen. Lu Yuan's eyes shimmered with the light of one who had already planned every move. Second, discreetly feed the information that Yi Chen obtained a suspected ancient divine weapon in the Black Wind Mountains to an intersect disciple of the Tsangyun sect named Zhou. Opportunities should exist, but pressure must never be lacking. Without that villain Zhou as a catalyst, how could Yi Chen ever break through desperately in a life-or-death crisis? How could he stage a moving rescue of the beauty before his fated lover? Though Tu Shan Yueli did not understand why Lu Yuan would expend such effort on a mere ant, she knew well that as a subordinate, she must never ask about matters beyond her station. She immediately accepted the order. Just then another system notification echoed in Lu Yuan's mind. Ding! Host has completed the first destiny investment meeting the criteria for the first stage settlement. The instance return passageway has been opened. Does the host wish to settle the current stage immediately and return to the Blue Star avatar? Hearing that he could finally return to the real world, Lu Yuan rose to his feet and stretched lazily. He looked down at Tu Shan Yueli. This emperor must leave for a while to attend to some private matters. Tu Shan Yueli's heart tightened, and a clear reluctance welled up in her eyes. Yet she still rose obediently and gently smoothed the dark imperial robes for Lu Yuan. Go forth with ease, your imperial majesty. Yue will guard the Qingqiu palace faithfully in your absence. Lu Yuan pinched her smooth, delicate chin. While I am away, take care of 3 matters for me. First, rebuild the Qingqiu Grand Array and restore the vitality of the Fox clan. Second, continue to monitor Yi Qin's movements through the Dark Seal and record everything. Third, use the intelligence network to thoroughly investigate all the Foundation's troop deployments and treasury locations of the Golden Crow Divine Clan for me. By the time I return, it will be time to carve up these feather-brained birds. Tushan Yueli's beautiful eyes shimmered with brilliance, and she bowed her head in obedient deference. Then, when will your Imperial Majesty return? She could not help but ask softly. Lu Yuan smiled, faintly releasing her chin. It won't be long. The moment he finished speaking, buzz, a beam of white light suddenly descended, enveloping Lu Yuan whole. In the next instant, the resplendent Qingqiu King Palace, the enchanting Fox Demon Empress, and the vast boundless 3,000 Dao domains all dissolved before Lu Yuan's eyes like fleeting foam. When his vision refocused, what met his eyes was no longer the obsidian imperial throne symbolizing supreme authority, but the yellowed and peeling ceiling. In the air lingered a faint sourness of fermented beer, occasionally punctuated by the urgent honking of cars drifting in through the window from the street far beyond. This was a cramped, dilapidated rental of less than 20 square meters, crowded and oppressive. Lu Yuan slowly exhaled and sat up from the single bed. He lowered his gaze and looked at his hands. The pinnacle cultivation of the myriad heavens Emperor realm, once able to sever starry rivers with a single palm and annihilate millions of living beings, had now receded like the ebbing tide, leaving no trace behind. This body had once again become that of a 24-year-old corporate drone stuck in a sub-healthy state from years of staying up late and working overtime. How true it is that it's easier to go from frugality to extravagance than from extravagance to frugality. He looked at his phone again, only to find that merely 10 minutes had passed. Is there a time flow difference between the dungeon and reality? Beep. The host has been successfully detected as returning to Blue Star. The final settlement for the first dungeon phase begins now. Just as Lu Yuan was astonished, a torrent of golden text continuously flashed before his retinas. Now performing a comprehensive evaluation of the host's performance during phase 1 of 9 Realms Sword God. Plot subversion, forcibly recruited Tushan Yueli, perfectly reversed the annihilation of the Qingqiu Fox clan and completely shattered and rebuilt the original work's critical storyline. Rating superior. Faction control suppressed the Fox clan rebellion without shedding blood, leaving the hundreds of thousands of Qingqiu Foxes willing to swear a heavenly Dao oath and complete absolute submission. Rating superior. Destiny manipulation precisely delivered the broken imperial weapon, completed the first investment, successfully planted the demon mark, and reduced the Child of Destiny to a mere treasure hunting tool. Rating superior. Final phase evaluation, SS rank, a perfect villain, origin, a suffocating shadow mastermind. Settlement reward 11200 phase villain points. Combined with the 8000 points returned from the investment, the host's current villain point balance 200 points. Settlement reward 2-1 opportunity for a real-world influence mapping. Settlement reward 3-1 chance to permanently select one of 3 abilities. Settlement reward for the Myriad Heavens Mall. Mortal Mall permission has been officially unlocked. Looking at this remarkably generous settlement panel, Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh. The next second, he turned his gaze to the permanent ability 3 choice. Buzz. 3 cards radiating a soft glow materialized before his eyes. Option 1, Initial Demon Emperor's Pressure. Effect: although unable to cause substantial physical destruction, the host can release a spiritual oppressive force far beyond the limit that ordinary mortals can withstand. It is enough to make any ordinary person tremble in the depths of their soul and instantly lose the will to resist. The pressure intensity upgrades with dungeon progress. Option 2, Fragment of the 9 Abyssal Demon Eye. Effect: passive ability. It lets the host easily see through mortals' lies, micro-expressions, and disguises, and grants the ability to see in darkness. Option 3, 1/10,000th of the Emperor Realm Physique. Effect: passive ability. The body is greatly strengthened with a single arm, possessing 1,000 gene of strength and immunity to most conventional cold weapon damage on Blue Star. Lu Yuan pondered briefly. In a laureled society like Blue Star, resorting to brute force is the lowest move. True power players, true villains, never need to act with their own hands. System: I choose option 1, Initial Demon Emperor's Pressure. Beep. Selection successful. Initial Demon Emperor's Pressure has been permanently fused with the host. Accompanied by the notification, Lu Yuan felt a strange warmth spreading in the depths of his brow. An indescribable aura of majesty and overbearing dominance was deeply hidden within his eyes. Even dressed like a slouch, he now exuded an aura that made it hard for others to look him straight in the eye. Next, let's see what surprises the Fox clan's heritage can bring. Lu Yuan turned his gaze to real-world influence mapping. Beep. Based on the traits of the Qingqiu Fox clan, the system is now mapping Blue Star Industries and generating rationalized assets for the host. Mapping complete. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained 51 absolute controlling equity in Tianhu Media Group. Hearing this name, Lu Yuan's breath caught slightly. Tianhu Media Group was the country's leading short video platform and a pan-entertainment empire with the nation's largest live stream, guild, and full-channel advertising distribution. The group's valuation conservatively exceeded 3 billion RMB. To match the host's current identity, the system has attached matching assets. 130 million renminbi in unrestricted legal cash already credited. 2 permanent property rights to the top hillside villa, Yunding 1 in the city's richest district. 3 a globally limited custom-made armored Maybach top-tier business car. Special note: all equity and funds have been rationalized through absolutely legal and untraceable financial means. Everyone will subconsciously accept the host's legitimate status as a top-level hidden billionaire. The ultimate contrast brought the ultimate pleasure. 10 minutes ago, he was worrying about making a living. 10 minutes later, his assets had surged past several billion. Lu Yuan calmed his mind, stirred his consciousness slightly, and opened the newly unlocked Mortal Mall. The next second, a dazzling array of goods appeared before his eyes. The items in the mall were all top-tier resources suitable for a world without mana. 1 million RMB in legal cash, price 100 villain points. Grandmaster Combat Mastery, price 500 villain points. Photographic Memory Mini Spiritual Enhancement, price 100 villain points. Initial Marrow Washing Pill removes mortal impurities and perfectly reforges the body, price 300 villain points. Huatuo Reborn Top-Level Chinese Medicine Mastery, price 500 villain points. Initial storage space 10 cubic meters, cannot store living things, price 100 villain points. Looking at these rewards that would drive any ordinary person crazy, Lu Yuan's heart surged with excitement as well. But he didn't plan on reckless spending. After experiencing that power capable of suppressing everything, he understood that what needed to be solved first was this body weakened by long-term exploitation. System Exchange 1 Initial Marrow Washing Pill. Beep. 3000 villain points deducted. The initial marrow washing pill has been delivered. Soon a pill emitting a faint herbal fragrance appeared in his palm. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yuan tilted his head back and swallowed it in one gulp. The pill dissolved upon entering his mouth, turning into a warm current that flowed swiftly from his throat throughout his body. But then that warmth transformed into a scalding heat that seemed to boil his very marrow. Lu Yuan clenched his jaw and silently endured the excruciating pain of transformation that penetrated to his bones. Along with a series of soft crackling sounds from within his body, strands of black sticky impurities emitting a pungent odor began to be squeezed out through his pores. 10 minutes later, when Lu Yuan stepped out after washing off in the bathroom, he had been reborn. His height had grown to nearly 185 meters. The once loose muscles were now firm and well-proportioned, exhibiting an explosive, streamlined shape. His skin had become fair and flawless, and his dark circles had vanished completely. Especially those pitch-black eyes, empowered by the Demon Emperor's mentality and pressure, were as deep as the vast starry sky, full of fatal attraction and inviolable dominance. Bang, bang, bang. Just then the security door was suddenly pounded from outside. Lu Yuan, I know you're in there. Don't play dead with me. You can't even pay 2 months' rent. Get the hell out today. Accompanied by the shrill, abusive voice, the lock clicked as someone turned it. Click. In no time, a stout, middle-aged woman with flabby features and a fierce face twisted the door open with a spare key and barged in. This woman was none other than the landlady, Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang was just about to plant her hands on her hips and start cursing when she unexpectedly met Lu Yuan's icy gaze from his fresh-out-of-the-shower state. Buzz. In that instant, Aunt Zhang felt her heart suddenly constrict, as if she were being stared down by a primordial beast. The profanity that had been on the tip of her tongue got stuck in her throat, unable to come out. The young man before her was still the same familiar poor boy Lu Yuan, yet the natural nobility and authority he exuded gave her an intense palpitation. Why you? Aunt Zhang swallowed hard, lacking even the courage to meet Lu Yuan's eyes. Lu Yuan glanced at her indifferently, then picked up his phone beside him. 2 months rent plus the next month, total 4500. Check it. I'm not living in this place anymore. Ding. The phone in Aunt Zhang's pocket immediately rang with a 4500 yuan credit notification from Zhifubao. This? Aunt Zhang stared at her phone screen, completely stunned. However, before she could snap out of it, an extremely low, heavy rumble of a car engine like the growl of a wild beast suddenly came from outside the narrow, decrepit alley of the tube-shaped apartment. Then came the sound of neat, rapid footsteps. Out of the way. Several burly bodyguards in black tailored suits and sunglasses charged up the stairs, shoving the still-dazed Aunt Zhang aside. Afterward, an elderly foreign butler in a tailcoat and 2 lawyers carrying briefcases walked respectfully into the rental room. Under Aunt Zhang's horrified gaze, the distinguished old butler walked up to Lu Yuan, bent over, and gave a standard 90-degree bow. Respected Mr. Lu, I am your personal butler, William. The Yunding 1 villa has been tidied up for you, and your private car is waiting downstairs. The group's legal department has also prepared the 51 equity confirmation documents for Tianhu Media Group ready for your signature at any time. Chairman, the motorcade is ready. Please come this way. Silence. The entire corridor was dead silent. Aunt Zhang's eyes bulged. Yunding 1 villa. A private car. Chairman of Tianhu Media Group. These all belong to this poor boy. Lu Yuan changed into the tailored suit the butler had brought. Without sparing a single glance at the terrified landlady, he walked straight out of the rental room that had accompanied him for years. Let's go. To the group. After a while, a top-tier luxury motorcade, led by an extended armored Maybach and escorted by 4 black Mercedes-Benz G-classes, slowly drove out of the old alley speeding toward the city's most prosperous CBD. Inside the carriage, the butler William handed over an encrypted satellite phone. Chairman, it's a call from Ms. Su Wanqing, president of Tianhu Media Group. Lu Yuan took the phone and pressed the answer button. On the other end came a cool, crisp, mature female voice. Chairman Lu, hello. I'm Su Wanqing, president of Tianhu Media Group. This afternoon there's a signing ceremony for a 100 million level project. General Manager Zhao of our partner Yuan Advertising and his project team have already been waiting in the conference room for some time. Do you want to continue with the meeting as originally planned, or should I postpone it for you? Hearing those words, Yuan Advertising, Lu Yuan's hand holding the wine glass, paused slightly. Yuan Advertising. Zhao Mingyuan. Oh, wasn't this the boss who had proudly announced his dismissal in the WeChat group? Lu Yuan drained the red wine in his glass. No postponement. Continue as planned. Have them wait for me to sign. Half an hour later at the headquarters tower of Tianhu Media Group, the landmark building 99 stories high showcased its unshakable dominance in the media industry. When Lu Yuan, flanked by an entourage of bodyguards in black, stepped into the spacious and luxurious first-floor lobby, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Oh, isn't this our talented Lu who just packed up and left Yuan Advertising yesterday? The speaker was none other than Zhang Hao, a supervisor at Yuan Advertising, who had arrived early today to prepare for the signing ceremony on behalf of the company. When he saw Lu Yuan in a tailored suit, Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback, and then a thick mockery surfaced in his eyes. Because deep in his subconscious, he had naturally assumed that Lu Yuan's outfit was rented, its purpose being to sneak into Tianhu Media and find a job. At the headquarters of Tianhu Media Group, within the luxurious lobby on the first floor, its soaring 10-meter ceiling and floor crafted from a single slab of translucent Italian marble, the atmosphere had grown strangely tense. Zhang Hao's mocking voice echoed through the spacious lobby seating area, drawing curious glances from the passing business professionals. Lu Yuan, where did you rent that outfit? Which high-end couture rental shop? That must have cost you several $100 a day. Fits you pretty well, doesn't it? Zhang Hao scrutinized Lu Yuan's exquisitely tailored suit from head to toe, barely concealing the contempt in his eyes. In his limited worldview, how could a low-level office drone who groveled yesterday over a few thousand yuan attendance bonus and couldn't even bring himself to buy a 30 yuan Starbucks suddenly afford top-tier custom couture without any brand logos overnight? The only logical explanation was that the kid had lost his mind and was desperately putting on airs in hopes of landing a job here. Those Maybachs and Mercedes G-Wagons parked outside. Were you pretending just now that you'd arrived in one of them? Zhang Hao sneered as though he'd seen right through him. Cut the act. Getting fired isn't shameful, but showing up at a prestigious conglomerate like Tianhu Media Group pretending to be a successful executive, you're just making a fool of yourself. Several employees from Yuan Advertising trailing behind Zhang Hao watched Lu Yuan with amused, scoffing expressions, whispering amongst themselves. Among them stood a young woman in a tailored business skirt, suit, her light makeup flawlessly applied. Lin Weiwei, a business specialist at Yuan Advertising, had been the object of Lu Yuan's 3-year devotion, the goddess of their company. Over the past 3 years, Lu Yuan had groveled for her without restraint. Day after day, regardless of whether he'd bring her elaborate gourmet breakfast, drafted her tedious business reports, stayed up late helping her revise proposal drafts, and even volunteered to take the blame whenever she made mistakes at work. Yet Lin Weiwei never gave him a single clear answer. The moment Lu Yuan grew weary and contemplated giving up, she'd dangle just enough ambiguous hope. A pained glance whispered, "I'm not ready for a relationship yet, but I really depend on you." And the old Lu Yuan would surge forward once more, giving everything without complaint. Even yesterday, when Zhang Hao manufactured an excuse to fire Lu Yuan, Lin Weiwei didn't defend him. Instructor, she subtly cast affectionate glances toward the supervisor wielding real power. Now, watching Lu Yuan mocked by the crowd, a calculating look crossed Lin Weiwei's eyes. She stepped forward in her high heels, emerging from the group. Stopping before him, she furrowed her delicately arched brows and spoke with feigned concern laced with condescension. Lu Yuan, stop this. I know being fired yesterday crushed you, but don't numb yourself with this kind of nonsense. Lowering her tone deliberately, she sighed softly. Apologize to Supervisor Zhang. Beg for forgiveness. I'll plead your case with President Zhao. Maybe you can still keep your job. Playing the wealthy man now, pretending you've made it. This will only make me think you're immature. Worse, I'll despise you even more. Wrapped in the appearance of concern, every word actually reinforced her dominance over him. As though her mere word should reduce him to grateful prostration. Lu Yuan stood with his hands in his suit pockets, quietly observing the woman performing her sorrow for him. Having absorbed the Demon Emperor's state of mind, he now viewed Lin Weiwei as nothing more than a poorly acting green tea bitch. He genuinely wondered how blind he'd been, wasting 3 precious years on a vain selfish woman who thrived on the devotion of simps. Disdain me. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. Lin Weiwei, you're overestimating yourself. What right do you have to judge me? Lin Weiwei's perpetually practiced, hypocritical smile froze. A flicker of disbelief flashed across her eyes. Was this really Lu Yuan? The man who once blushed just speaking loudly to her dared to humiliate her like this. Lu Yuan, have you lost your mind? How dare you speak to Weiwei like that? Zhang Hao shot forward like a protective dog, pointing at Lu Yuan's nose and barking security. This guy's causing trouble here. Throw him out immediately. If he ruins our 100 million yuan contract between Shenyuan and Tianhu Group, can you handle the consequences? Several security guards in the distance exchanged glances and moved forward to intervene. Ding! Just then the express elevator reserved for executives, the one leading straight to the rooftop, chimed suddenly at the far end of the lobby. The onlookers felt a collective jolt, instinctively turning toward the elevator. Everyone knew this elevator was reserved exclusively for Tianhu Group's most senior executives. The elevator doors slid open and a poised woman in a bespoke business suit stepped out first. Her formidable presence seemed to still the air itself. Su Wanqing, Supreme Executive President of Tianhu Media Group. Behind her followed over a dozen core executives from Tianhu Group, the CFO, Chief Legal Counsel, Vice President of Business Operations, each a titan whose mere presence could shake the Jiangxing business world. Witnessing such an impressive entourage, Zhang Hao trembled with excitement. Weiwei, did you see that? President Su personally brought the entire executive team downstairs to welcome us. Our proposal for Shenyuan has clearly caught Tianhu Group's attention. Rubbing his hands together eagerly, Zhang Hao straightened his tie, completely ignoring Lu Yuan as he hurried forward with a fawning expression towards Su Wanqing. Lin Weiwei's breathing quickened with excitement, her cheeks flushing. If she could use this opportunity to make an impression on President Su, her career prospects would be limitless. Good morning, President Su. I'm Zhang Hao, business supervisor at Shenyuan Advertising, and this is our specialist Lin Weiwei. Our president Zhao should be arriving momentarily. I can't believe you've personally come down. Zhang Hao bent at the waist, his face plastered with a groveling smile, desperate to make himself indispensable at this crucial moment. However, Su Wanqing's legs, sheathed in high heels, didn't even pause for a second. Her cold gaze swept directly past Zhang Hao's ingratiating face, as though he were nothing more than air obstructing her view. A breeze carrying the scent of luxury perfume swept past Zhang Hao. As Zhang Hao stood bewildered, Lin Weiwei frozen in shock, and every Shenyuan employee horrified, Su Wanqing led her team of senior executives directly to Lu Yuan's position. 2 meters away they came to a synchronized halt. Then this Iron Lady of Jiangxing's business world, renowned for her ruthless efficiency, pressed her legs together, inclined her torso slightly, and offered a profound bow to the low-level worker they'd so mercilessly ridiculed. Chairman Lu, both the board meeting and signing ceremony are prepared and awaiting your leadership. Su Wanqing's voice rang clear and crisp, yet carried an unmistakable depth of sincere reverence. A gasp rippled through the crowd. The dozen senior executives behind her bent in unison, their movements as precise as though practiced 1,000 times, and called out in chorus, "We welcome Chairman Lu." The thunderous wave of sound reverberated through the lobby, striking directly at Zhang Hao and Lin Weiwei. Silence. An absolute, bone-chilling silence descended across the entire hall. Zhang Hao's grin froze solid on his face, his mind blank, as though a fleet of bombers had obliterated every thought. Lin Weiwei shuddered violently, her hand flying to her lips in disbelief. Her gaze toward Lu Yuan brimmed with awe she had never felt before. Chairman Lu, what had they just heard? The entire senior leadership of Tianhu Media Group addressing Lu Yuan as Chairman. This couldn't be real. This had to be a dream. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance. Zhao Mingyuan, owner of Shenyuan Advertising, rushed in through the doors, clutching his briefcase and gasping for breath. No sooner had he entered than he witnessed the scene that shattered his spirit. When Su Wanqing spoke her next words, Zhao Mingyuan's legs buckled beneath him. He nearly collapsed to his knees. Allow me to make a formal introduction. Su Wanqing turned, her gaze sweeping coldly across the Shenyuan Advertising team as her voice rang clear throughout the lobby. This is Chairman Lu Yuan, the absolute controlling shareholder holding 51% of Tianhu Media Group. Boom. Those words obliterated the final remnants of Zhang Hao and Lin Weiwei's delusional fantasies. 51% stake. Absolute controlling shareholder. With a single word, Lu Yuan could reshape the fate of Tianhu Media Group, valued at 3 billion, and crush Shenyuan Advertising as easily as squashing an ant. Zhao Mingyuan, a veteran fox who had navigated the business world for over a decade, cycled through dozens of expressions in a single second before settling on a grotesquely flattering smile as he hurried forward. "See, Chairman Liu, I never expected. You're the chairman of Tianhu Group. This is water flooding the Dragon King's temple." Wiping cold sweat from his brow, Zhao Mingyuan swiftly disavowed all responsibility. "Yesterday's incident was a complete misunderstanding. I've always valued your talent enormously. The decision to terminate you was entirely Zhang Hao's unilateral action. I was in an external meeting and had no knowledge whatsoever." Glaring fiercely at the dazed Zhang Hao, he turned back to Lu Yuan with renewed sycophancy. "Chairman Lu, just say the word, and Shen Yuan Advertising welcomes you back. I've kept the vice president position reserved for you all along. As for our past misunderstandings, I hope you'll overlook them." Sold out by his own boss in plain sight, Zhang Hao stood completely frozen, unable to utter a single word of defense. Meanwhile, Lin Weiwei subtly shifted 2 steps aside, creating distance from Zhang Hao. Her gaze now held a mixture of regret and newfound scrutiny as she secretly evaluated Lu Yuan. A domineering CEO worth billions had spent 3 years as her simp. If she had accepted him earlier, wouldn't she now be standing among these executives as the chairman's wife, basking in their reverent gazes? The thought ignited a fierce surge of jealousy and resentment within her. Observing the grotesque masks of these people, Lu Yuan felt nothing but utter disgust. Lu Yuan turned his head slightly and looked at Su Wanqing. "Let's go to the conference room. I'm curious to see what earth-shattering proposal President Zhao has brought today to dare sign a 100 million yuan contract with my Tianhu Group." 10 minutes later, in the top-floor panoramic glass conference room. On one side of the long table, Lu Yuan lounged lazily in the chairman's genuine leather chair, quietly watching the images on the projection screen across from him. Across the table, Zhao Mingyuan and Zhang Hao sat on pins and needles, cold sweat soaking through their shirts. But Lin Weiwei still seemed not to have faced reality. Or rather, she still harbored a faint hope that Lu Yuan retained some old affection for her. She stood up on her own initiative, wearing the smile she thought would most soften Lu Yuan, and began to explain with great emotion and flair the large-scale media promotion proposal titled, "A Single Spark Starts a Prairie Fire." Chairman Lu, the core creative concept of this proposal is to trigger a second round of viral fission from the traffic in lower-tier markets. Lin Weiwei spoke confidently, presenting the entire proposal as if it were the creative crystallization of her own agonized thinking. During the presentation, she kept casting flirtatious glances at Lu Yuan, trying to reawaken the infatuation he had felt for her over the past 3 years. Watching her perform so earnestly, the mockery deep in Lu Yuan's eyes grew thicker. This proposal he knew all too well. Wasn't this damn at the painstaking work he had completed before being fired? Half a month of all-nighters combing through countless documents. But now all the ideas and data in the proposal had been blatantly credited to the names of Zhang Hao and Lin Weiwei. Not only that, but when the presentation reached the project budget, Lu Yuan's mental perception, greatly strengthened by the marrow-cleansing pill, quickly detected the anomaly. On the budget sheet that had originally been drawn up, Zhao Mingyuan had covertly inflated the promotion and distribution expenses by a full 30 million yuan. As if sensing Lu Yuan's gaze, Zhao Mingyuan's heart began to quiver, and he hurriedly spoke first. "Chairman Lu, this proposal is the fruit of tremendous effort by our Shen Yuan team. Although when you previously worked at our company, you did take part in some peripheral data collection," he continued. "But according to industry rules, this belongs to the collective assets of the company. Now that you are in a high position, surely you won't deny the work of our entire team just because of some personal grudge, will you?" Zhang Hao, as if seizing a lifeline, immediately chimed in. "That's right. Chairman Lu back, then it was precisely because you attempted to steal the core secrets of this proposal that we dismissed you. I hope you will keep public affairs and private feelings separate." Hearing these two buffoons making false counteraccusations, Su Wanqing, seated beside Lu Yuan, frowned deeply. But to everyone's surprise, Lu Yuan did not get angry. He simply clapped his hands lightly. "Well said, public affairs and private feelings should be kept separate." Lu Yuan sat up straight, and his originally languid voice instantly became oppressive. "Since you want to talk business, let's let the data speak." Page 12, the initial data survey on user profiles in lower-tier markets. Supervisor Zhang, the chart you used as supporting evidence has a discontinuity in the age divisions along the horizontal axis. That's because when I was organizing my personal cloud drive, I set a logical tag for my own reading convenience. You didn't even understand it before copying it wholesale. Zhang Hao's face turned white as a sheet. Page 15, the underlying architecture. Lu Yuan shifted his gaze to Lin Weiwei, frozen in place. "If I remember correctly, that was the core file you copied from my work computer at 1130 last Wednesday night, using the excuse of inviting me for a late-night snack, right?" The gentle smile on Lin Weiwei's face vanished without a trace, replaced by barely concealed panic. And page 36, the execution checkpoints. When you revised the plan in order to cram in a few channel partners, you left a serious loophole in the entire closed-loop promotion and distribution system. Lu Yuan spoke neither too fast nor too slow, but every word struck the hearts of the Shen Yuan advertising team like a heavy hammer. And naturally the most brilliant part is the budget. Lu Yuan's gaze returned to Zhao Mingyuan's face, and a mockingly cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. President Zhao, the 30 million yuan you inflated into the promotion expenses includes 3 second-tier distribution suppliers, such as Xinhua Media and Hiling Interactive Entertainment. Do I need to remind you? Those 3 companies are all shell companies you registered overseas. And now you're using my proposal to swindle money out of Tianhu Group. The moment those words were spoken, the atmosphere in the conference room plummeted to freezing point. Su Wanqing's face turned cold instantly, and she immediately turned to the senior executive behind her and ordered, "Have the technology department and the audit department step in and investigate at once. Look into the backgrounds of those 3 companies and also retrieve the operation logs from Chairman Lu's former work account to verify the initial creation time of this proposal." Tianhu Group's ability to execute was terrifyingly efficient. In less than 3 minutes, a detailed investigation report was placed in front of Su Wanqing. All the evidence matched Lu Yuan's words to the letter. Xingyuan Advertising had not only flagrantly plagiarized Lu Yuan's personal creative work, but was also suspected of severe commercial fraud and illegal transfer of benefits. Following the trail, the legal department also uncovered a series of illegal acts by Zhao Mingyuan, including maliciously withholding wages from frontline employees. Sage Chairman Lu. Zhao Mingyuan broke down. His legs went weak, and he slid straight off the chair to his knees. If Tianhu Group filed a lawsuit, he would not only lose the 100 million yuan contract that could revive his company, but he would also face enormous breach of contract compensation and prison time. Abandoning all dignity, he begged Lu Yuan repeatedly, "Chairman Lu, I was wrong. Please, for the sake of the years we worked together, be merciful and let me go. As long as you are willing to continue cooperating, I won't take a single cent of that 30 million profit. I'll treat it all as a token of my respect." Lin Weiwei also panicked and tried to explain in a pitiful tone. Lu Yuan, "Let me explain. It was all arranged by the company. I was just doing my job. I really didn't know they were going to fake anything." "Shut up." Zhao Mingyuan angrily interrupted her, turned around, pointed at Zhang Hao and cursed, "It's all because of you, you good-for-nothing beast who ruins everything. If you hadn't egged me on, how could I have been so bewitched into doing such a thing?" Zhang Hao, not to be outdone, retaliated with reddened eyes. "Zhao Mingyuan, stop pretending to be so noble. It was your idea to cash out through shell companies. You want me to take the blame alone? Not a chance." Watching the 3 of them put on a shameful display of shifting blame, Lu Yuan lost even his interest in watching the show. President Su, handle it according to procedure. Lu Yuan directly announced the final verdict. Immediately terminate the 100 million yuan cooperation and put Xingyuan Advertising on the group's permanent blacklist. The legal department is to immediately initiate the accountability process and report this to the Economic Crime Investigation Department on charges of commercial fraud and intellectual property infringement. In addition, have the PR department issue a notice Tianhu Group is willing to provide free legal aid to all Xingyuan Advertising employees whose wages have been withheld. This combined attack was a death sentence for Xingyuan Advertising. "Lu, are you driving us into a dead end?" Zhang Hao, hearing that he would not only lose his job, but might also end up behind bars for forging documents, was instantly consumed by fear and rage. With bloodshot eyes, he lunged across the long table toward Lu Yuan, attempting one final desperate struggle. Faced with this sudden attack, Su Wanqing and the executives all cried out in shock. Lu Yuan, however, sat steadily in the spacious chair, not even lifting his hand. He merely raised his eyelids slightly, his dark eyes locking onto Zhang Hao and midair. The next instant, a wisp of the Demon Emperor's oppressive might poured out from Lu Yuan's body like 100,000 invisible mountains. In that moment, the world before Zhang Hao's eyes seemed to collapse. What he saw was no longer the bright conference room, but a world-destroying demon god seated atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood overwhelming all heavens and countless worlds. The terror, potent enough to freeze his very soul, directly destroyed all his reason and courage. Thud! Zhang Hao's forward-lunging body froze in midair. Then, as if he had lost every bone in his body, his knees gave way, and he collapsed onto the carpet in front of Lu Yuan. His entire body convulsed violently. He gasped for breath. Cold sweat poured down like a waterfall, and he could not form a single complete sentence. Only endless trembling remained. After dealing with this trash, Lu Yuan straightened his suit and strode out of the conference room under the executives' awed gazes. Half an hour later, in the underground VIP parking lot, as Lu Yuan, escorted by bodyguards, was about to get into the bulletproof Maybach, the sound of hurried, high-heeled footsteps came from behind. Lu Yuan, wait, can you listen to me explain? Lin Weiwei, chasing after him, breathlessly stumbled along in her high heels. Tears were welling up in her eyes as if she would cry at any moment. She tried to grab Lu Yuan's arm, but 2 burly bodyguards ruthlessly blocked her 2 meters away. She looked at Lu Yuan's cold, stern profile, trying to use the bits and pieces of the past 3 years to reawaken his old feelings, even hinting that if Lu Yuan was willing, she could become his girlfriend right away. Lu Yuan, however, did not even glance at her. He simply bent down and sat into the spacious back seat. But just as the motorcade's engines roared ready to leave the parking area, A woman who had just walked out of the live stream base on the first floor of Tianhu Media suddenly stopped in her tracks. She was wearing a tight wine-red spaghetti-strap mini dress, her figure voluptuous and alluring. Her seductive fox-like eyes outlined with delicate eyeliner stared unblinkingly at the line of top-tier luxury cars radiating astonishing presence. When her gaze passed through the half-lowered car window and vaguely caught the young handsome side profile, exuding an air of nobility, her eyes lit up. See that? That's the newly appointed Chairman Liu of our group. Oh my god, I heard he's worth billions and is only 24. Today he just ground the head of Sheng Yuan advertising into the floor in the conference room. The very model of a domineering CEO. Hearing this, a sharp gleam flashed deep in the alluring woman's eyes. Her name was Zhang Meyer, an internet celebrity with 680,000 followers. Every day, she showed off tight outfits and hot dances in front of the camera, all for the sake of finding a truly wealthy sugar daddy. Just moments ago, she had rejected a balding director who was only willing to pay a few tens of thousands in promotional fees, while still trying to take advantage of her. And now the real prey had appeared. Young handsome, worth billions, and newly in control of a media group. This was simply the perfect cash machine tailor-made for her. Zhang Meyer quickly took out her makeup mirror and adjusted her already plunging neckline, making that enticing curve appear even more ready to burst out. Then in her tall red-soled high heels, she swayed her serpentine waist and chased after the Maybach that was about to pull away. In the underground VIP parking area of the Jiangxing CBD, the lighting was dim yet luxurious. Click, click, click. The crisp sound of high heels striking the ground echoed through the empty garage. Zhang Meyer almost sprinted with the intensity of a 100-meter dash, yet she meticulously restrained her body's movements, terrified of ruining the perfect drapes of her burgundy velvet slip dress. She understood men's visual weaknesses intimately. The perfect sway during movement and the tantalizing fullness that seemed ready to spill forth often proved more devastating than any explicit display. As the armored Maybach Pullman's taillights flickered on, Zhang Meyer disregarded the sharp ache in her ankles. She quickened her pace, urgently, finally reaching the luxury vehicle's side just as the front was beginning to turn. Tap, tap, tap. She extended her hand with delicate French manicured nails, gently rapping 3 times against the rear window, tinted with dark explosion-proof film. Inside the carriage, Liu Yuan reclined against the hand-stitched aviation seat crafted from premium calfskin, a glass of chilled, sparkling wine from the butler resting in his hand, as he prepared to close his eyes and rest. Upon hearing the tapping, the bodyguard in black seated in the front passenger seat frowned slightly, and immediately pressed the intercom, preparing to rebuke the unexpected visitor outside, lest he disturb Liu Yuan's peace. It's unnecessary. Liu Yuan raised his hand slightly, halting the bodyguard's motion. Having absorbed the profound soul power of the Nine Nether Demon Emperor, his perception had long transcended mortal limitations. Long before this woman appeared in the garage, he had already been aware of her presence. He casually pressed the control button on the door armrest, and the window slowly lowered by a third. Outside the car, upon seeing the window descend, Zhang Meyer's heart surged with excitement, yet her expression swiftly transformed into one of innocent vulnerability meant to evoke pity. She deliberately leaned forward, slightly resting both hands on the window frame. She had practiced this gesture countless times. It not only perfectly showcased her face adorned with alluring yet innocent makeup, but also allowed anyone inside the car to catch a glimpse of the deep, tempting valley at her neckline and the expanse of porcelain white skin beneath, with just a slight downward glance. Sir, I'm truly sorry to disturb you. Zhang Meyer blinked her large, watery peach blossom eyes, her voice dripping with sweetness that seemed capable of making any man's bones go limp. My phone happened to die and shut down automatically, and the signal in this underground parking garage is terrible. I can't hail a ride no matter what I try. I noticed your car is about to leave. Could you possibly give me a lift? I'll get out as soon as we pass a convenience store with charging stations. Is that all right? As she spoke, she gazed at Liu Yuan with eyes full of hopeful expectation. This clumsy yet time-tested tactic, combined with her visually striking and fiery physique, would likely bewilder any ordinary wealthy young master, causing them to foolishly accept her proposition and welcome her into the car. Yet inside the carriage, Liu Yuan's eyes remained utterly calm. He gently swirled the crystal glass in his hand and spoke slowly. There are 23 vehicles parked in this area. Among them, 7 have drivers waiting in the front seat, yet you bypassed all of them and knocked on my car. He turned his head slightly, his gaze, capable of penetrating through all things in the world, fixing upon Zhang Meyer's delicate face. Put away your cheap tricks. Tell me, what do you truly want? Upon hearing these words, the grievance and innocence on Zhang Meyer's face vanished instantly. A faint, unnatural blush quickly crept across her fair cheeks. Nevertheless, Zhang Meyer had carved out her path among boundary-pushing influencers, demonstrating psychological resilience far beyond the ordinary. After only 2 or 3 seconds of astonishment, rather than fleeing in panic, she actually burst into laughter. Then she discarded her innocent facade, and her fox-like eyes revealed unapologetic seductiveness. Director Liu truly has sharp eyes. No wonder you command such a massive enterprise. Since you've seen through everything, I won't continue this charade. Rather than backing down, Jiang Meyer boldly gripped the door handle and pulled it open. I suppose with such a spacious car, Director Lu wouldn't mind if one more person joined you, correct? Lu Yuan didn't object. Instead, a hint of amusement flickered across his face. He found himself drawn to this straightforward nature that had shed its pretenses. Compared to women like Lin Weiwei who played moral games hunting prey, this transparent required far less effort to toy with. Seeing Lu Yuan's silent permission, Jiang Meyer's eyes shimmered, and she shifted her body, slightly deliberately positioning herself with her back to the car door. She extended her pale jade-like hand and carefully adjusted the already form-fitting burgundy velvet skirt, pulling it up along her thighs to avoid any wrinkles from the fabric bunching. Then she bent her upper body slightly, allowing her round voluptuous curves to enter the carriage first in a deliberately alluring pose. The velvet fabric stretched to its limit, traced a breathtaking perfect ratio between her waist and hips. Maintaining this posture, one that would inflame any man's blood, she slowly maneuvered herself into the vehicle. Only when her long legs and red-soled heels were fully inside did the door close, slowly shutting out the noise of the underground garage. Inside the carriage, an expensive rose-scented perfume rapidly filled the air. Jiang Meyer deliberately leaned toward Lu Yuan. Though the Maybach's rear seat was spacious enough to lie down, her plump thighs encased in the burgundy skirt maintained an ambiguous, almost touching distance from his suit-clad legs. Hello, Director Lu. Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Jiang Meyer. Jiang Meyer turned slightly, presenting her figure to Lu Yuan's periphery. My account on Douyin is called Mayor Henguai, and I currently have 680,000 followers. Among the partnered influencers at Tianhu Media, I'm considered somewhat well-known. She attempted to leverage her status as a million-follower influencer to gain some bargaining power before this young chairman worth billions. After all, based on her past experience, middle-aged businessmen with prominent bellies always flock to the title of female internet celebrity. However, Lu Yuan merely lifted his glass and took a casual sip, his gaze fixed calmly on the car's dashboard screen, without giving her so much as a second glance. 680,000 followers. Such a following might have been impressive for the former Lu Yuan, someone he couldn't have hoped to court. But now with his new abilities, even 1,000 times that number meant nothing to him. Watching Lu Yuan's perfectly composed profile undisturbed by any emotion, Jiang Meyer felt a sudden chill. She keenly realized that the accolades she'd once boasted about were merely a joke in front of someone like this top-tier wealthy heir. So you went through all this trouble to catch up with my car. Were you hoping to climb the ladder? Or did you want premium promotion resources from Tianhu Group? Or perhaps you're trying to have me use the group's influence to make you a top-tier influencer. Lu Yuan set down his wine glass, his tone carrying a hint of scrutiny. Naturally, who wouldn't hope for an opportunity to collaborate closely with a big shot like Chairman Lu? Just a small allocation of resources from your end would be enough to spare us minor content creators a decade of struggle. Jiang Meyer maintained her practiced sweet smile, attempting to conceal her true intentions behind what seemed like a reasonable business pretext. Don't speak to me of ambitions and dreams. Lu Yuan cut her off without hesitation, turning his head to fix her with an intense predatory gaze. You're not concerned about what long-term trajectory Tianhu Media might offer you. What truly matters to you is the financial returns that a man in this position can provide. With each lie stripped away mercilessly, Jiang Meyer found no need to maintain her cover anymore. She realized that any attempt at manipulation before this man would only result in her own humiliation. Instead, she allowed herself to fully relax, crossing her legs languidly and letting her provocative figure stretch out without restraint. Since Chairman Lu has been so direct, continuing to pretend would only make Mayor appear ungrateful. Jiang Meyer met his gaze openly. You're right, I'm materialistic. I dream of transcending my class. I love limited edition Hermes pieces, custom-made jewelry, riding in multi-million yuan luxury cars, and especially staying in presidential suites that cost tens of thousands per night. I come from an ordinary background with no distinguished family. My greatest asset in this life is that I'm young enough, beautiful enough, and I know precisely how to please men. Jiang Meyer leaned slightly forward, her startlingly fair skin nearly brushing against Lu Yuan's arm, her voice dripping with seduction. Chairman Lu, you're successful and young. You surely appreciate beautiful women. You desire my youth and beauty for the ultimate pleasure it brings you. I desire your wealth and generosity to satisfy every material want. We each get what we want at clearly stated prices. It's a fair arrangement where neither side loses out, isn't it? Hearing this textbook declaration of materialism, Lu Yuan smiled. That's exactly right. This is the kind of life among the wealthy that I envisioned. Excellent. I prefer dealing with intelligent people. Lu Yuan openly appraised Jiang Meyer's figure, which could only be described as a masterpiece. Since we're being upfront about this, let me establish the rules clearly. First, there will be no girlfriend title or public romantic relationship. To the outside world, you'll be just one of many companions or temporary escorts. Second, regarding Tianhu Media's business resources, follow the proper procedures. Don't expect to wield influence within the company simply because of our arrangement. Third, and most importantly, my interest in you is limited to your physical presence and the emotional comfort you provide. As long as you're compliant and cause no trouble, bags, clothes, and allowance are all negotiable. But this is merely a transaction that can be terminated at any time. The moment I lose interest, you take your money and disappear immediately. Do you understand? Upon hearing these harsh yet impersonal terms, Jiang Meyer didn't feel humiliated at all. In fact, she smiled brightly. No emotional entanglements, just money. This suited her perfectly. Having navigated the influencer industry, she feared most those men who offered small amounts of money while making demands and attempting to control her life. A top-tier sugar daddy like Lu Yuan, where both parties receive their due without interference, was practically impossible to find. Meyer understands completely and will strictly follow your rules. Jiang Meyer traced her vivid red lips with her tongue, her eyes burning with intensity as she asked directly what mattered most to her. Then Chairman Lu. Exactly how much are you willing to spend on me? Lu Yuan chuckled softly, studying her ambitious expression as he replied, that depends entirely on how much you're worth. At these words, Jiang Meyer glanced out the window. As a professional materialist, since her benefactor had given the word, she naturally seized the opportunity to test just how generous this new patron could be while also demonstrating her own professional expertise. Chairman Lu, it's still quite early, shall we start with coffee at Yunhai International? Jiang Meyer suggested coquettishly, her fingers tracing circles on Lu Yuan's suit cuff as she added, let me show you how charming it would be to take me shopping. You'll be the envy of everyone. Lu Yuan had intended to head straight back to his Yunding No. 1 villa, but before he could refuse, a soft vibration came from his private phone beside him. The screen illuminated with a WeChat message from Lin Weiwei. Lu Yuan, I left the company earlier. I'm currently at the coffee shop on the first floor of Yunhai International Mall. Could we meet? There were really so many misunderstandings between us before. I want to explain everything face to face. Actually, I've always cared about you. Reading this message dripping with manipulation, Lu Yuan felt only disgust. Where had she been all this time? When he was grinding himself to the bone for her, he couldn't even send a message without overthinking it. Now that he's transformed into a chairman worth billions, she suddenly remembers she cares. This belated affection was even more nauseating than leftover food from a garbage dump. Lu Yuan silenced his phone. He turned his head, an amused expression on his face as he looked at the eager Jiang Meyer beside him. There's no need for coffee. He tapped the partitions separating the front and rear seats, instructing the driver, make a turn at the next intersection. Head to Yunhai International Mall. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Jiang Meyer's suddenly brightened gaze, and a playful smile crossed his face. Didn't you just ask how much I'm willing to spend? Do you know how to pick things out? Hearing those words, Jiang Meyer barely contained her excitement. She naturally slipped her arm through Lu Yuan's, pressing her full figure against his side with an utterly enchanting smile. Rest assured, Chairman Lu. Spending my own money, I'm rather mediocre. Jiang Meyer leaned close to Lu Yuan's ear, her breath warm and fragrant. But when it comes to spending a man's money, Meyer is quite professional. At this candid declaration, Lu Yuan chuckled softly and casually pressed a button on the center console armrest. A low hum echoed as the soundproof partition between the front and rear seats of the Maybach slowly rose, transforming the back cabin into an intimately secluded space. Within the cabin, the lighting grew progressively dimmer and more alluring. Watching the partition rise, Jiang Meyer's smile deepened with satisfaction. She understood well that as a proper canary, she needed to demonstrate her irreplaceable value before receiving her generous reward. With no trace of hesitation or restraint, she gazed up at Lu Yuan through those large, lustrous, fox-like eyes, as though he were her sole deity. Then with natural ease, she released her grip on Lu Yuan's arm and slowly slid down along the edge of the leather seat. Her burgundy slip dress shifted slightly with her movement, revealing glimpses of radiant fair skin in the dim light. Since Chairman Lu is being so generous, Jiang Meyer reached out, her fingers gently resting on the metal belt buckle of his tailored trousers. With a soft click, Jiang Meyer's cascading wavy hair fell like silk around her. She lowered her proud head with practiced sensuality, her crimson lips parting as a husky whisper escaped. Then before we reach the mall, let Meyer first inspect the goods for you, Chairman Lu. Jiangqing Yunhai International Mall. As the city's most top-tier luxury consumer landmark, it brought together nearly every leading super brand in the world. Therefore, those who walked on its marble floors were either rich or noble. At that moment, the pure black bulletproof Maybach Pullman, bearing a license plate with consecutive identical digits, slowly pulled into the exclusive VIP drop-off zone at the main entrance, escorted by a convoy of Mercedes-Benz G-Class SUVs. In the rear compartment, Jiang Meyer sat on the other side of the leather seat. She pulled out 2 wet wipes and carefully wiped the corners of her mouth, then swiftly took out a compact mirror and lipstick from her entry-level Chanel handbag. In just over 10 seconds, she skillfully repaired the slightly smudged lip makeup until it was flawless. Then she reached down and tugged the wine-red velvet slip dress lower, smoothing out the wrinkles caused by the earlier, vigorous activity, and finally swept her cascading wavy long hair behind her ears. When she finished all this and raised her head again, her face had already resumed that alluring and polished influencer image. Except for the trace of lingering passion in the corners of her eyes and her slightly soft legs, no one could have guessed what amorous splendor had taken place in that luxurious rear cabin during the short car ride of just over 10 minutes. Jiang Meier was an extremely clever woman. She was well aware that her proactive inspection in the car just now was merely testing the waters, a way to make the young chairman with tens of billions in assets form an initial favorable impression of her. But that was far from enough. What truly determined how much oil she could squeeze out of this man today and how many benefits she could obtain was her performance in the next moments. If she only behaved like an emotionally unintelligent tool for venting lust, then she would be at most a cheap fast food plaything worth a few tens of thousands of yuan. What she needed to display was the value of companionship, the emotional value that could make her sugar daddy feel pleasure and dignity. Click. The car door was respectfully pulled open by a bodyguard who had been waiting outside. Lu Yuan stepped out first, then glanced at the resplendent mall. Jiang Meier followed closely behind. Suppressing the faint soreness in her knees, she stepped out of the car with a swaying gait. The instant her feet touched the ground, she intimately hooked her arm around Lu Yuan's, pressing her proud ample bosom against his suit, subtly as if by accident. Lu Yuan neither refused nor pulled his arm away. This silent approval immediately filled Jiang Meier's heart with ecstasy. She knew that from this moment, at least for today, she was the exclusive female companion of the new chairman of Tianhu Media. Chairman Lu. Hello. I am Wang Lei, the general manager of Yunhai International. I received a call from President Su of the Tianhu Group saying you would come to inspect and shop. I've already brought the mall's top-tier VIP service team and have been waiting here for a long time. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie, followed by 7 or 8 good-looking senior sales associates, came up with a face full of smiles, bowing almost parallel to the ground. In this mall, those who could get the general manager to personally lead a welcome team could be counted on one hand. Not to mention that Manager Wang had just witnessed the exaggerated escort fleet and that license plate symbolizing absolute wealth and power with his own eyes. Customers coming in and out of the mall saw such fanfare and stopped to watch. Who was that young man? Such a grand display. Even Manager Wang is tagging along like a grandson. I don't know. Maybe he's a top-tier rich second generation from Yanjing. Look at that vibe. Amazing. The woman next to him looks really familiar. She's so seductive and her figure is simply stunning. Could she be a celebrity who's just been promoted to fame? Listening to those envious or jealous whispers around her, Jiang Meier's vanity was immensely satisfied. The strength with which she held Lu Yuan's arm unconsciously tightened, and her chin lifted slightly, just like a noble swan patrolling its own territory. This feeling of being the center of attention, looked up to by countless people, was even more intoxicating to her than that kind of thing. And all of it was bestowed by the man beside her. Lead the way. Lu Yuan's natural air of upper-level authority caused cold sweat to break out on General Manager Wang Lei's forehead. Yes. Chairman Lu, please, this way. We've cleared the top-floor VIP private custom area for you, and all the season's new arrivals and limited editions are ready for you. Under Wang Lei's personal guidance, Lu Yuan and Jiang Meier took a dedicated panoramic elevator directly to the top floor. In the spacious and luxurious VIP lounge, huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the prosperity of the entire Jiangxing. The floor was covered with a hand-knotted Persian carpet, and the air was filled with the fragrance of custom-made perfume. Several senior sales associates stood respectfully at the side, pushing rows of mobile racks full of top-tier garments. Chairman Lu, what would you like to take a look at? Wang Lei asked cautiously. Lu Yuan glanced at the dazzling array of clothes and truly felt a headache. Although his pockets had suddenly bulged, he himself still hadn't caught up with the speed of his wallet. The several haute couture suits William had sent over yesterday fit well, but they were prepared in a hurry. He was currently lacking a daily wardrobe that matched his status. Help me pick a few outfits to change into. Lu Yuan turned to Jiang Meier. Hearing this, Jiang Meier's eyes brightened. She knew her chance to display her value had come. She sensibly put down the bag in her hand and took the initiative to become Lu Yuan's personal styling consultant. Chairman Lu, what style do you usually like? More businesslike or more casual? Jiang Meier walked to the rows of wardrobes and, relying on the viciously sharp eye she had developed over years in the influencer circle, began expertly picking from those top-tier garments that frequently cost 6 figures. Whatever. Lu Yuan leaned back on the leather sofa, accepted the black coffee handed over by a sales associate, and watched her busy back with great interest. Then I'll decide on my own. If I don't pick something to your liking, you're not allowed to be angry with me. Jiang Meier said coquettishly, then displayed her aesthetic taste. She knew well that for a man of Lu Yuan's level, the thing he would despise most was the garish, big logo dress of a nouveau riche. She moved through the customization sections of major brands, quickly sweeping past item after item. This Brioni dark gray pinstripe suit has excellent cutting and is most suitable for your formal board meetings. This Tom Ford black formal suit, with its peak lapel design, can hold its own in any setting, perfect for private dinners. These Loro Piana Baby Vicuna casual suits have the best texture and are the most comfortable for home or travel. In just over 10 minutes, Jiang Meier efficiently put together 3 top-tier haute couture suits, 5 daily casual outfits with impeccable texture, and 1 private banquet suit. Even the matching Vacheron Constantin dress, watch, Patek Philippe sports watch, Berluti handcrafted leather shoes, Hermes belt, and several woody perfumes and cufflink accessories for different occasions were all matched perfectly, without a single flaw. She was indeed using concrete actions to prove that besides having a body that could bewitch and corrode one's soul, she could also provide extremely strong emotional value and companionship value. Chairman Lu, would you like to try this dark gray suit? I think with your aura, wearing this will definitely charm everyone to death. Jiang Meier held that custom suit worth over $1 million, looking at Lu Yuan with full expectation in her eyes. Lu Yuan put down his coffee cup, stood up, and walked into the luxurious fitting room. A few minutes later, when the fitting room door opened again, in the lounge everyone, including General Manager Wang Lei and those few senior sales associates who had seen much, held their breath at this moment. Too perfect. That dark gray haute couture suit seemed customized for Lu Yuan. After the rebirth-like transformation of the primary marrow cleansing pill, Lu Yuan's physique presented an explosive inverted triangle streamlined shape, and the perfect shoulder-to-waist ratio made the suit's tailoring look upright and elegant. And that domineering aura of looking down on the world from within after fusing with the Nine Nether Demon Emperor's state of mind gave this originally lifeless piece of clothing a soul that people dared not look at directly. Jiang Meier stood stunned in place, looking at the man before her, and actually fell into a rare moment of absent-mindedness. She had seen countless rich bosses, but they were either pot-bellied, greasy, or second-generation rich kids with pompous temperaments who relied on the influence of their fathers. But Lu Yuan was not only young, his calm demeanor that seemed capable of controlling everything in the world was even more lethal than a top male model with 10 layers of filters in a short video. Gulp. Jiang Meier swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling her heart pounding uncontrollably. She had originally come only for money, only to trade her body for wealth that would transcend her class. But at this moment, for the first time, she truly felt from the bottom of her heart that being able to follow a man as godlike as this, even if she took no money at all, she definitely wouldn't be at a loss. Moreover, that place was also. What are you standing there in a daze for? Come here and help me tie my tie. Lu Yuan looked at the dazed Jiang Meier and broke the silence. Oh, okay, right away. Jiang Meier suddenly woke from her reverie, her cheeks slightly flushed, and quickly walked up to Lu Yuan. She slightly stood on her tiptoes and deftly adjusted the collar of Lu Yuan's shirt, tying the dark-colored silk tie into a perfect Windsor knot. The two were extremely close, and Jiang Meier could even feel Lu Yuan's breath. In her bewitching fox-like eyes, worship and infatuation flowed without any concealment. Just at the moment when this picture could be called perfect, a faint sound of dispute suddenly came from outside the heavy frosted glass door of the VIP lounge. I'm sorry, madam, this is a private reserved area. You cannot enter. Move aside. I'm an old friend of Chairman Lu of Tianhu Media. He asked me to come find him. If something goes wrong, can you bear the responsibility? Accompanied by a hysterical female voice, the door of the lounge was forcibly pushed open from the outside, leaving a crack. Lin Weiwei, stepping on high heels, still clutching the basic bag that was still being paid in installments, burst in with her chest heaving violently. She had just seen with her own eyes in the coffee shop downstairs that Lu Yuan had entered the mall with that hot-bodied woman. She was unwilling to accept it. She absolutely refused to believe that the man who had been compliant to her every wish for the past 3 years would abandon her so heartlessly. She stubbornly believed that everything Lu Yuan was doing now, including bringing this woman to shop today, was just to deliberately anger her, to retaliate against her past coldness. As long as she was willing to bow her head and take the initiative to come and explain things clearly, Lu Yuan would eventually be unable to bear to let go of those 3 years of feelings. However, when she burst into the lounge breathless, what came into view was the intimate scene of Jiang Meier standing on tiptoe, her body almost pressed against Lu Yuan's chest with tenderness in her eyes as she straightened his tie. Surrounding Lu Yuan were rows of respectful senior sales associates, and beside them hung top-grade custom men's clothing that ordinary people couldn't buy even one piece of if they worked their entire lives. This scene stabbed at Lin Weiwei's eyes. She recognized that woman at a glance. Although she usually considered herself a white-collar urban elite, and looked down on those internet streamers who showed themselves on camera, she had also seen Jiang Meier's videos a few times. Wasn't that woman just a minor internet celebrity who showed off her body and twerked ambiguously in front of the camera? What was so great about her? The panic in Lin Weiwei's heart because of Lu Yuan's change of heart was immediately replaced by a distorted sense of superiority. She quickly regained her self-righteous confidence. In her opinion, Lu Yuan finding a suggestive internet star who could be bought for bed was obviously just to provoke her. How could a woman bought with money ever match her 3-year status as the white moonlight in his heart? Lin Weiwei took a deep breath, composed herself, then adopted a familiar tone laced with mild reproach as she walked directly toward Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, you made me search for you so long. Why didn't you let me know you were running late? I've been waiting in the coffee shop downstairs for ages. Lin Weiwei forced a radiant smile, attempting to project an unspoken understanding between herself and Lu Yuan, while simultaneously casting a scornful glance from the corner of her eye at Jiang Meier, who was adjusting Lu Yuan's tie. That look seemed to say the principal wife has arrived. You paid actress can scram. At those senseless words, Jiang Meier's hand adjusting the tie faltered slightly. She turned her head and sized up Lin Weiwei with a look one might reserve for the intellectually disabled. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan didn't so much as lift an eyelid. He let Jiang Meier smooth out the last crease of the tie, then turned around and regarded Lin Weiwei as though she were a pile of garbage. When did I ever promise to meet you? His casual remark sent Lin Weiwei's smile vanishing instantly, as though a bucket of ice water had been dumped over her from head to toe. Lu Yuan, do you really have to speak to me like this? Lin Weiwei's eyes stung with tears. Deciding to dredge up every old grievance in front of this kept woman, she hoped to stir something in Lu Yuan's memory. I know you're wealthy now, a chairman. You're still upset about yesterday. But can you really forget the 3 years we spent building something together? Her voice cracking, Lin Weiwei launched into a fervent recitation of grievances. Do you remember how you'd line up every morning at 6 a.m. at that old shop in West City to buy me soup dumplings? Do you forget those 3 nights you pulled all-nighters helping me finish a proposal, collapsing asleep at your desk? And when the rain poured down, you took off your jacket to shield me while you got completely soaked walking me home. You once told me yourself that no matter how long it took, you'd always wait for me, that you'd be good to me for life. You chased me for 3 whole years. With all that money you have now, you just pretend none of it ever happened. She clung to these memories as proof that Lu Yuan still loved her deeply, that he could never simply let her go. But instead of jealousy, Jiang Meier barely contained a laugh at Lin Weiwei's tearful recitation of old grievances. What's so funny? Lin Weiwei glared at her, humiliation curdling into rage. Jiang Meier released Lu Yuan's arm, crossed her legs, and stepped forward in her heels. She took in Lin Weiwei's cheap designer suit, under 2,000 yuan total, and opened fire without mercy. I'm laughing because you're an absolute idiot, darling. Jiang Meier's gaze dripped with both pity and mockery. He pursued you for 3 years. Buying you breakfast every day, pulling all-nighters on your projects, driving you around like a free chauffeur in the rain. So tell me, after everything he gave, what did you ever give him back? Did you even hold his hand, kiss him, fulfill a single day's duty as his girlfriend? Each question landed like a knife, twisting in Lin Weiwei's chest. You took everything he offered for 3 years without giving back anything, comfortably enjoying his support while dismissing him as poor, never committing, keeping him on hold. Now that he's rich and a chairman, you suddenly appear with tears about feelings. Sister, I could hear your calculations from Mars. Jiang Meier sneered. You're more materialistic than I am. You want his money while pretending to be virtuous. A contradiction even I, who openly price myself, find shameful. Humiliated by a woman she'd always looked down upon, Lin Weiwei's face cycled through shades of green and white before collapsing entirely. You shameless woman. Pointing at Jiang Meier, Lin Weiwei screamed through her fury. What do you think you are? You're only near Lu Yuan for his money. Can you deny being a gold digger? Faced with this hysterical accusation, Jiang Meier showed no panic. She simply nodded with graceful composure. Yes, I do love money. Jiang Meier laughed openly, deliberately accentuating her figure. He appreciates my body, I appreciate his generosity. We're honest about what we offer each other. What does this have to do with you, sister? You. Lin Weiwei fell silent, desperately turning to Lu Yuan for rescue. But Lu Yuan ignored her, completely stepping past toward the women's luxury display. Seeing her opening, Jiang Meier followed like a cat seeking prey, slipping her arm through Lu Yuan's with practiced ease. Despite her verbal victory and materialistic nature, Jiang Meier displayed remarkable restraint once the actual spending began. She understood that having just established this connection, appearing desperate would spoil the impression and make him regret the investment. She knew the wisdom of playing the long game. Moving through the Hermès bags and haute couture jewelry, she selected only a Chanel dress, 80,000 yuan, and approached Lu Yuan. President Lu, this dress flatters the waist. Do you think it suits me? If you like it, I'll take only this piece today, please. Jiang Meier tilted her face upward, her gaze balancing innocence with measured calculation. Lu Yuan saw through her scheme immediately. He retrieved a black centurion card from his inner pocket, a symbol of unlimited credit, and tossed it onto the glass side table with a sharp click. 2 million, Lu Yuan stated with commanding authority, hands in his pockets. That's your spending limit for today. If you don't spend it all today, you're not leaving. The VIP lounge fell utterly silent. 2 million. And she couldn't leave until it was spent. The high-end sales associates accustomed to massive expenditures stared in disbelief, their breathing quickening. Jiang Meier froze as though struck by lightning. Once she realized Lu Yuan wasn't testing her, ecstasy flooded her face. President Lu, is this really? Her voice trembled. You have 30 minutes, Lu Yuan checked his watch. Thank you, President Lu. She nearly leaped with excitement, discarding the 80,000 yuan dress and pouncing on the finest luxuries like a starved wolf. All notions of propriety and restraint evaporated before 2 million in real currency. Wrap that Hermès Himalaya Birkin for me. And that Kellyan crocodile skin too. Alter the sizing on these 4 silk evening gowns. Those red-soled heels, that Bulgari diamond necklace, the latest Van Cleef Arpels women's watch. Jiang Meier shopped frantically, yet strategically. Each selection brought to Lu Yuan first rather than rushing to check out. She held dresses against her figure, draped necklaces against her collarbone, even changed into the 10-centimeter stilettos right there and twirled before him. President Lu, does this plunging neckline paired with the necklace offend your eyes? Do you like these shoes? She understood clearly. He wasn't buying the items, but the thrill of visual pleasure and control. Every piece she chose reflected not her own taste, but the subtle preferences she'd noticed in him during their car ride. Watching Jiang Meier's desperate attempts to please, as if packaging herself as a gift, Lu Yuan leaned back on the sofa, nodding occasionally with the amused detachment of a man entertaining a pet. Meanwhile, Lin Weiwei stood nearby, completely shattered. Clutching the entry-level bag she was still paying off in 12 installments, she bit down hard enough to crack her teeth. She remembered the man who had once hesitated for days over spending $30,000 on a handbag for himself. Yet now he'd handed over $2 million in 30 minutes to a woman he'd known less than a day. Raw jealousy and humiliation shattered Lin Weiwei's composure. Lu Yuan, how dare you? She screamed, lunging forward. You swore you loved me. Couldn't even buy me a designer bag willingly. Now you throw millions at a prostitute just to spite me. Are you insane? At this hysterical accusation, Lu Yuan finally turned and looked directly at her, that gaze colder than a tomb. To anger you. Lin Weiwei, you flatter yourself. Lu Yuan rose and approached her slowly, his tone laced with open mockery. The old me survived on a few thousand yuan a month. I rode the bus, ate instant noodles, and converted every saved dollar into your breakfast, your clothes, your vanity purchases. I gave you everything I had, and you took it for granted, mocking my poverty behind my back, complaining I never gave enough. Lu Yuan gestured toward Jiang Meier, who was browsing clothes nearby. She wants my money, but she's been honest about it from the start. More importantly, she knows exactly how to make me satisfied with what she takes. As he spoke, Lu Yuan bent slightly to look at Lin Weiwei's face, contorted by humiliation, every word cutting deep. She's materialistic, I'm physical. We're both upfront about what we want. None of us owes anything. And you used me as a free ATM and servant for 3 years, never once offering a genuine smile. What makes you think a hypocritical green tea like you is superior to her? These words tore away Lin Weiwei's last shred of dignity. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the floor, her face drained of color, unable to form a single rebuttal. Lu Yuan wouldn't even spare her another glance, turning instead to General Manager Wang Lei. I don't want to see this disgusting trash in my sight again. Wang Lei shuddered and immediately signaled 2 guards. What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear President Lu? Remove this madwoman from the VIP area. She's banned from Cloud Sea International for life. Despite Lin Weiwei's desperate struggling and shrieking, the guards dragged her out of the VIP lounge roughly, like disposing of garbage. Finally, peace. Half an hour later, the frenzied shopping spree came to an end. 3 limited edition bags, over a dozen high-end outfits, and a collection of expensive jewelry and watches filled 2 business luxury vehicles dispatched by the mall to capacity. Jiang Meier glowed with satisfaction, every feature radiating the allure of wealth. Stepping into her new red-soled heels, she pressed herself against Lu Yuan's side. Rising slightly on her toes, she whispered into Lu Yuan's ear with a voice so seductive it seemed to drip, President Lu, I'll shamelessly accept all these gifts today. You've spent so much on me today, made me the center of attention. Jiang Meier's finger traced lightly across Lu Yuan's chest, her gaze heavy with implication. Surely you'll give me a chance to properly thank you. Lu Yuan watched her desperate attempt to melt into water, a faint smile touching his eyes. He turned toward the driver, who stood respectfully holding open the car door, and spoke quietly. Take us to the Yuan Palace Hotel. Jiangqing Yungang Hotel. As the city's only ultra 5-star luxury hotel that receives dignitaries from around the world and top tycoons all year round, the name Yungang itself was an insurmountable threshold of class. When the motorcade of pure black Maybachs slowly entered the hotel's private underground VIP passage, the general manager, along with 2 rows of senior attendants in tuxedos, was already waiting deferentially in front of the private elevator. Chairman Lu, the penthouse presidential suite has been kept reserved for you, thoroughly cleaned and aromatically arranged. The general manager bent low and personally pressed the elevator button for the top floor for Lu Yuan. Jiang Meier obediently took Lu Yuan's arm and followed him into that private elevator so spacious it even boasted a crystal chandelier. As the elevator rose smoothly, her seductive eyes, lined with delicate eyeliner, secretly darted with calculation. She was a shrewd woman who had clawed her way through the world of pleasure, extremely keen-witted. She noticed the detail: Lu Yuan was not taking her back to his home, he had come straight to a hotel. She instantly read the subtext. It meant that although she had successfully piqued the young patron's interest tonight, her current status only qualified her to be a temporary companion at the hotel. However, Jiang Meier felt not the slightest disappointment, and on the contrary, she found it only natural. She wasn't greedy for that elusive official wife position. After all, the luxury goods stuffed into those 2 courtesy cars behind were proof enough of Lu Yuan's astonishing generosity. As long as the money was right, what did it matter where she stayed? The elevator doors opened, revealing a presidential suite, so outrageously spacious it seemed almost obscene. The butler and attendants neatly arranged the luxury shopping bags of all sizes in the living room, then quickly withdrew, gently closing the double wooden doors. Inside the suite, only Lu Yuan and Jiang Meier remained. "Chairman Lu, please have a seat." Jiang Meier slipped off her high heels and stepped barefoot onto the soft wool carpet with her fair, delicate jade-like feet. She walked over to the wine cabinet, opened a bottle of red wine, poured a glass, and handed it to Lu Yuan. Then, glancing at the designer boxes strewn across the floor, a bewitching glint flickered in her eyes. "Chairman Lu, I bought so many clothes today, but you haven't really looked at them yet. How about I try them on one by one for you?" Lu Yuan took the wine glass and leaned back comfortably on the leather sofa. "Go ahead." With his approval, Jiang Meier immediately set to work. She turned the luxurious suite into her private catwalk, unleashing the devastating allure of her stunning figure without reservation. The first outfit was a champagne-colored silk bodycon dress. The ice silk fabric slid along her voluptuous curves, clinging to her slender handspan, waist like a second skin. She turned slowly before Lu Yuan, her astonishing waist-to-hip ratio fully revealed under the soft lighting. With every movement, the silky fabric whispered against her skin, exuding an ultimate mature charm. For the second outfit, she changed directly into a black lace mini dress with large sheer panels. Jiang Meier deliberately strutted in a blazing catwalk, stride, her long fair legs crossing and swaying against the black lace. As she reached Lu Yuan, she leaned forward, slightly bracing her hands on the sofa edge beside his thighs. That deep snow-white cleavage, half hidden by black lace, seemed about to spill out, almost brushing against Lu Yuan's nose. "Chairman Lu, do you like this one?" Jiang Meier deliberately lowered her voice, her seductive eyes gazing into Lu Yuan's with a silky, tantalizing look. Lu Yuan watched her seductive demeanor, then set down his goblet and hooked a black lace strap at her chest. "The dress is nice, but do you think this alone makes the 2 million well spent?" At his words, Jiang Meier boldly straddled Lu Yuan's lap, following the line of his arm. She wrapped her fair arms around his neck and pressed her proud, full bosom against his solid chest. "Chairman Lu's standards are really high, but Meier just loves this generous and domineering side of you." Jiang Meier leaned close to Lu Yuan's ear, her warm breath redolent of red wine and rose perfume spilling into the man's neck. "If Chairman Lu is willing to give Meier a little more allowance as a reward, I promise you'll feel tonight is worth every penny." Looking at this money grubber who never forgot to ask for money, even in bed, Lu Yuan chuckled. Then he casually picked up the phone tossed on the sofa and tapped it a few times with one hand. Ding! The screen of Jiang Meier's phone on the side suddenly lit up. A bank credit alert popped up. "Clearly your account received RMB 500,000. 500,000. Catching that string of digits from the corner of her eye, Jiang Meier's cheeks flushed even deeper. The stimulation of money was the world's most potent aphrodisiac. She lowered her head, directly pressing her red cherry-like lips passionately onto Lu Yuan's mouth. "Chairman Lu, you're so good." A blurred murmur spilled from between their lips. A dark flame ignited in Lu Yuan's eyes. He no longer restrained himself. His large hand slid slowly down Jiang Meier's smooth back, finally pausing at that breathtaking curve, and squeezed hard. Jiang Meier let out a sweet, coquettish cry, her whole body melting like a pool of spring water in Lu Yuan's arms. That black lace mini dress, already pitifully scant, slipped most of the way off her fair, smooth shoulder under Lu Yuan's movements, soon losing any covering function. The high heels, too, had long since been kicked into a corner of the carpet, no one knew when. Lu Yuan scooped up her fiery body by the waist and strode toward the bedroom at the deepest part of the suite. With a bang, the bedroom door was kicked open and slammed shut heavily. On the wide, soft bed, scattered garments and unrestrained moans intertwined together, composing a revelry of money and desire. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, falling across the wide, messy bed. Jiang Meier, wearing a loose robe, sat languidly on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. Her seductive eyes still carried the moist afterglow of last night's frenzy. Just then, a message from Tianhu Media's internal influencer notification group caught her attention. The group was about to launch a high-end beauty campaign in collaboration with a top international luxury brand and was screening suitable endorsement influencers across the entire internet. If she landed this project, she would not only receive a sky-high endorsement fee, but also leap directly across class lines. Seeing those tempting terms, Jiang Meier's thoughts immediately began to churn. She turned her head and watched Lu Yuan emerge from the bathroom in a tailored shirt. She felt that after serving him so diligently last night, this was the most amenable moment for a man. "Chairman Lu," Jiang Meier walked over with a glass of warm water, gently straightening Lu Yuan's collar as she probed in a coquettish tone. "I just saw that new beauty project from the group. You see, could Meier give it a try? With just one word from you, those in charge would surely..." "No." Before Jiang Meier could finish, Lu Yuan cut her off mercilessly. He took the glass, his face betraying neither pleasure nor anger. The romance of last night seemed never to have happened. After the rejection, a flicker of disappointment passed through Jiang Meier's eyes. But she was a pragmatic woman. She quickly composed herself and forced a knowing smile. Meier understands. Jiang Meier took half a step back, re-establishing distance. I was too greedy. Chairman Liu, don't be angry with me. I'll never make such presumptuous requests again. At the same time, she also understood Liu Yuan's bottom line. This young chairman had absolutely perfected the art of ruthless detachment once the heat of passion had faded. Still having a patron like this was already good enough. A short while later, Liu Yuan, fully dressed, prepared to leave. He instructed the bodyguards outside to arrange a driver to take Jiang Meier back to her apartment, then casually tossed a black card with the gold-embossed Yunggong logo onto the coffee table. This is the permanent membership card for this suite. If you need to see me in the future, come here directly. With that, Liu Yuan walked straight out of the room. Jiang Meier picked up that membership card representing supreme privilege, and a smug smile curled at the corners of her mouth once more. Before leaving the hotel, as she looked at the luxury shopping bags of all sizes scattered across the floor, her vanity stirred again. She picked up her phone and found a perfect angle. Click. A beautifully composed photo was captured. The background of the photo was Yunggong Hotel's signature luxurious carpet, and the foreground was piled with Hermes orange boxes and Chanel shopping bags. Before posting it to her moments, she added another photo. That one deliberately with calculated cunning revealed a haute couture suit jacket Liu Yuan had taken off last night, along with that priceless limited edition Patek Philippe wristwatch. Jiang Meier opened WeChat Moments and added a caption. The boss said I performed very well last night, so there's a reward. She clicked send. Xingyuan Advertising Company. The entire office area had already descended into utter chaos. Because of what had happened at the Tianhu Media headquarters yesterday, the legal department of the Tianhu Group had officially sent a formal notice unilaterally canceling the 100 million yuan promotion contract and initiating infringement litigation and commercial fraud accountability procedures. This thunderbolt blow completely shattered the already strained capital chain of Xingyuan Advertising. From inside the general manager's office, sounds of objects crashing to the floor continuously rang out. It's all because of you two idiots. Now the Tianhu Group is going to crush us completely. Just wait for the court summons. Boss Xiaoming Yuan, his eyes bloodshot, unhesitatingly shifted all responsibility for the plagiarism and budget fraud onto Zhang Hao and Lin Weiwei to save himself. Zhang Hao could barely protect himself, his face pale as paper. When he learned that Lin Weiwei had gone behind his back last night, privately sending a WeChat message to Liu Yuan to beg for mercy, and even offer herself, he flew into a rage. He rushed out of the office, pointed at Lin Weiwei's nose, and hurled a torrent of insults, pouring out all kinds of vile words in public. Lin Weiwei sat numbly at her desk, her eyes red and swollen. And just moments ago, through her best friend's Moments feed, she had seen the photo Jiang Meier had posted. In the photo, the expensive carpet of the Yunggong Hotel, the floor strewn with Hermes and Chanel shopping bags, and in the corner, that familiar haute couture suit jacket and a Patek Philippe watch. At that moment, an indescribable jealousy and humiliation swept through her entire body like a poisonous fire. She finally understood what that man who once dared not even touch her, and that risque online celebrity, had done in the luxurious presidential suite last night. Looking at the company in shambles, and Zhang Hao, whose face was repulsive to her, Lin Weiwei finally faced reality. Zhao Mingyuan was ready to make her the scapegoat. Zhang Hao couldn't protect her at all, and Xingyuan Advertising was about to go bankrupt. And Liu Yuan, the man she had once looked down upon the most, and who had served as her free labor for 3 years, was now the only person who could pull her out of this quagmire. No, I can't be destroyed like this. Liu Yuan must still love me, he's just angry at me. As if grasping at the last lifeline, Lin Weiwei suddenly stood up, grabbed her handbag from the desk, and stumbled out of the company. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Tianhu Media Group in the top floor chairman's office, sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Liu Yuan sat upright behind the spacious rosewood desk, reviewing the internal audit report submitted by Su Wanqing. Chairman Liu, after these 24 hours of nonstop thorough investigation, the hidden dangers within the group are even more serious than expected. Su Wanqing, breaking her usual icy composure, spoke with a note of gravity and reverence. Besides some executives drawing salaries without work and inflated advertising budgets, the livestream guild side is suffering from severe bot traffic manipulation. There are also several protégés placed by directors who tampered with artist contracts and exploited the company's projects for personal gain. This pan-entertainment empire, valued at 30 billion yuan, was glamorous on the surface, yet inside many parasites had already taken root. Liu Yuan tossed the report carelessly onto the desk, his gaze as cold and sharp as a blade. Draft a cleanup list. Liu Yuan's tone carried an unquestionable decisiveness. Those who bite the hand that feeds them. Fire those who should be fired, and directly hand over those who should be sent in to the Economic Crime Investigation Department. Since Tianhu Media has come into my hands, I won't keep these blood-sucking scum. Understood, I'll do it right away. Su Wanqing felt a chill in her heart. She had originally thought this young chairman only knew how to squander money and dally among the flowers, but she never expected him to be so decisive and ruthless in business decisions. His desire for control over power far exceeded that of ordinary people, and he was by no means comparable to a pleasure-seeking dandy. After reporting the official matters, Su Wanqing hesitated slightly, then handed over another roster. Chairman Liu, the artist department, has submitted the preliminary screening list of influencers for the latest high-end beauty project. Zhang Meyer also submitted an application, but her fan engagement and commercial conversion data fell far short of the standard for first-tier endorsements, so she had already been eliminated by the team through the normal process. Su Wanqing, seemingly aware that Lu Yuan had taken Zhang Meyer to the Yungong Hotel last night, deliberately asked another question. Do you think? Should we give her special treatment and add her name to the list? Lu Yuan took a sip of coffee and shook his head. No need. I've already given her the money she deserves. He set down the coffee cup. Kinhu Group is my business, not a toy for me to amuse women with. Rules are rules. Those who don't measure up get cut. Okay, I understand. Hearing this, Su Wanqing's opinion of Lu Yuan was elevated to a new level. Although this Chairman Liu was casual in his lifestyle, his business principles were exceptionally clear, and he would never let beauty cloud his judgment. A few minutes later, Lu Yuan's personal phone lit up. It was a WeChat message from Zhang Meyer. Chairman Liu, I've received the notification that I wasn't selected for the project. It's because my abilities aren't enough. I'll find ways to improve my data. If you're free tonight, remember to come find me. Looking at the message, Lu Yuan smiled with satisfaction. This woman neither threw hysterical tantrums nor acted clingy and unreasonable just because she had slept with him. She was simply the epitome of a gold digger. At dusk, the Jiangxing CBD was bathed in brilliant sunset clouds. After a full day of meetings, Lu Yuan walked into the underground VIP parking lot surrounded by a group of black-suited bodyguards. As soon as he opened the car door, the familiar scent of rose perfume hit him. Zhang Meyer had somehow already been sitting in the car. She had evidently dressed up carefully today, wearing the tight-fitting dress Lu Yuan had bought her at the mall yesterday, a valuable new Van Cleef Arpels watch on her wrist, and a pair of coquettish eyes shimmering with allure. Because she hadn't obtained the endorsement for the beauty project, she knew she had to make up for it in other ways, so she had come to the group's garage early to wait, thereby demonstrating her thoughtfulness. Lu Yuan got into the car and showed no aversion to her uninvited presence, which delighted Zhang Meyer. She obediently leaned against his shoulder. However, just as the motorcade was about to exit the private parking space, a figure dashed out from behind a nearby load-bearing pillar, without warning, spreading arms wide, and standing directly in front of the car. The driver reacted swiftly, slamming on the brakes, the tires screeching against the ground. Lu Yuan, listen to me. Lin Weiwei, disheveled and with swollen red eyes, hurriedly ran around the front of the car and desperately pounded on the rear window. Her appearance was a far cry from the aloof, urban, white-collar worker she used to be. The car window lowered a crack. Just as Lin Weiwei was about to sob out her plea, her gaze froze on the interior of the car. She saw Zhang Meyer. That seductive woman was intimately nestled in Lu Yuan's arms, and the glint of diamonds on her wrist was exactly the trophy Lu Yuan had casually bought at the mall yesterday. This scene made Lin Weiwei's suppressed emotions finally burst. Lu Yuan, I beg you, can you forgive me? Through the gap in the window, Lin Weiwei's tears fell like beads with a broken string, and she sobbed without any dignity. There really is nothing between Zhang Hao and me. For the past 3 years, I've just enjoyed the feeling of being taken care of by you. I didn't realize that I had actually long been used to you being by my side. I'm willing to resign. I'm willing to be your girlfriend right away. Everything she can do for you, I can do too. And I don't need you to spend 2 million. I just want you to let me stay by your side. She had cast aside all her pride, even willing to sell herself like Zhang Meyer, just to ask Lu Yuan to give her another chance to pull her out of the abyss. Sitting in the car, Zhang Meyer heard these words and felt not the slightest sense of crisis. Instead, she raised an eyebrow with interest, as if watching a poorly performed comedy. She knew perfectly well what her relationship with Lu Yuan was. There was no love, only transaction. Who got to stay in the car depended entirely on the man's interest at that moment. As for Lin Weiwei's kind of desperate self-offering under the guise of love in the eyes of this pathologically rational man, it probably didn't even count as entertainment. Lu Yuan sat in the dimly lit car watching coldly as Lin Weiwei wept piteously outside the window. The old him had indeed on countless late nights fantasized about this haughty woman voluntarily lowering her head to him and speaking such words of pleading. But now that he actually heard it, not a single ripple stirred in his heart. He only felt incomparably ironic and ridiculous. Lin Weiwei. Lu Yuan's voice was as cold as if it came from another world. When she first knocked on my car window, she clearly knew what she could offer me and frankly admitted what she wanted from me. And you're knocking on my window now only because you finally know how many digits are in my bank account. Lin Weiwei's body trembled, and her face turned pale as the false emotional card was mercilessly torn apart by Lu Yuan. I only give the chance to get in the car once. Lu Yuan rolled up the window. In his deep eyes there was no longer any of the past tenderness, only the coldness of one who had seen through everything. 3 years ago I gave it to you, but you didn't take it. The window rose mercilessly, soon cutting off Lin Weiwei's desperate cries and tears. The motorcade drove past Lin Weiwei mercilessly, leaving only a puff of exhaust. Lu Yuan. Lin Weiwei collapsed to the ground, watching the taillights of the consecutive license plates disappear beyond her sight. She knew that in this lifetime, she had forever missed the world that had once belonged to her. In the car, Zhang Meyer extended her fair hand and lightly traced circles on Lu Yuan's chest, teasing with a charming laugh. Chairman Lu, I'm even willing to throw myself at you for free. Are you really not the least bit tempted? Lu Yuan reached out 2 fingers and pinched her delicate chin. Free things are often the most expensive. Although you're greedy for money, at least you know your own price. A transaction with a clearly marked price is far more reliable than feelings. Hearing this veiled recognition, Zhang Meyer secretly rejoiced, feeling very satisfied with the stability of this relationship. She was about to take advantage of the good atmosphere to ask where they would have dinner at an upscale restaurant tonight, when suddenly a red system notification popped up in front of Lu Yuan's retina. Ding. Special notice, 10 days have passed in the dungeon world, 9 realms sword god. The destined investment target Yi Chun has successfully joined the Canyun sect. Yi Chun is about to enter the core disciple assessment secret realm. The second stage investment window has officially opened. Seeing this notice, Lu Yuan's originally lazy gaze suddenly sharpened. Is time flowing that fast over there? The pig he'd been raising had reached the critical fattening stage. Time to go back and harvest. Pull over at the intersection ahead. Lu Yuan instructed the driver, then turned to Zhang Meyer. That's enough for today. Let the driver take you back first. Zhang Meyer was taken aback for a moment, but she was a sensible woman. Without asking a single why, she obediently picked up her bag, and once the car stopped steadily at the intersection, gracefully stepped out. So Chairman Lu, when will you contact Meyer next time? She stood outside the car, asking with a coquettish tone. Lu Yuan lowered the window. When I'm in the mood. The window rose again. The door closed, blocking out the noise of the outside world. Lu Yuan leaned back in the rear seat and slowly closed his eyes. Return. The next moment, the dazzling and bustling neon nightscape of Jiangxing, along with the sensations brought by this mortal shell, rapidly peeled away from Lu Yuan's consciousness. His consciousness traversed the boundless void and returned to Shenhuang. When Lu Yuan opened his eyes once more, he was already seated upon the obsidian imperial throne at the very summit of the Qingxiu royal palace, a seat symbolizing absolute power. Within the great hall, the 10,000-year calming incense still burned its wisps of smoke curling through the air, imparting an ancient and majestic stillness. It had been less than 2 days since he left the Shenhuang continent and returned to Blue Star. Yet under the disparity in the flow of time between the 2 realms, a full 10 days had genuinely passed within this instance world. Below the royal throne, before a wide jade desk, Tushan Yueli was seated upright behind it, earnestly reviewing the memorials submitted by the various demon clans by the faint flickering candlelight. For these 10 days she had remained within the royal palace, handling the reconstruction of Qingxiu, never once stepping beyond its threshold. Also that she could be at the Demon Emperor's side the moment he returned. Suddenly, an aura potent enough to make all creation bow began to silently reawaken above. Tushan Yueli's jade-like hand, clutching the cinnabar brush, paused for a brief moment. She immediately set down the jade slip in her hand, and barefoot, her flawless feet pristine, she lifted her long skirts, hurried down the steps, and knelt before the imperial throne, prostrating herself with utmost reverence at Lu Yuan's feet. Yueli greets the Emperor Sovereign's return. Lu Yuan lowered his gaze slightly, appraising the enchanting Fox clan Empress before him. Compared to 10 days ago, an air of subtle transformation seemed to have taken place in her demeanor. She had set aside her customary robes of pure white or scarlet, and was now clad in an exquisite noble palace gown interwoven with black and crimson. The black was as profound as night, the red as bewitching as blood. Not only did it perfectly trace the voluptuous, alluring curves of her figure, but its colors and cut were also an obvious attempt to pander to and imitate the apparel style of the Nine Abyss Demon Palace. This was a form of psychological submission, a sign that the proud Fox Emperor was actively and diligently adapting to her new identity as an appendage of the Demon Emperor. Rise, Lu Yuan spoke. Tushan Yueli obediently straightened up, shuffled forward on her knees, and reached out a fair jade hand, instinctively attempting to smooth the slightly wrinkled dark robes for Lu Yuan. Yet the moment she drew near Lu Yuan's chest, the naturally keen olfactory senses of the Fox clan caught a trace of something unusual. It was an extremely distinctive fragrance, one that seemed to be unlike the scent of any spiritual flower or exotic herb found on the Shenhuang continent. Though Tushan Yueli could not tell exactly what substance the scent was derived from, her intuition, as a fellow woman, told her with absolute certainty. During the 10 days the Emperor Sovereign was away, he had definitely had another woman by his side, and the two had been intimately involved. In that instant, the 9 snow-white foxtails behind Tushan Yueli, which had hung naturally, instinctively tightened. An inexpressible feeling of sour bitterness quietly spread through her heart. After all, she was the esteemed Qingxiu Empress. Whether in looks or figure, she was firmly ranked among the top 3 on the beauty list of the entire 3,000 Dao domains. Was her wholehearted, unreserved devotion still not enough to make the Emperor's sovereign linger and be reluctant to leave? However, Tushan Yueli was a clever woman. Deeply aware of her identity and status, she naturally would not dare to act like an ordinary mortal woman and indulge in petty jealousy. She suppressed the bitterness in her heart, her hands still gentle as she adjusted his robes. Only her eyelids drooped slightly as she asked in a delicate, timid tone, laced with anxiety during this departure, did the Emperor's sovereign have someone else attending him? If Yueli has not served well enough before, the Emperor's sovereign may punish me as he sees fit. Seeing her cautious, timid appearance, Lu Yuan knew she had caught the scent of perfume that Jiang Meyer had left on him. He did not bother to explain the existence of Blue Star. As the absolute sovereign of the Nine Abyss Demon Realm, he could bestow his favor on whomever he pleased. Why should he answer to anyone else? Lu Yuan merely stretched out a hand, casually pulled Tushan Yueli's slender, delicate waist into his grasp, and drew her entire being into his embrace, letting her lean against his side. Don't let your mind wander. Tell me about the situation in Qingqiu these past 10 days. Feeling the domineering warmth emanating from the man's embrace, the lingering resentment in Tushan Yueli's heart instantly dissolved like smoke. She leaned against Lu Yuan's broad shoulder, savoring this momentary tenderness. At this moment in Lu Yuan's mind, he unconsciously made a brief comparison between the Tushan Yueli in his arms and Jiang Meyer from the real world. Jiang Meyer was a clever, mundane woman. She traded her body and emotional value for luxury goods and money, a purely transactional exchange of interests settled once the goods were delivered and the payment made. The Tushan Yueli before him, however, had handed over the fate of an entire vast clan along with a complete and unreserved absolute loyalty. Both were women, both were dependent on him. Yet the sense of conquest and the level of enjoyment they could provide were as different as heaven and earth. Tushan Yueli collected her thoughts briefly, then began to report methodically. Reporting to the Emperor's sovereign, over these 10 days Qingqiu has worked day and night. The outer clan protecting Grand Formation has been restored by 60% and has barely resumed its defensive functions. The clansmen who fell in battle have all been buried in the mausoleum. The royal city has undergone initial reconstruction, and the Fox God's secret realm has been reopened for the younger generation of the clan to enter and train. Furthermore, thanks to the unparalleled demonic might the Emperor's sovereign displayed that day, several surrounding demon tribes that had been restless and eager to act were frightened out of their wits. In recent days, they have all sent envoys bearing large quantities of rare gifts as compensation, seeking forgiveness. The intelligence network of our Fox clan spread throughout the eastern wasteland has also fully resumed operations, continuously gathering intelligence on the movements of various powers for the Demon Palace. Listening to this orderly report, Lu Yuan nodded slightly, fairly satisfied with Qingqiu's efficiency. What movements has the Golden Crow Divine Clan made? Lu Yuan asked casually. Tushan Yueli's expression turned somewhat grave. According to intelligence passed back from our hidden agents, the Golden Crow Divine Clan has confirmed the annihilation of the Golden Crow Crown Prince and a 1,000,000-strong demon army. But contrary to expectations, they have not immediately mustered their forces to retaliate. Instead, they have sealed the defensive Grand Formation of the Golden Crow ancestral land and entered a state of total lockdown. Not only that, the Golden Crow ancestor has issued 12 consecutive Bloodfeather Golden Orders, recalling all Golden Crow clan powerhouses and resources scattered outside. At this point, Tushan Yueli paused, then analyzed. Yueli speculates that they must have been awed by the Emperor's sovereign's methods, suspecting that you have employed some forbidden trump card. Their current inaction is likely a delaying tactic, waiting for the two quasi-emperor ancestors of the Golden Crow clan, who have been in seclusion for years, to emerge from their closed-door cultivation. Oh, still waiting for quasi-emperors to come out. Lu Yuan chuckled, a glint of mockery flashing in his eyes. These mangy birds were cautious, but that played right into his hands. Had they charged over immediately like headless flies, Lu Yuan would have had to expend some effort hunting down the stragglers that slipped through the net. Now they had voluntarily gathered all their scattered wealth, powerhouses, and bloodlines into that one basket of the Golden Crow ancestral land, saving him the trouble of tracking them down. When the time was ripe, he could simply wipe them all out in one fell swoop and enjoy a thorough, exhilarating ultimate harvest. What could be better? Apart from the Golden Crow Divine Clan, there is another matter. Tushan Yueli continued. The Heaven Sword sect, which styles itself as the leader of the righteous path, seems to have sensed the upheaval in the demon domain. They have secretly dispatched an envoy of several elders which has quietly entered the border of the demon domain with unknown intentions. A pack of hypocritical pretenders, mere jumping clowns not worth paying attention to. Lu Yuan waved his hand. These so-called righteous powers were in his eyes nothing more than consumables meant to serve as stepping stones for the destined protagonist in the future. There was only one thing he cared about now. That spirit pig, called Yichun. How has it been growing these past 10 days? Lu Yuan asked. Tushan Yueli immediately called up the surveillance intelligence, specifically on Yichun. Reporting to the Emperor's sovereign, the experiences of this youth named Yichun over these 10 days can only be described as extraordinary. Her voice carried a hint of undisguisable astonishment. 10 days ago, wielding that broken demonic sword, he shone brilliantly at the Yi clan's coming-of-age ceremony. With a single sword stroke, he publicly crippled Yi Long, the young master of the Yi clan. Then, facing the messenger sent by the Lin clan to annul his engagement, he unleashed astonishing combat power, trampling the other's pride underfoot and establishing a 3-year pact, shocking the entire Blackwind city. Subsequently, guided by that demonic sword, he successfully obtained the qualification to participate in the assessment of the Eastern Wasteland's #1 great sect, the Tsunyan sect. In the outer sect test, he defeated several veteran disciples by crossing levels successfully, attracting the attention of the Tsunyan sect's outer sect elder, and smoothly entered the sect. Now his cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds from the initial body refinement 3rd layer all the way to the 1st layer of the Qi gathering realm. At this point, Tushan Yueli glanced at Lu Yuan's expression and cautiously added, however, as the saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind. Yi Qin's anomalous ability to fight above his level along with the astonishingly powerful black sword in his hand has already aroused the covetousness of Zhou Han, an inner sect disciple of the Tsunyan sect. According to our Hidden Agents investigation, Zhou Han has been secretly rallying men planning to murder Yi Qin and seize the demonic sword within the upcoming core disciple assessment secret realm. After hearing this experience that resembled the resume of a standard power fantasy protagonist, the system panel of the Destiny investment automatically unfolded before Lu Yuan's retina. Target Yi Qin current realm Qi, gathering realm, 1st layer Destiny luck value 4500 points, steadily rising current ultimate harvest value, 0 villain points. Looking at the data on the panel, Lu Yuan frowned slightly. 10 days, and his luck value had risen by less than 1,000 points. The harvest value was a mere 20,000 points. This growth rate was far too slow to satisfy the appetite of a max-level Demon Emperor, so slow it made one want to doze off. Just then the system notification tone devoid of emotion rang out at the perfect moment in his mind. Ding. Detected that the destined protagonist Yi Qin is about to enter the Tsunyan sect's core assessment secret realm, encountering a major turning point in his life. Phase 2 Destiny investment mission is officially released. Mission Objective 1: forcibly raise Yi Qin's Destiny luck value to the 10,000 point mark. Mission Objective 2: within the secret realm, covertly help Yi Qin fully awaken the 1st layer of the 9 revolutions, Sword Bone. Mission Objective 3: facilitate the establishment of an unbreakable karmic bond between Yi Qin and the important story character, Su Qingxue, a daughter of the Tsunyan sect master. Mission Objective 4: exert extreme life and death pressure, forcing the remnant Empress soul, Ji Xianin, hidden within Yi Qin's ring, to expend a significant amount of her Empress origin, at least 30%. Estimated phase mission rewards 2 villain points, a 2nd chance to draw a permanent ability, and 1 shard of the character summon card. Looking at this series of mission objectives, a glimmer of interest finally ignited in Lu Yuan's eyes. Su Qingxue, Taiyin sword body. Lu Yuan called up the original storyline from the source material. In the original setting, she was the first heavyweight confidant among Yi Qin's harem. According to the original plot, 3 days later in the assessment secret realm, Su Qingxue would accidentally encounter an attack by a spirit sea realm demonic beast. When she was slightly injured and isolated with no one to help her, Yi Qin would happen to arrive, and relying on that sky-bearing demonic sword, easily slay the beast, staging a cliched rescue of a beauty by a hero. Afterward, the two would find a small fragment of incomplete 9 revolutions sword bone origin within the beast's cave. Yi Qin would use it to break through to the 2nd layer of the Qi gathering realm and successfully enter the ranks of core disciples. Throughout this process, the Empress Xianin, hidden within the ring, would not even have needed to act. Boring. Far too boring. Lu Yuan looked at the deduced original plot and gave his assessment without mercy. A difficulty level like playing house. What kind of life or death trial is that? It absolutely cannot achieve the pig-fattening effect of forcing him to grow quickly. Since the system had placed him in charge of this investment, then this insipid water-like plot had to be completely overturned and rewritten. To cultivate the most luxuriant leaks, all these elements were indispensable, and each one had to be cranked to the maximum. At that thought, Lu Yuan slowly straightened up from the obsidian imperial throne. He raised his right hand, and with 5 fingers moving as if plucking strings, he directly reached into the void of space before him. Under the terrifying power of the pinnacle Emperor realm, capable of rewriting the laws of heaven and earth, the rules of that small assessment secret realm of the Tsunyan sect, which relied on formations for operation, began to be wantonly modified by Lu Yuan from countless leagues away. The spirit sea realm gate-guarding demonic beast that had been slumbering at the deepest point of the secret realm suddenly opened its enormous eyes, filled with a ferocious and tyrannical aura. It let out a roar that shook the entire secret realm, and the aura radiating from its body skyrocketed like a rocket. Spirit Sea Realm Peak. Divine Treasury Realm, 1st layer. Divine Treasury Realm, 3rd layer. The terrifying pressure enough to make any Qi-gathering cultivator's liver and gall split from fear clearly rippled through the royal palace, through the demon mirror. Tushan Yueli watched the nearly frenzied beast in the demon mirror, and couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. She turned her head looking at Lu Yuan, whose expression was as calm as still water, and asked with a trace of doubt and worry, Emperor Sovereign, aren't you afraid that doing this will fatten him to death? A chi-gathering cultivator against a divine treasury cultivator. There was a chasm of 2 full great realms between them. Let alone fighting across levels, even a single breath from that beast would be enough to grind Yi Chun into mincemeat. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan leaned back against the throne once more. He picked up the wine Tu Shan Yueli had sent over and drank it in one gulp. A cruel smile surfaced on his incomparably handsome face. If the protagonist can't even swallow a supplementary meal, then he doesn't deserve a place at this emperor's table. Since we're playing this game, we might as well raise the stakes to the highest. A dark glint flashed through Lu Yuan's eyes as his fingertip descended once more. Buzz. Deep within the secret realm of Tsungyun sect in the core region known as the Valley of Deathly Silence, a world-shaking mutation occurred without a sound. In the original tale, that incomplete opportunity was forcibly replaced by Lu Yuan with 4 supreme treasures, any one of which would be enough to plunge the entire eastern wasteland into frenzied bloodshed. The first was a complete grand sword marrow radiating a clear moon-white glow like a substance made of liquid light. To Su Qingxue, who possessed the grand sword physique, this item held a fatal allure more than enough to make her plunge recklessly into the trap. The second was a wisp of dark gold 9 revolutions, swordbone, first layer core origin, specially prepared as the advancement meal for Yi Chun. The third was an emperor-grade sword chi sealed in the void, barely able to mend a single crack in the burial heaven demon sword. The last was a crystalline soul-nourishing sacred lotus, exuding ripples that could soothe the spirit. This was the ultimate bait. Lu Yuan cast out a lethal poison deliberately designed to force the Xian female sovereign Ji Xuanin to reveal herself without hesitation. Any one of these 4 treasures leaking to the outside world would be enough to trigger a storm of blood and slaughter. Naturally, as the price for obtaining such heaven-defying fortunes, the difficulty of the secret realm also skyrocketed exponentially. After doing all this, Lu Yuan picked up the luminous cup on the jade table and drained the western region's spirit wine that Tu Shan Yueli had just poured. Meanwhile, inside Tsungyun sect far away in the extreme east, the night was deep, and inside the cave dwelling of inner sect disciple Johan, dim formation light flickered. Johan held a transmission jade slip in his hand, his eyes flashing with barely suppressed greed. This jade slip had been secretly passed to him by a mysterious rogue cultivator he had met during his training in Blackwind City, actually a hidden agent of the Qingxiu Fox clan. The contents of the jade slip were simple, yet every word struck his heart like a heavy hammer. Yi Chun, a mere first-level chi-gathering trash who just joined the sect, actually wields a black ancient sword suspected to be an ancient holy weapon. Johan's breathing grew rapid and fine beads of sweat even appeared on his forehead. An ancient holy weapon. That was a supreme divine object that even the Tsungyun sect master did not possess. If he could seize it, he, Johan, would be able to swagger across the entire younger generation of the eastern wasteland. And even the future position of sect master would not be out of reach. A disgraced young master with no background at all, how dare he touch a treasure like this? This is a sheer waste of heaven's gifts. Johan's face darkened, and a cruel sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. He immediately left his cave dwelling under the cover of night, and quietly arrived at the residence of the duty elder in charge of the core disciple assessment secret realm. Half an hour later, Johan handed over all his savings, a full 50,000 middle-grade spirit stones, plus a life-extending spiritual medicine. In exchange, the heavily bribed duty elder agreed that during tomorrow's assessment at a specified time, he would temporarily sever the teleportation formation in the Valley of Deathly Silence area. Once the formation was severed, even if the disciples in the valley shattered their life-saving jade talismans, they could never teleport out of the secret realm. They could only wait to die inside. Yi Chun, tomorrow's assessment will be your burial ground. Johan gazed into the distance toward the residence of the newly advanced disciples, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. The next morning on the White Jade Plaza of Tsungyun sect, the triennial core disciple assessment officially began. Thousands of outer and inner disciples gathered there, filling the air with clamor. When a stunningly beautiful girl in a moon-white flowing immortal dress radiating icy sword intent appeared on the plaza, the formerly noisy scene instantly fell silent. She was Su Qingxue, the daughter of the Tsungyun sect master and the acknowledged #1 beauty of the younger generation. Her features were cold and exquisite like a moon palace fairy, and her temperament was proud and aloof, radiating an ice-cold aura that kept people at a distance. At just 19 years old, she had already reached the spiritual sea realm that countless people dreamed of, and she also possessed the extremely rare grand sword physique. Su Qingxue's appearance made countless male disciples feel ashamed of their own inferiority. They could only steal reverent glances at her from afar. She watched the slowly opening secret realm light gate with a detached expression, ignoring the eyes around her. In truth, with her spiritual sea realm cultivation and status as the sect master's daughter, she had no need to participate in such an assessment to prove herself. She had made an exception today and entered the secret realm because last night her grand sword physique had suddenly produced an unprecedented intense resonance. That guidance came from the valley of deathly silence at the very depths of the secret realm. No matter what sword path fortunate is, I must obtain it. Su Qingshue's gaze turned resolute. She was the first to move, transforming into a streak of startling light that vanished through the secret realm's light gate. Immediately behind her, thousands of disciples filed in. Among the crowd, the gray-robed Yichun clenched his fist and stepped through the light gate. The moment he entered the secret realm, Yichun felt a fierce burning heat from the ancient ring on his finger. Then Ji Xuannin's shocked voice rang out in his sea of consciousness. Yichun, you truly are a child of destiny bearing immense fortune. Ji Xuannin's voice trembled with excitement. Your master has sensed it. In the deep valley due north, there is not only a same source power that can complete your sword bone, but also a legendary soul-nourishing sacred lotus capable of stabilizing the soul. As long as we obtain that sacred lotus, my soul will be more than half stabilized. From then on, I will be able to lend you my power for long periods. Not only that, there is also a pure emperor-grade sword chi. If your burial heaven demon sword absorbs it, its power will soar by more than tenfold. Hearing his master's ecstatic words, Yichun felt the blood in his entire body boil. 9 revolutions, sword bone, origin. Emperor-grade, sword chi. Soul-nourishing sacred lotus. This was no assessment. This was clearly a heaven-defying path to rise tailor-made for him by the heavens. As expected, all those humiliations were only trials for me. My heaven-sent destiny has finally begun to turn. Yichun's eyes turned bloodshot. Without any hesitation, he activated his movement technique and charged madly toward the valley of deathly silence that Ji Xuannin had indicated. Inside the Qingqiu royal palace, before the giant water moon demon mirror, Lu Yuan watched the gray-robed youth sprinting as if injected with a stimulant. The corner of his mouth curled into a wholly undisguised sneer. This pig has already learned to find his own trough. Deep in the secret realm, in the valley of deathly silence, the air was perpetually filled with gray, decaying miasma. Jagged rocks stood everywhere, shrouding the place in a stifling, deathly stillness. Following the guidance of her grand sword physique, Su Qingxue was the first to set foot into this forbidden land. Behind her, more than a dozen inner disciples followed at a distance, hoping to curry favor with her. When Su Qingshue's gaze landed on the grand sword marrow floating in the middle of the valley, an uncontrollable excitement finally flickered across her always calm, breathtakingly beautiful face. A complete grand sword marrow. As long as I refine it, my grand sword physique will reach complete mastery, and I may even be able to break through to the divine treasure realm. Su Qingxue took a deep breath and was about to draw the silver sword that shone like autumn water and step forward. Roar! A terrifying roar powerful enough to pierce the clouds exploded from the deepest dark cave in the valley. The next moment, the entire valley shook violently, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. A violent, blood-red, baleful energy shot into the sky, like a volcanic eruption, instantly obscuring the light above the valley. Under everyone's horrified gaze, a primeval, ferocious beast slowly stepped out from the darkness. It stood more than 10 zhang tall, its body covered in dark red scale armor, and its 2 eyes gleamed like blood moons. 3rd level of the divine treasure realm. A primordial relic, the blood-eyed dragon ape. The terrifying pressure unique to a divine treasure realm powerhouse crushed down on everyone's hearts like 100,000 giant mountains. A divine treasure realm ancient beast? Impossible. How could such a creature exist in an outer assessment secret realm? Run! The dozen or so inner disciples following Su Qingxue were scared out of their wits. Under the pressure of the divine treasure realm, they did not even have the courage to draw their swords. They scrambled and rolled as they fled madly toward the valley entrance. But when they frantically took out their life-saving jade talismans and tried to shatter them to teleport out, they were horrified to find that although the talismans broke, the surrounding space remained as still as dead water. Not a single teleportation ripple appeared. The teleportation formation has failed. We can't get out. Despairing screams echoed through the valley. By now, the blood-eyed dragon ape had already locked onto Su Qingxue. It let out a savage roar, stomped its huge foot heavily on the ground, and its monstrous body shot out like a red cannonball, carrying a terrifying force that tore through the sound barrier straight at Su Qingxue. Although Su Qingshue's face had turned pale from the impact of that aura, the pride buried in her bones would not allow her to close her eyes and wait for death. Grandine sword art condense. Gritting her silver teeth, she pushed her cultivation to its limit. The silver sword in her hand transformed into a sky-filling freezing rain of sword light, trying to block the dragon ape's assault. However, the gap in realms was like an unbridgeable chasm. Crack! Her sharp sword, chi enough to slay cultivators of the same level, struck the dragon ape's scale armor, yet did not even raise a spark before shattering directly. In the next moment, the dragon ape's millstone-sized claw swept in with a force that could overturn mountains and seas. Bang! Su Qingshue's protective chi barrier shattered like paper, and the life-protecting jade talisman personally bestowed by the sect master around her neck exploded into powder in an instant. Her delicate body was struck as if by lightning and flew backward like a kite, with a snapped string scattering a trail of crimson blood through the air before she collapsed into a corner full of rubble. In just one strike, this proud daughter of heaven famed across the eastern wasteland was severely wounded and had lost the ability to resist. On a hidden cliff not far from the battlefield, Johan had activated a high-grade concealment formation completely masking his aura. He coldly watched everything happening below. Fight then. The best outcome would be mutual destruction. Johan schemed inwardly. When Su Qingxue is about to die, I'll go out and use the trump card my master gave me to save her. When the time comes, I won't just win the beauty's heart. I'll also wait for that trashy to come deliver himself to death. While Johan was plotting viciously, a gray figure finally arrived at high speed at the valley entrance, guided by the sword chi. Yichen had arrived. The moment he stepped into the valley, the stench of blood and the divine treasure realm pressure caused his breath to catch. In one glance, he saw the colossal beast coiled in the center of the valley, as well as the three supreme treasures radiating dazzling light within the beast's lair. At the same time, he also saw the moon-white figure collapsed in a pool of blood. The sect master's daughter Su Qingxue. Yichen's heart shook violently. Although he had only joined the sect a few days ago, he had heard of the ice-cold goddess's reputation. Just as Yichen hesitated, Ji Xuanin's grave warning came from the ring. Yichen, withdraw immediately. That is an ancient beast at the third level of the divine treasure realm. Its power has already exceeded the limit this secret realm can withstand. Even with the demon sword in your hand, with your current first level chi gathering cultivation going up, there is certain death. Those fortunes may be heaven-defying, but you must be alive to take them. Leave now. Leave. Yichen clenched his fists unwillingly. If he turned and walked away now, he could indeed keep his life. But what about the 9 revolutions sword-bone origin so close at hand? What about the sword chi that could restore an emperor weapon? Furthermore, a stunningly beautiful woman lay there gravely wounded and on the verge of death. Saving a beauty in distress would not only win her heart, but also let him board the mighty ship of the sect master. If he missed such a chance to gain both fame and profit, how could he still speak of defying fate and changing his life? What about slaying the 9 Nether Demon Emperor? Master, I Yichen have endured for 3 years. I have had enough of being a turtle hiding in its shell. Yichen's eyes turned bloodshot, but his gaze no longer retreated. Instead, it burned with unprecedented resolve. Clang! A crisp sword cry suddenly rang out. Yichen drew the Burial Heaven demon sword from his back. Its pitch-black blade emitted a devouring demonic light in the miasma. Great fortune must be won by braving danger. Today I will use this insignificant chi-gathering body to challenge the majestic might of the divine treasure realm. The next second, Yichen moved like lightning. Instead of retreating, he charged straight at the terrifying blood-eyed dragon ape. The demon sword in his hand traced a pitch-black crescent arc through the void, forcibly planting itself in front of Su Qingxue, who was about to be crushed beneath the dragon ape's foot. Wicked beast! Don't you dare hurt anyone. At a distance of 100 million li within the Qingxiu Royal Hall, Lu Yuan sat upon the obsidian imperial throne, watching through the water-moon demon mirror at the defiant look on Yichen as he vomited blood, yet still refused to retreat. A flicker of satisfaction passed through his eyes. Your bones are quite tough. But if I were to conjure another spirit treasury realm beast out of thin air for you, that little frame of yours would probably be ground into a pulp. Lu Yuan tapped his fingers lightly in the void. Since we are staging this drama of the hero rescuing the beauty, we might as well make it look real. You haven't even paid enough tuition, so how could I let you win the beauty so easily? As his words fell, Lu Yuan flicked his finger, sending a wisp of dark red Dao Law through the water-moon demon mirror's connection and silently into the body of the blood-eyed dragon ape. Songyun sect deathly Nether Valley. Roar. The blood-eyed dragon ape, already radiating monstrous ferocity, absorbed the wisp of law that Lu Yuan had secretly injected into its body. Its body stiffened, and then it let out a shriek 10 times more savage and miserable than before. Soon scarlet blood mist visible to the naked eye burst from the gaps between the ape's dark red scales. The ancient primordial beast bloodline within it was forcibly roused to the limit, plunging it completely into a mindless berserk state. The aura of the third level of the spirit treasury realm under this enhancement faintly pressed against the terrifying threshold of the mid-spirit treasury realm. Not good. Feeling that tangible killing intent which seemed capable of tearing space itself, Yichen's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart felt as if it were being clenched by an invisible hand. He gripped the hilt of the heaven-bearing demon sword with both hands, pouring the spiritual power of the first level of the chi-gathering realm and his newly awakened blood chi into the sword without reservation. Boom. The berserk dragon ape used no techniques whatsoever. It simply swung its mountain-like giant fist, carrying world-destroying momentum straight at Yichen, who stood blocking its path. Hold it back. Yichen's eyes nearly split apart as he raised his sword to withstand the blow. Clang! A deafening impact exploded through the valley. As a supreme imperial weapon, the heaven-bearing demon sword remained one of the hardest materials in this world, even with its blade covered in cracks. Under the dragon ape's world-destroying strike, the demon sword itself was unharmed, but the terrifying physical backlash completely exceeded the limit of Yi Chen's chi gathering realm body. Crack! Bone fractures rang out. The webbing between Yi Chen's thumbs and index fingers split open instantly, blood spurting wildly. The meridians in both his arms snapped inch by inch under the immense force. His entire body seemed to have been struck by a hammer of 10,000 Jun. He flew backward for more than 10 meters before his back slammed into the stone wall beside Su Qingxue, and he finally came to a stop. While Yi Chen spat out another huge mouthful of blood, his face pale as paper. Yet his hands, still gripping the sword hilt, were like cast iron. He refused to loosen his hold by even a fraction. Su Qingxue, who had collapsed behind him, watched his tottering yet unyielding back, and a flicker of complicated emotion swept across her perpetually cold expression. At first, when Yi Chun had rushed out, Su Qingxue had felt wary and distrustful. The world of cultivation is merciless. If you do not look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. She had thought that this gray rogue youth at the risk of death was only pretending to save her, when in truth, he was waiting for a chance to seize the Taiyin sword marrow and the ninefold sword bone origin at the center of the valley. As the battle dragged on, however, Su Qingxue realized she had been wrong. In the previous clashes, several waves of the dragon ape's attacks had been about to strike her, yet Yi Chun unhesitatingly took them with his own flesh and blood. Even when he was knocked back, he was less than 3 steps away from the Taiyin sword marrow. If he had reached out, seized it, and fled alone using some secret art, given the dragon ape's current mindless state, it was not as if he had no chance to escape. But he didn't. He not only missed the chance to seize a heaven-shocking opportunity, but instead fought desperately to remain in front of her. Are you crazy, eh? Su Qingxue's cold, clear voice for the first time carried a note of urgency. You've done everything you can. Your meridians are collapsing. If you keep fighting, your spirit and soul will be annihilated. Leave me alone. Save yourself. Yi Chen gasped for breath, sweat and blood streaming down his cheeks. He did not turn his head. Staring at the blood-eyed dragon ape, which was gathering its strength once again, he growled, "We sword cultivators must charge forward without hesitation. If I step back today just to survive, then my sword heart will be shattered. If you still have any strength, use it to regulate your breathing and recover, instead of spouting nonsense." That blunt, almost rude reprimand struck Su Qingxue's ears more powerfully than any fawning sweet talk. She looked at the youth's slender yet towering back, and that cold, proud Tao heart of hers, sealed in ice for so long, began to show signs of melting. For the first time, she truly carved this youth named Yi Chen into her mind. Yet it was at that very moment that Yi Chen's spiritual power was nearly exhausted and despair was closing in. Clap, clap, clap. A sudden round of applause drifted leisurely from the entrance of the valley. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Following that voice full of mockery and derision, a handsome, but somewhat sinister young man in the embroidered robes of Tsangyan sect's inner sect walked slowly into the death-shrouded valley, as if he were watching a show. Behind him followed 4 sword-carrying inner disciples. The newcomer was none other than Johan, senior brother Johan. When Su Qingxue saw him, a spark of hope instantly kindled in her dimmed eyes. Johan was one of the top 10 inner sect experts. If he was willing to help, perhaps they could still fight for a slim chance of survival against this ferocious beast. Yi Chen, however, frowned deeply. He had heard of this man's reputation even when he was an outer disciple of Tsangyan sect, but he instinctively sensed ill intent from Johan. Johan ignored the roaring, blood-eyed dragon ape as though he already had everything under control. He looked down at the blood-soaked Yi Chen, and his gaze finally settled on the heaven-bearing demon sword in Yi Chen's hand. Junior brother Yi Chen, throwing away your life to rescue a beauty. I, your senior brother, truly admire your courage. Johan sneered and dropped all pretense. However, with your insignificant chi gathering realm cultivation, keeping this ancient divine weapon in your hands will only invite death. Let me show you a way out. Hand me the sword, and I will immediately shatter the greater teleportation talisman bestowed by the elder and take junior sister Su away from this cursed place. What do you say? Hearing this, the hope on Su Qingxue's face froze instantly. Johan, you are taking advantage of our crisis to rob us. Su Qingxue rebuked him furiously. When fellow disciples are facing life and death, you do not think of joining forces against the enemy, but instead covet a fellow disciple's weapon. This violates the iron law of the sect. The iron law of the sect. Johan burst into wild laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. Junior sister Su, you are far too naive. Here, I am the law. Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and stared coldly at Johan. You want to save people? You make it sound better than it is. A hypocrite like you would probably take the sword and leave us here to die. Ha ha, have you seen through me? That's right, I am after your sword. Since the mask had already been torn off, Johan no longer bothered to hide it. His gaze cold and sinister, he stared at Yi Chen and said without restraint, I'll let you die with clarity. The news that you carried a priceless treasure was deliberately spread by me in the inner sect. And as for why the valley's teleportation formation suddenly failed, I paid a heavy price to bribe the Deacon Elder and had it sealed off in advance. Today, even if you grow wings, you will never fly out of this deathly nether valley. Hearing these shameless words, Su Qingxue trembled with fury. Her injuries flared, and she coughed out another mouthful of blood. Johan, you scum of the sect. If you harm fellow disciples once my father learns of it, he will have you chopped into 10,000 pieces. The sect master. How would the old man ever know? Johan spread his hands without the slightest fear. The outside world will only know that the lofty junior sister Su, coveting a heaven-shocking opportunity in the secret realm, tragically died in the mouth of a frenzied spirit treasury realm beast. As for me, Johan, as the first rescuer to reach the scene, I fought desperately, but was ultimately one step too late. Not only will the sect master not blame me, he will praise my loyalty to my fellow disciples. With that, Johan waved his hand. The 4 inner disciples behind him immediately spread out, forming an encirclement and sealing off the other exit of the valley. Enough pointless talk. Johan drew his long sword and pointed it straight at Yichun. Hand over the ancient sword, and I will leave you a whole corpse. Otherwise, once that beast tears you into pieces, this sword will still belong to me. A fierce gale howled through the valley, carrying the thick smell of blood and murderous intent. At this moment, Yichun faced a true death trap, a desperate situation from which there seemed to be no escape. Ahead was a frenzied primeval relic beast of the divine treasury realm. Behind were Johan and 4 other intersect elites waiting to strike the finishing blow. Beside him was Su Qingxue, who could offer no combat strength at all. The teleportation formation outside had been sealed. The meridians throughout his body were on the verge of collapse, and the broken sky burial demon's sword in his hand had grown dim from the exhaustion of spiritual power. Yichun, Ji Xuaning's voice from the ring was harsher than ever. At this point, you must stop being stubborn. Abandon Su Qingxue now and hand over the ancient sword to draw their attention. Your master can overdraw the last of her soul origin and use a secret art to break out with you. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will never be a lack of firewood. To Ji Xuaning's so-called sect brotherhood and so-called hero saving the beauty were utterly worthless in the face of absolute life and death stakes. As long as Yichun lived, there would be plenty of chances for revenge in the future. However, Yichun refused resolutely within his sea of consciousness. No. If I cannot even protect the person I want to protect, and cannot even keep my own sword, then what sword path am I cultivating? What heavenly destiny can I achieve? Foolish. Ji Xuaning stamped her foot furiously inside the ring. Roar. While master and disciple were arguing in his sea of consciousness, the blood-eyed dragon ape lost the last shred of its patience. Its gigantic body suddenly leaped crashing down on Yichun like Mount Tai toppling over. Its claws sharp as heavenly sabers tore through the air and descended with a piercing shriek. Break. Yichun let out a lone wolf howl. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, raising the demon sword to meet the blow. Clang. Crack. This time Yichun could no longer work a miracle. The absolute gap in power crushed the last of his defenses. The dragon ape's giant claw swatted apart the sword aura of the sky burial demon's sword, and one razor-sharp talon pierced clean through Yichun's left shoulder, sending a spray of blood into the air. Arg! Yichun screamed, pinned to the ground by the immense force. The searing pain blackened his vision. The sky burial demon's sword was also knocked free by the terrifying impact. It spun through the air several times before landing with a clatter less than 10 meters from Johan. Ha! Even the heavens seemed to be on my side. Seeing the ancient divine weapon land right before him, an uncontrollable greed blazed in Johan's eyes. He no longer bothered to maintain the bearing of a master expert. Like a starving dog pouncing on food, he closed the distance in a few quick strides and reached out to seize the broken ancient sword that radiated a faint, eerie, demonic light. A divine weapon meant for me. I, Johan, am destined to shake the eastern wasteland. Johan's fingers finally touched the icy sword hilt. Yet at the instant his fingertip made contact with the hilt, a sudden change occurred. The Nine Nether Demon seal hidden in the deepest core of the sky burial demon sword seemed to sense that weak yet greedy will. A supreme, overbearing will from the peak of the myriad heavens Emperor realm suddenly awakened within the broken sword. Boom. A terrifying pitch-black, demonic light burst forth from the sword hilt like a volcanic eruption. The power came too fast, too violent, far beyond Johan's comprehension. What kind of demon is this? The wild joy on Johan's face was instantly replaced by terror. He tried to pull his right hand back, but it was already too late. Bang, squelch. The black demonic light followed Johan's palm and blasted through the meridians of his right arm with devastating force. With an explosive bang, Johan's entire right arm, from fingertip to shoulder, was reduced to a cloud of blood mist in an instant by that terrifying demonic energy. Hey-ah! A piercing scream echoed through the valley. Clutching his gushing severed arm, Johan retreated dozens of meters in wild panic like a man who had seen a ghost, then fell and writhed uncontrollably on the ground, his features twisted in agony. Senior brother Zhou. Seeing this, the other 4 inner disciples were frightened out of their wits and rushed forward to shield Johan. My hand. My hand. Johan's face was ashen. Shaken and staring at the black ancient sword that had returned to stillness, his fear was gradually covered by an even more pathological greed. What terrifying backlash. This is absolutely no ordinary holy weapon. The rank of this sword is far beyond my imagination. As long as I can obtain it, losing an arm is worth it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yichen, knocked to the ground and severely wounded by the dragon ape, stared at the demon sword more than 10 meters away. Enduring the excruciating pain of his pierced shoulder, he used the last shred of strength in his body to crawl with difficulty across the ground littered with rubble and blood. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. When he finally clenched the mud and blood-caked sword hilt in his hand, once more his vision was beginning to darken and his consciousness hovered on the verge of collapse. He knelt on one knee, using the sword to support himself as he tried to rise again. But this time the meridians throughout his body were completely drained, and his overworked muscles refused to respond, twitching only in weak spasms. No, I can't fall. Yichen bit hard on the tip of his tongue, trying to use the pain to keep himself conscious, but his body toppled uncontrollably forward. He had truly reached his limit. Roar! The blood-eyed dragon ape forced back, let out another furious bellow, and its enormous shadow swallowed Yichen and Su Qingxue. The breath of death was already pressing against the tips of their noses. At that critical moment, a long, complex, and helpless sigh came from the ancient ring on Yichen's finger. Ji Xianyi knew that in the end she could not bear to watch this youth, stubborn as an ox, die before her eyes. Even if it meant burning away here in this place the faint trace of soul origin she had just recovered with the help of the soul-nourishing jade liquid. Enough. Ji Xuanyi's ethereal voice rang directly in Yichen's fading sea of consciousness. Yichen, open your sea of consciousness. Next, leave your body to me, your master. Hearing his master's words, the tension in Yichen's mind finally relaxed. He obediently closed his bloodshot eyes. The next instant, when those eyes opened again, the fatigue in the youth's gaze was utterly gone, replaced by a depth as vast as a sea of stars and a supreme majesty that seemed to overlook the countless ants of the mortal world. An unrivaled aura belonging to a great emperor radiated rapidly from Yichen's broken body. At Qingqiu King Hall, Lu Yuan was lazily reclining on his obsidian throne. As he watched the Yichen in the Watermoon Demon Mirror, whose aura had undergone an earth-shaking transformation, the corner of his mouth curled into a deeply amused arc. Oh, you finally deigned to crawl out of the ring. Inside the secret realm, Ji Xianyi, now in control of Yichen, slowly rose from the rubble-covered ground. She lowered her gaze to this battered, wound-riddled body, and her brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Chi gathering realm first layer. 70% of his meridians are severed and spiritual energy is nearly exhausted. This little one really left me a fine mess. Ji Xianyi sighed silently in her heart. In life, she had been Empress Xianyi, whose name shook the 3,000 Dao domains. But now only a wisp of remnant soul remained, and her host's physical body was so frail that she could not channel even a trace of true imperial power, otherwise this vessel would explode outright. At this moment, all she could rely on was the supreme sword realm that had long been etched into the depths of her soul. Enough. Against a mindless beast, mere swordsmanship will suffice. Yichen slowly raised his right hand, fingers closing as if grasping the empty air. The demon burial sword, which had already faded into dullness, seemed to answer a supreme summons. With a clear, resonant hum, it transformed into a streak of light and flew back into her palm. Roar! The dragon ape seemed to sense the shift in the insignificant ant before it and instinctively detected danger. It let out a furious roar, its towering body surging forward amid a reeking wind of blood like a collapsing mountain. Its razor-sharp claws tore through the sky, aiming directly at Yichen's head. Facing the terrifying might of the spirit vault realm, not a single ripple crossed Yichen's face. She merely shifted half a step to the left with the unhurried ease of a casual stroll. That seemingly effortless half-step precisely avoided the dragon ape's devastating strike. Then Yichen turned his wrist slightly, and the demon burial sword carved a mysterious trajectory through the void. Swish! The first sword was like an antelope hanging its horns from a branch. Utterly traceless, yet it slipped perfectly into the faintest, weakest seam at the joint of the dragon ape's massive claw. With a burst of blood-red light, the dragon ape's supposedly unbreakable claw was severed cleanly at the root by that strike, one completely devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuation. Roar! The dragon ape let out an anguished howl and staggered as its balance gave way. Having landed a blow, Yichen did not pause for even an instant. His form closed in like a phantom, the demonic sword in his hand turning into a storm of afterimages. SHRRK. The second sword, its tip vibrating with a strange frequency, easily tore open the thick dark red scales on the dragon ape's chest, leaving behind a ghastly wound deep enough to reveal bone. Not far away, Johan, who had been looking forward to a good show, was now staring as if his eyes might pop out of their sockets. Clutching his severed arm, he watched in shock and terror as the gray-robed youth handled a spirit vault realm beast with complete ease. How is this possible? He is only at the first layer of the chi-gathering realm, so how can he display such divine swordplay? While Johan was seized by fear and disbelief, Yichun, in the brief moment when he forced the dragon ape back, suddenly swept those cold, merciless eyes toward Johan and the others. A pack of ants. How dare you be an eyesore here? Yichun casually flicked out a sword blossom, then delivered a backhand sweeping slash. The third sort of violent gale erupted. Though it used very little spiritual energy, the sovereign sword intent contained in that strike condensed into an oppressive storm of tangible force, sweeping toward Johan and the other for like a raging tide. Bang, bang, bang. This sword intent storm carried no great lethal power, but it bore an unyielding will to drive them away. In an instant it sent the 4 inner disciples and the severely wounded Johan flying hundreds of feet away, where they crashed down at the edge of the valley. At the edge of the battlefield, Su Qingxue had taken in every detail. As the bearer of the Taiyin sword constitution, her perception of the sword Dao far surpassed that of ordinary people. Watching Yichun at this moment, her heart churned with earth-shaking waves. This level of sword intent, it is absolutely impossible for a chi-gathering cultivator to possess. Returning to simplicity, sword intent touching the divine. Could that mean a peerless expert soul is hidden inside his body? Su Qingxue was a perceptive woman. She instantly guessed at the possibility, but with perfect understanding, she kept her lips firmly sealed and made no sound to disturb anything. Because no matter who that person was, he was fighting to save her at this very moment. At the center of the battlefield, Ji Xian, having driven off the meddlers, had no intention of prolonging the fight. She knew very well that this body's burden had reached its limit. No matter how brilliant her swordsmanship, it could not bridge the chasm in absolute power. If the dragon ape recovered and launched an indiscriminate area-wide attack, this body would be shattered beyond doubt. I must take that girl and leave at once. Yichun lightly tapped the ground with a toe and drifted backward, preparing to seize Su Qingxue and break out. Yet at the very instant she retreated. Within the blood-eyed dragon ape, already savaged by repeated wounds, the dark red loss secretly implanted by Lu Yuan finally erupted in its most violent explosion. Roar! The dragon ape's eyes suddenly turned into a sea of blood. Ignoring the fatal wound on its chest, it forcibly burned its primordial bloodline. Rumble! The miasma of the entire valley was swiftly drained away. Wreathed in blood-red light, the dragon ape actually grew several yards taller. It opened its huge bloody maw, and a dark red mass of destructive energy rapidly condensed within its mouth. A primordial breath at the 3rd layer of the spirit vault realm. That power had already locked onto the area where Yichun and Su Qingxue stood. There was no room to dodge. Damn it! Why would the bloodline inside this beast suddenly undergo a second berserk transformation? The intensity of this power defies all reason. Ji Xianyin's heart shook violently. This development was clearly far beyond her expectations. Facing a destructive beam capable of reducing the entire valley to ruins, evasion had lost all meaning. There is no retreat left. Inside the ring, Ji Xianyin's soul wisp, which had grown slightly more solid after absorbing the soul-nourishing jade liquid, let out a resolute long sigh. To protect my only successor, I have no choice but to stake everything. With that, Ji Xianying directly ignited the female empress's soul origin she had painstakingly accumulated. Whoosh! An invisible, translucent flame rose within the ring. Ji Xianyin's soul body began to turn transparent and ethereal at a visible speed, as if a single gust of wind could scatter it away. In response, an absolute Tao-suppressing pressure capable of rivaling heaven and earth suddenly erupted from Yichun. A lowly beast dares to act insolently before this empress. 2 bolts of cold lightning shot from Yichun's eyes. Clenching the sword hilt, he faced the onrushing beam of destruction and slashed downward with a single strike. Imperial Sword Soul Severance. SHRR boom. A colossal, semi-transparent sword shadow howled out from the demon burial sword. This was not a physical slash, but an ultimate killing strike aimed directly at the soul. Before that transparent sword shadow, the world-destroying dark red beam was split apart from the middle, blasting into the cliff walls on both sides and triggering an earth-shaking avalanche. Yet the transparent sword shadow, its power undiminished, pierced straight through the blood-eyed dragon ape's skull and slashed deep into its sea of consciousness. A woo! The blood-eyed dragon ape let out a grief-stricken howl. Its colossal body, as if all strength had been drained away, was hurled against the mountain wall behind it by the sword's residual force. Crack! Under that blow, a crack appeared on the demon core within the dragon ape, and its life aura began to drain away at a terrifying speed. After doing all this, Yichun's body swayed violently. Only by planting the demonic sword into the ground to support himself did he manage to remain standing. Inside the ring, Ji Xianyin's voice had become so weak that it seemed it would fade at any moment. Yichun, your master's soul origin has been overdrawn. This beast's demon core is shattered, and it has only one last breath left. The final strike. I leave it to you. Before the words faded, the Empress's majesty receded like an ebbing tide, and Ji Xianyin's weakened remnant soul sank back into slumber. In the next moment, Yi Chen's consciousness took over the body again. Agony flooded him like 10,000 ants gnawing through his bones. But at this moment his mind was completely immersed in the few sword strokes Ji Xianyin had just executed through his body. That was true great Tao simplicity, a supreme sword principle beyond the shackles of all techniques. Yi Chen gasped for breath, but he did not try to copy Ji Xianyin's swordplay, because he knew that this was the Empress's sword Tao and it did not belong to him. At this moment, he ground into his own will all the scorn he had suffered over the past 3 years, the humiliation of being publicly rejected in betrothal, the despair of his cultivation regressing, and the fearless killing intent that had blazed within him as he stood in this desperate situation, vowing to protect the person behind him. My sword. I do not ask it to sever 10,000 ages of sorrow. I only ask it to cut down every enemy before me. Along with Yi Chen's enlightenment from the depths of his heart, a nascent sword intent of his own quietly gathered at the tip of the demon burial sword. Yi Chen raised his head. His bloodshot eyes burned with unyielding wildness. Clenching the sword hilt with both hands, he dragged his heavy steps one after another toward the dying blood-eyed dragon ape. Die! With a low roar, Yi Chen drove a sword strike condensed with nascent sword intent straight into the shattered scale gap on the dragon ape's chest, piercing through the demon core that was already covered in cracks. Squelch! A primordial beast of the spirit vault realm let out a feeble whimper. Its massive body soon went limp and its life force was severed. At the first layer of the Qi-gathering realm, crossing 2 great realms, Yi Chen had killed a spirit vault realm ferocious beast outright. In that moment he accomplished a truly heaven-defying feat. A deep rumble echoed through the valley. With the dragon ape's demise, the nest at the valley's heart, long concealed by the ferocious beast's overwhelming aura, finally surrendered its protective wards. 3 peerless treasures radiating brilliant light lay utterly exposed to the open air. Whoosh! Yi Chen made no deliberate move to gather it. The wisp of 9-turn sword bone origin, glowing with a dark golden hue, appeared to sense the nascent primary sword intent within his body. Spontaneously it transformed into a streak of luminous light and shot straight into his spine. Simultaneously, the core of Taiyin sword marrow, radiating a pristine lunar glow, was drawn by the Taiyin sword physique within Su Qingxue. It dissolved into a soft moonlight that gently enveloped her severely wounded form. The moment the sword bone origin merged with his body, a reshaping force akin to soul-rending thunder erupted violently within him. His already shattered meridians could scarcely withstand the onslaught of such tyrannical power. He crumpled to the ground in exquisite agony, letting out a piercing cry. Just as he teetered on the brink of bursting apart from the violent power, a pair of cool, supple hands gently pressed against his back. Nourished by the Taiyin sword marrow, Su Qingxue had already recovered more than half of her vitality. Gazing at the man writhing in torment, a touch of gentleness flickered in her eyes. Without hesitation, she began channeling the intensely pure Taiyin spiritual energy from within her own body, flowing steadily into Yi Chen's. The serene gentleness of Taiyin perfectly tempered the tyrannical ferocity of the sword bone origin. 2 utterly distinct, yet harmoniously complementary forces forged a perfect resonance within Yi Chen's body. In that instant their spiritual energies intertwined, and for the first time the threads of their fate and fortune knotted together in an unbreakable bond. Empowered by this resonance, the fractured meridians within Yi Chen were not merely fully restored, they forged themselves to a resilience tenfold greater than before. Crack! Crack! The bottlenecks shackling his cultivation were shattered as easily as rotten wood. Qi gathering stage, 2nd layer. 3rd layer. 4th layer. His cultivation surged relentlessly upward, finally stabilizing at the 4th layer of the Qi gathering realm. The fractured sword sigil etched along his spine ignited in its entirety, radiating an innate peerless sharpness. The 1st layer of the 9-turn sword bone had successfully awakened. Even the Tianwu heavenly demon sword in his grip underwent a transformation. After absorbing the emperor-grade sword Qi, the hairline fractures along its blade gradually sealed themselves, and the demonic aura it exuded grew ever more concentrated and pure. As tranquility settled once more, Yi Chen slowly parted his eyelids. Feeling the universe-altering power surging through his veins, a look of profound relief finally graced his lips. He turned his head toward the ethereal figure clad in moon-white beside him. Su Qingxue met his gaze, the icy detachment that usually sealed her eyes replaced by a wellspring of genuine gratitude and trust. I am glad you are unharmed, Yi Chen murmured softly. Meanwhile, near the mouth of the valley, Zhou, having just dragged himself to his feet, witnessed the entire scene, Yi Chen's breakthrough, and the profound exchange of glances between the two. Jealousy and virulent hatred nearly consumed him from within. Yet he made no move to charge forward. Zhou prized his life above all, fully aware that Yi Chen had long surpassed anyone he could hope to oppose. Gnashing his teeth, he fumbled a golden great shift talisman from his remaining hand and crushed it with all his might. Yi Chen, consider this merely the beginning. clutching an ancient celestial artifact and concealing a peerless powerhouse. I wonder how long you shall survive within the sect. As spatial ripples warbled, Zhou Han's silhouette dissolved into the labyrinth of the secret realm. According to Lu Yuan's design, Zhou Han could not perish yet. He remained the exemplary instrument for applying external pressure upon Yichun. Simultaneously within the Qingqiu royal palace, a cascade of crystalline system notifications erupted incessantly within Lu Yuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. The destined protagonist Yichun has successfully slain a ferocious beast of the divine treasury realm, securing a heaven-defying opportunity. Yichun's destined fortune has skyrocketed, shattering past the 10,000-point milestone. Ding! The first layer of the nine-turn sword bone has successfully awakened. Ding! An indelible karmic bond has been forged between Yichun and the pivotal figure Su Qingxue. Ding! Detection confirms that the remnant soul of the Empress Ji Xian Yin has consumed 30% of her spiritual foundation to rescue the host. Congratulations, host. The core objectives of the second stage destiny investment have been flawlessly accomplished. Target Yichun's current ultimate harvest value has undergone a 1,000-fold critical escalation, officially raising the villain point counter to 80,000. Distributing stage mission rewards. Congratulations, host. You have received 15,000 villain points. Congratulations, host. You have received one permanent fragment of the nine-turn sword bone. Congratulations, host. You have received a complete replica of the Tying sword marrow. Congratulations, host. The completeness of the sword Dao ascension ability has been significantly enhanced. Gazing upon the breathtaking wealth of rewards, Lu Yuan lifted his goblet, took a delicate sip, and a profound satisfaction washed over him. Now this was true beast taming. From a meager 80 points at the outset to 80,000 at present, this destined spirit pig had finally begun to put on some weight. Yet, just as Lu Yuan prepared to inventory his spoils, a fresh disturbance rippled across the reflection in the water moon demon mirror. Within the secret realm's valley, Ji Xian Yin, whose consciousness had but recently stirred from a long slumber, was preparing to examine the Tianwu heavenly demon sword, the very blade that had rendered such immense service. During the recent conflict, while channeling an emperor-grade technique through the demonic blade, she had sensed a peculiar resonance within its core. As her divine sense delved deeper, a concealed wisp of black, demonic qi silently surfaced within her perception. In the span of a heartbeat, Ji Xian Yin's phantom remnant soul convulsed violently, her pale features contorting in sheer dread. She knew that aura intimately, etched into her very bones, reviled to the deepest reaches of her soul. This is the primal aura of the Nine Nether Demon Emperor. Ji Xian Yin's voice trembled with unprecedented horror and disbelief. This blade is no demon-slaying sword. It is in truth the personal weapon of that fiend. How could this be? Why has that demon sovereign's aura lain dormant within this blade all along? Could it be that all of this? A chilling suspicion began to sprout wildly within her mind. The emperor-grade artifact had not appeared by mere chance, nor had the soul-nourishing jade elixir been left to fortune. Every heaven-defying opportunity Yichun had recently seized was likely trapped under the absolute dominion of some terrifying presence, and those hidden eyes lurking in the shadows were meticulously observing their every move. Overcome by sheer terror, Ji Xian Yin instinctively mobilized her remaining spiritual essence. Her phantom hand reached toward the Nine Nether Demon seal buried deep within the blade, desperate to forcibly obliterate it. Far within the Qingqiu royal palace, Lu Yuan's hand stilled mid-pour. He distinctly felt a consciousness brushing against the demon seal he had sown. Lu Yuan slowly set down his luminous chalice, a flicker of disdain crossing his obsidian depths. He raised his elongated right hand, splayed his fingers, and thrust his palm into the void before him with an authority that brooked no defiance. You dare lay hands upon what belongs to this sovereign? Lu Yuan's voice plummeted to the temperature of the 9 underworld springs. And you presume to unravel the shackles I alone forged? Deep within the Canyun sect's secret realm in the Valley of Death, Ji Xuanin's phantom remnant soul gazed in terror at that demonic seal from within the ancient ring's spatial dimension. When her divine sense touched the demonic seal, a terror so profound it made her very soul tremble coiled around her entire being like a cold serpent of ice. No, this is absolutely impossible. How could that demon lord's mark be concealed so deeply? An expression of utter disbelief marred Ji Xuanin's breathtakingly beautiful face. She instinctively summoned the faint traces of spiritual power she had just recovered, attempting to forcibly erase that primal mark belonging to the Nine Nether Devil Emperor from the sword's blade. Yet at the very moment her spiritual blade was about to make contact with the demonic seal, a voice cut through the void. You dare attempt to dismantle what I have left behind after taking my belongings? An icy male voice materialized without warning deep within Ji Xuanin's consciousness, a sound that haunted her like a living nightmare. Before she could react, the dark, crimson Nine Nether demonic seal suddenly unleashed an apocalyptic radiance capable of consuming the heavens themselves. Then within the confined space of the ring, the dimensional barrier shattered like fragile parchment under an overwhelming force emanating from countless miles away. In the next instant, a demonic chi chain forged from imperial laws erupted from the spatial rift itself. It disregarded all formations and defenses, swiftly wrapping around Ji Xuannin's remaining soul. No. Ji Xuannin struggled desperately, attempting to burn her soul to break free, but against such absolute power, every resistance was as futile as an ant trying to shake a great tree. The demonic chain constricted violently, its irresistible force dragging Ji Xuannin roughly into the pitch-black spatial rift. The rift sealed itself without a sound, as though nothing had transpired. Beyond its walls within the Valley of Death, Yi Chun had just stabilized his chi, gathering cultivation at the 4th stage, preparing to use his divine sense to consult his master regarding their next steps. Suddenly, he felt the ancient ring on his right index finger. The faint luster that once danced across its surface instantly dimmed, reducing it to mere common iron devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. Master! A sudden dread seized Yi Chun's heart, an unprecedented panic that flooded his chest. He hastily sent a thread of his divine sense into the ring's interior, only to find it completely empty. Ji Xuannin's ethereal, breathtaking figure had vanished without a trace, leaving not even the faintest whiff of spiritual energy behind. Master! What has happened? Where have you gone? Yi Chun called out desperately through his consciousness, receiving no answer whatsoever. Recalling those words from Ji Xuannin, that her spiritual foundation had been exhausted, Yi Chun's eyes turned crimson with grief. Overwhelming guilt and self-reproach surged over him like tidal waves. Master! It must be because you saved me earlier and slaughtered that divine repository beast on my behalf, depleting your remaining spiritual essence, causing your remnant soul to lose cohesion and fall into slumber once more. Master, rest assured, I Yi Chun swear before you, even if I must descend into the sharpest blades or walk through seas of fire, I will find that soul-nourishing sacred lotus within this secret realm. No matter the cost, I shall awaken you once more. The youth gripped the dimmed heavens, bearing martial sword, his eyes blazing with an unprecedented determination and resolve. Yet he remained utterly unaware of the terrifying predicament his majestic Empress Master now faced. Miles upon miles of boundless void separated them. In the westernmost reaches Qingxiu Royal Palace. With a spatial distortion, a phantom soul was violently hurled from the void, crashing onto the obsidian floor at the palace's center. Cough. Ji Xuannin's remnant soul emitted pained groans as the spatial rifts from crossing realms pushed her already weakened spirit to the brink of collapse. Forcing herself to lift her head against the excruciating pain of soul tearing, she surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. The grand hall stretched vast and imposing, its walls carved with ancient, intricate demon race totems. The air carried a calming fragrance of 10,000-year tranquility incense, yet beneath its soothing scent lurked a demonic presence, so terrifying it made her very soul quiver. As Ji Xuannin's gaze traveled up the black-carpeted steps to rest upon the obsidian imperial throne, symbolizing absolute authority, her breath caught unexpectedly. Upon the imperial throne sat a young man draped in a black robe woven with golden threads, his features so strikingly beautiful, they bordered on enchanting, reclining with languid grace against the chair's backrest. His eyes were deep and pitch-black, like an abyss that could swallow all things, radiating an absolute dominance that regarded the entirety of creation as mere ants. Beside him nestled a woman of breathtaking beauty, her figure voluptuous and captivating beyond measure. Clad in an ornate black and red palace gown, she knelt obediently at his side, cradling a luminous cup as she poured spiritual wine for him with practiced grace. A snow-white foxtail draped its fluffy length across his knee, carrying subtle notes of ingratiating affection. Then, the moment she recognized the robed man, memories sealed away for 3,000 years within Ji Xuannin's soul burst forth like a dam's catastrophic breach. 3,000 years past, she had been the peerless Empress Xuannin, unmatched in beauty and grace across the 3,000 Dao realms. Back then, her cultivation had reached the imperial Great Emperor realm, wielding supreme Dao artifacts, while commanding billions of territories. No place was unreachable, no opponent unconquerable in her eyes. Driven by her desire to achieve the supreme sword heart, her proud spirit led her alone into the Nine Nether Demon realm, sword pointed toward the Demon Palace, issuing a challenge to the legendary Nine Nether Devil Emperor, who had once suppressed an entire epic. She had imagined a confrontation of earth-shattering magnitude, of battle to immortalize herself among legends. But reality proved far more brutal and despairing than she could have conceived. Against her ultimate strike, the culmination of her lifetime's cultivation, the man seated upon the imperial throne didn't even stir from his position. With languid indifference, he raised his eyelids and casually extended a single finger through the air. That one gesture alone was enough. Her pride and joy, the supreme Dao artifact, shattered instantly into dust scattered across the heavens. Even her perfect imperial body, said to be indestructible across 10,000 calamities, crumbled piece by piece under the lingering force of that single finger until nothing remained. Had she not made that split-second decision at the final moment, burning 90% of her spiritual foundation to activate an ancient spatial treasure and flee with a sliver of remnant soul into the void, Ji Xianin would have ceased to exist entirely. Now 3 millennia later, that nightmare made flesh stood before her once more. The Nine Nether Devil Emperor. Ji Xuanin's voice quivered as her phantom remnant soul, crushed beneath Lu Yuan's casual aura, flickered like a candle in the wind on the verge of extinction. Lu Yuan lifted his luminous cup, taking a measured sip of spiritual wine as he gazed down upon Ji Xuanin's collapsed form at the hall's center. 3,000 years, Empress Xianin. I trust you fared well. His tone carried the casual ease of greeting an old friend. I never imagined the once proud and haughty you would reduce yourself to hiding within a cracked ring, leeching spiritual energy from some chi-gathering ant just to stay alive. Quite lamentable. Those mocking words struck like a dagger straight into Ji Xuanin's proud heart. Yet anger was quickly swallowed by deeper terror. She understood all too well what fell into the hands of such a demon. The Nine Nether Demon Palace's cruel methods could keep an imperial great emperor's remnant soul trapped between life and death, enduring countless years of unending torment. Lu Yuan. Even if my soul and spirit are utterly destroyed today, I will never again let you humiliate me. A desperate resolve flashed in Ji Xuanin's eyes. Knowing escape was impossible, she without hesitation reversed the last thread of her spiritual essence within her body. Whoosh! A soul fire wreathed in destruction immediately erupted within Ji Xuanin's being. She had decisively chosen to destroy her own soul, attempting to preserve the last shred of her dignity as an empress through such an extreme measure. Yet when faced with Ji Xuanin's self-destructive gambit, Lu Yuan didn't so much as lift an eyelid. He set down his luminous cup and fixed those deep pitch-black eyes upon her with utter impassivity. A single glance, an absolute will transcending all laws of heaven and earth, crashed down upon Ji Xianin like a thunderbolt. Time, space, and the raging soul fire within Ji Xianin all froze in that instant. With horror beyond measure, she realized she had lost all control over her own spiritual essence. That flame which could have reduced her to nothingness was extinguished as though crushed by an invisible hand, vanishing completely without a trace. Before this, sovereign life and death are never yours to decide. Lu Yuan's voice was ice cold. If I allow you to live, you cannot die. If I decree your death, even the cycle of reincarnation will not accept you. Want to die? First you must ask whether this sovereign permits it. Tyrannical. Utterly tyrannical. Ji Xianin collapsed weakly to the ground, tears swirling within her phantom eyes. Even the right to end her own life had been cruelly stripped away, leaving a helplessness more devastating than death itself. What exactly do you want? Ji Xianin lifted her head, glaring furiously at Lu Yuan as she demanded hysterically. You, the mighty Nine Nether Devil Emperor, why tamper with a mere chi-gathering youth? That demonic sword, and that soul-nourishing jade essence that awakened me, were these all deliberately orchestrated by you? What is your scheme? Yi Chun is but an innocent mortal, why manipulate him so ruthlessly? That demonic sword, and that soul-nourishing jade essence that awakened me, were these all deliberately orchestrated by you? What is your scheme? Yi Chun is but an innocent mortal, why manipulate him so ruthlessly? What is your scheme? Yi Chun is but an innocent mortal, why manipulate him so ruthlessly? Facing Ji Xuanin's desperate outcry, Lu Yuan merely curled the corners of his lips and openly acknowledged everything. Your guess is correct. That cracked supreme imperial weapon was bestowed by this sovereign. That soul-nourishing jade essence that stabilized your remnant soul was also granted by me. Lu Yuan tapped the armrest of his imperial throne with a composed air of total control. From the moment he claimed that sword, every opportunity he encountered, each breakthrough he achieved, even his notion of heavenly mandate protection, all were merely paths I laid out for him behind the scenes. Ji Xuanin's entire worldview shuddered under this devastating revelation. Yi Chun had always believed himself destined by heaven, convinced he'd inherited the legacy of ancient powerhouses, even vowing to use that sword to eradicate all demons. Yet the truth was far darker. He had been nothing more than a puppet in the Nine Nether Devil Emperor's palm, a toy manipulated at will by a demonic overlord. You're simply insane. A demon lost all semblance of humanity. Ji Xianin cursed through clenched teeth. Do you not fear heavenly retribution for toy ing with a youth's fate so cruelly? Heavenly retribution. This sovereign and the heavens of this world. Lu Yuan sneered coldly, his gaze toward Ji Xianin dripping with undisguised contempt. Ji Xuanin, spare me that righteous front. What makes you think you're any nobler than I am? Lu Yuan sneered coldly, his gaze toward Ji Xianin dripping with undisguised contempt. Ji Xuanin, spare me that righteous front. What makes you think you're any nobler than I am? Lu Yuan leaned forward, his assessing gaze sweeping over Ji Xuanin's remnant soul. You claim he was innocent, yet for these 3 years who has been hiding within his ring, feeding greedily off his hard-won spiritual energy like a leech. When he faced disgrace from his cultivation regression, mocked by his own clan, publicly broken engagement, honor stripped bare, where was this lofty empress? Swear before the heavenly Tao that you took him as disciple and taught him sword arts purely from a master's desire to nurture talent. Swear before the heavenly Tao that you took him as disciple and taught him sword arts purely from a master's desire to nurture talent. Each of Lu Yuan's piercing questions landed like a sharp slap across Ji Xuannin's face. Stop deceiving yourself. You simply recognized the extraordinary fortune within him. Teaching him techniques and helping him grow strong served only one purpose: to use him as your tool for gathering soul-nourishing treasures from those perilous secret realms. You plotted to wait until he matured, then send him to find the celestial materials needed to restore your imperial body. Once you've regained your emperorship, would you even care whether this ant lives or dies? Once you've regained your emperorship, would you even care whether this ant lives or dies? On the surface you called him your disciple, yet in truth you exploited and drained him just the same. What right do you have to condemn me when you're nothing but a hypocrite hiding behind the guise of master-student bonds while preying on the weak? Every word struck at the heart. Every sentence drew blood. Ji Xuannin was stripped bare by Lu Yuan's words, which tore away every last fig leaf of pretext. Her face turned deathly pale, her lips trembled, yet she could not utter a single word of rebuttal. She could argue that she had indeed later developed a faint bond of master and disciple with Yichun. She could quibble that she was not wholly cold-blooded and heartless. But Lu Yuan did not deign to argue with her about the truth or falsehood of those so-called feelings. For Lu Yuan's question was fatal: that in the beginning she had approached Yichun and drained 3 years of his spiritual energy solely for the sake of her own recovery. Everyone in the end was equally exploiting the boy's value. What essential difference was there? The only difference was that Lu Yuan had used him openly and clearly from start to finish, while she, Ji Xuannin, still wanted to erect a memorial arch to her own merciful heart. After that brief collapse and humiliation, Ji Xuannin, a great emperor who had once ruled a realm, finally forced herself to regain her composure. Gazing at Lu Yuan, who sat high upon the imperial throne, her mind began to race. No. Ji Xuannin realized something critical. If Lu Yuan only wanted to kill Yichun, or even only wanted to humiliate her in revenge for that sword strike long ago, then, with the heaven-spanning cultivation of the Nine Nether Demon Emperor, a single thought would reduce Yichun to ashes, and the her within the ring would once again dissolve into nothingness along with him. There was simply no need for him to go through such an elaborate detour. Even gifting an ultimate imperial weapon and the precious soul-nourishing jade nectar, secretly cultivating an enemy of limitless potential like a goo insect. What exactly do you want from Yichun? Ji Xuannin took a deep breath, her voice heavy. Lu Yuan watched her finally adopt the right frame of mind and gave a faint chuckle. What does this emperor want? Lu Yuan idly set the luminous wine cup down on the jade table, his tone laden with malicious amusement. I lack for nothing. I simply find these long, endless years too dull and want a little entertainment. I want to see him give everything he has climbed step by step to the very summit of this world, to a place where all must look up to him. A cruel arc curled at the corner of Lu Yuan's lips. And then before my eyes, personally pull away the ladder by which he ascended to heaven. At that moment, Ji Xuannin truly understood Lu Yuan's twisted and terrifying amusement for the first time. He was not afraid of Yichun growing strong at all. In the eyes of this demonic overlord who had suppressed 10,000 ages, Yichun was merely a fighting beast kept in a transparent glass box. He was even complaining that the beast was growing too slowly to give him enough stimulation. Madman, Ji Xuannin murmured in her heart. And yet in the deep recesses of her eyes there remained a trace of unwillingness she refused to acknowledge even to herself. As if seeing through that little thought of hers, Lu Yuan leaned forward slightly and decided to give her one last drastic dose. Since you care so much about your precious disciple, I might as well show a little mercy and let you see in advance the future he was originally meant to have. As Lu Yuan's words fell, an indescribably terrifying might burst forth from his palm and directly tore open a rift in time and space before Ji Xuannin. In the river of fate deduced by the system, magnificent and sweeping scenes began to flash rapidly before Ji Xuannin's eyes. She watched in shock. In the visions, after countless life and death battles, Yichun successfully entered the Heaven Sword sect. He perfected the 9-turn sword bone and obtained the supreme inheritance of the ancient sword emperor. Wielding a divine sword, he commanded the righteous path of the eastern wasteland and became the universally admired sword god of the 9 realms. And at the end of those visions, Yichun led the magnificent hosts of the righteous path from all heavens, their forces poised at the border of the 9 Nether Demon realm. Just as Ji Xuannin was shaken by Yichun's accomplishments, her gaze suddenly froze. Because within that mighty righteous army, among the core powerhouses standing at Yichun's side and fighting shoulder to shoulder with him, their swords pointed toward the 9 Nether Demon Palace, there was unmistakably a woman of peerless elegance whose aura crushed the ages. That person was actually herself. In the vision, she had not only escaped the feeble state of a remnant soul, but had also successfully reforged an emperor body and restored her cultivation to the peak of the emperor realm. That truly struck the deepest place in Ji Xuannin's soul. If there was anything that could make this once lofty female emperor set aside all her reserve and pride, it was undoubtedly the phrase reforge an emperor body. That was the ultimate obsession she had yearned for day and night for 3,000 years, something she had never even dared to dream of. Lu Yuan watched Ji Xuannin's roiling remnant soul and knew the moment was ripe. He casually snapped his fingers. A ball of light brimming with boundless life-giving creation appeared at Lu Yuan's fingertip. The instant it appeared, the space of the entire Qingxiu royal hall seemed to stir with new vitality under that nourishing aura. The origin of creation. This was one of the supreme divine objects Lu Yuan had helped himself to from the Golden Crow divine clan's treasury, and also an outstanding material for forging a peerless physical body. Although it could not allow Ji Xuannin to immediately recover her great emperor cultivation, as long as it was combined with several specific materials she could seek in the future, it would absolutely be enough for her to forge a perfect emperor body anew. Ji Xuannin's remnant soul instinctively let out a quiver of agitated resonance. In those cold, clear eyes, for the first time, true wavering and longing appeared. I can destroy you once. Lu Yuan casually tossed the ball of the origin of creation between his fingers, his tone carrying absolute dominion. Naturally, I can also remake you once. As long as you finish the task for me obediently, this thing is yours. Ji Xuannin took a deep breath, forcibly wrenching her gaze away from that origin, and asked in a hoarse voice, "What do you want me to do?" Lu Yuan leaned back in his chair, and like a slave owner threw out a set of terms that could practically be called a treaty of humiliation. First, return to Yi Chen's side at once, and continue being his all-capable beloved master. Second, continue teaching him Emperor-level sword Dao, without holding anything back, using every bit of your experience to raise his combat power. Third, guide him to find the remaining source of the 9-turn sword bone. Fourth, tell him the exact location of the Sword Emperor's tomb and the method to open it. Fifth, from now on, every important secret realm Yi Chen enters, every enemy he encounters, and every treasure he obtains must be recorded in detail through the 9 Nether Demon seal and transmitted back to me. Sixth, you may not reveal a single word to him about the truth that I am manipulating all of this from behind the curtain. Seventh. Lu Yuan paused, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing richer. Not only must you refrain from revealing anything, you must also appropriately and deliberately deepen his hatred of me in your daily guidance. You should constantly remind him that I am the fated enemy he must overcome in this lifetime. Eighth, whenever you encounter any opportunity that can truly make him grow quickly, do not hesitate. Push him into it. Even if it is a path of 9 deaths and 1 life, you must make him charge through it. After hearing these orders, Ji Xuannin felt as if her worldview had been completely overturned once more. She could understand the earlier terms, recording information, guiding opportunities. That was exactly what a qualified mole should do. But the 7th and 8th terms were utterly crazy. Absurd beyond absurd, absurd to the extreme. You actually want me to teach him how to kill you? Ji Xuannin was completely unable to comprehend this death-seeking logic. She felt that the man before her was absolutely an incurable madman. Lu Yuan merely asked back with contempt, if he is not even qualified to draw his sword against me, then all the painstaking effort I have spent raising him all this time would have been for nothing, wouldn't it? The loneliness of being undefeated and the ultimate pleasure of fattening one's prey before devouring it in a single bite. Such ecstasy was something a worthless creature like Ji Xuannin, whom he could crush beneath a single finger, could never understand. Just as Ji Xuannin was caught in a bitter inner war, still making her final psychological struggle, to Shan Yueli, who had been silently kneeling beside Lu Yuan refilling his wine, let a glint of wariness flicker through her seductive fox eyes. Both were peerless beauties, and both had once been female emperors ruling over their own domains. Shan Yueli keenly felt a sense of rivalry from the same species coming off Ji Xuannin, especially when she discovered that the imperial sovereign actually intended to use such a precious divine object to reforge this woman's body. The 9 plump snow-white foxtails behind her immediately began to sweep restlessly. Shan Yueli had no desire to let her newly established position be threatened by this remnant soul that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She put down the wine flagon, leaned forward slightly, and let her full voluptuous figure press against Lu Yuan's leg, barely there as if by accident. Then, while using her fair jade hand to refill Lu Yuan's spirit wine, she raised her snow-white chin with a gesture of asserting sovereignty and looked down at the humiliated Ji Xuannin. Sunk in embarrassment, Ji Xuannin naturally noticed Shan Yueli's little display. As a one-time human emperor, she carried a natural contempt toward the demon race in her bones. Especially seeing Shan Yueli willingly debase herself, fawning on that demonic fiend like a pet, the contempt in Ji Xuannin's heart immediately outweighed her fear. The dignified Qingxiu Fox Emperor, once a supreme power who dominated the demon realm, Ji Xuannin sneered coldly. now willingly lowers herself, barely dressed, kneeling at the feet of a demonic scoundrel, wagging her tail and begging for pity like a human cauldron. Tushan Yue, you have utterly disgraced all demonkind in this world. Do you not feel any shame? In the face of Ji Xuannin's venomous insult, Tushan Yue was not provoked in the slightest. Instead, a graceful smile bloomed on her stunning face. She cared nothing about so-called purity of character or face. Shame, eh? Tushan Yue's voice was clear and pleasant, yet every word cut to the bone. The imperial sovereign with his peerless might slew 1,000,000 demon soldiers in a single glance, and saved my Qingqiu's hundreds of thousands of clansmen from fire and water. He further bestowed imperishable protection, granting my Fox clan 10,000 generations of rebirth. It is my own willing heart to attend the imperial sovereign here, the boundless glory of Qingqiu. At these words, the contempt in Tushan Yue's eyes was even stronger than Ji Xuannin's. I am willing. Tushan Yue leaned forward slightly, her gaze strikingly oppressive. If you are unwilling, you may go back into that broken ring and remain a lonely ghost forever. No one is stopping you from being noble and aloof. You. Ji Xuannin was choked speechless by Tushan Yue's unabashed declaration of devotion, her face turning red and her chest heaving sharply, yet she had no words to say, because every word the other woman had spoken was the truth. Moreover, Tushan Yue's final phrase, remain a lonely ghost forever, had stepped precisely on her fatal weak point. A long deathly silence filled the hall. In the end, before the absolute temptation of survival and the reforging of an emperor body, Ji Xuannin slowly closed her eyes and bowed the proud head that had once belonged to a human empress. I can agree to your terms. To nurture Yichen for you. Ji Xuannin's voice was steeped in endless exhaustion and capitulation, but she still made one last request. But you must guarantee me that you will not kill him before he has the true qualification to fight you. This was her way of eking out a tiny fragile space to survive for that stubborn disciple amid complete hopelessness. Hearing this, Lu Yuan finally revealed a satisfied smile. Deal. With the satisfied chuckle of Lu Yuan, he slowly raised his right hand. A low hum filled the air as a drop of dark red blood was forced out from his fingertip, rapidly weaving and interlacing in midair, until in the blink of an eye it turned into an intricate 9 nether soul seal. Go! Lu Yuan flicked his finger, and the dark red soul seal shot out like a bolt of lightning, striking Ji Xuannin's brow and branding itself deep within the origin of her soul. Ack! Ji Xuannin let out a pained grunt, and her remnant soul could not help but tremble. She could clearly feel that an unassailable supreme command like an invisible net had seized absolute sovereignty over her life or death, and the very ownership of her soul. Don't put on that look of someone ready to die. I have never been interested in turning anyone into a soulless marionette. Leaning back on the obsidian imperial throne, Lu Yuan savored the humiliation on Ji Xuannin's face. This soul seal will not erase your consciousness. You will still be yourself. You can keep hating me in the depths of your heart, keep agonizing over that precious little disciple of yours, and even spend every day cursing me in your sea of consciousness in any way you like. But you cannot reveal a single word of this transaction to anyone, nor can you secretly touch the seal on the demon's sword. If you dare to commit even the slightest action that defies my command, this soul seal will detonate instantly, and you won't even have the right to become a lonely wandering ghost. Ji Xuannin's face turned deathly pale. Preserving one's complete personality and emotions while being forced to carry out an order of betrayal. This was Lu Yuan's most vicious cruelty. He wanted this once lofty empress to faithfully play the role of a senior keeper, amid waking agony and self-reproach. Do you understand? Lu Yuan asked coldly. I understand. Ji Xuannin closed her eyes and bowed her head in dejection. Meanwhile, deep within the Canyan sect's secret realm in the depths of the Death Nether Valley, the surrounding miasma rolled and churned like specters. Yichun, who had just killed a spirit vault realm beast by leaping across major cultivation realms, was now dragging that tattered, countless wounded corpse through the rubble-strewn stone piles and beast lairs, frantically searching for something. Although he had successfully broken through to the 4th level of the Qi-gathering realm through the resonance of his Tian's spiritual power and the origin of his sword bone, his overstrained body made him cough blood with every step. But he did not care at all. He completely ignored the cluster of Tian sword marrow nearby that would have stirred a bloody storm if it were revealed to the outside world, keeping his bloodshot eyes fixed on the dark corner of the lair. Master, where exactly are you? Yichun frantically moved giant rocks aside, his hands scraped raw and bleeding. The soul-nourishing sacred lotus. It must be nearby. I have to find it, and I will definitely wake you up. Inside the Qingqiu King Hall, Lu Yuan watched the frantic gray-robed youth through the watermoon demon mirror, and a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Dragging that half-dead broken body around, and still remembering to search for medicine for you. Lu Yuan glanced at Ji Xuannin, who was kneeling prostrate before him, and sneered mockingly. Quite filial indeed. With that, Lu Yuan waved his wide sleeve and directly tore open the void barrier ahead. Get back now. Delay another step, and that good disciple of yours will probably cry himself to death in this valley. An irresistible force of suction surged out, instantly drawing Ji Xuannin's remnant soul into the rift. Within the secret realm, Yi Chun, who had been sinking in regret and despair, suddenly felt the ancient ring on his right index finger glow with a faint light once more. Immediately after, Ji Xuannin's illusory figure slowly drifted out from the ring. Because she had just endured the torment of the soul seal and the tearing force of cross-realm teleportation, her soul body appeared even more transparent and ghastly pale than before, as if the lightest breeze could scatter her. Master! Seeing Ji Xuannin reappear, Yi Chun trembled with excitement, hurled away the boulder in his hands, and a faint glimmer of tears appeared in his eyes. You're safe? Your disciple thought you were. Seeing the young man's sincere worry, Ji Xuannin felt an indescribable sting pierce deep into her soul. She forced herself to put on the mask of a kind teacher and sighed softly in a tone full of consolation. Silly child. Just now, in order to help you survive a fatal tribulation, I overexerted the origin of my soul and soul essence. It was only for self-protection that I briefly sank into a profound special slumber. I made you worry. Yi Chun believed this explanation without a trace of doubt. He clenched his fists tightly, his voice full of self-blame. It's all because your disciple is too weak. If I were stronger, Master wouldn't have to risk her life to save me. He raised his head, an unprecedented determination burning in his eyes. Master, rest assured. Your disciple has already awakened the first layer of the 9 revolutions, sword bone. I will only grow stronger. I swear, no matter where I go, whether in heaven above or earth below, I will seek out endless soul-nourishing treasures for you, and I will find a way to reshape a perfect body for you. Hearing this fervent vow, Ji Xuannin fell into silence. Had this been before, hearing such filial bold words from her disciple would have filled her with immense gratification and warmth. But now all she felt was an absurd sense of irony that bordered on the extreme. Reshape a body. This foolish boy was willing to bleed and fight desperately for that promise. Yet he had no idea that the man who truly knew how to reshape the Emperor body, and who had already thrown in the Creation Emperor source as the bargaining chip, was at this very moment seated high in the Qingqiu King Hall, enjoying their parting of life and death like a monkey show. Even more than that, the opportunities this foolish disciple would one day fight tooth and nail for might in the very next second be carelessly tossed by Lu Yuan onto his path like garbage. What a sorrowful fate. With this filial heart of yours I am already content. Ji Xuannin drew a deep breath, suppressed the bitterness in her chest, and following Lu Yuan's instructions cast out that fatal foreshadowing. Since you have awakened the first layer of the sword bone, it is time for you to know the road ahead. Ji Xuannin's expression turned solemn as she said in a low voice, during the deep slumber, just now I recalled an ancient secret. 3 months from now, deep in the sunset plains of the eastern wasteland, an ancient Sword Emperor tomb will appear in the world. Sword Emperor tomb. Yi Chun's pupils abruptly contracted, and even his breathing became rapid. That's right. Inside that imperial tomb is not only a complete emperor-grade sword scripture and remnant sword Dao laws, but even a quasi-emperor weapon that has yet to choose its master. With every treasure, Ji Xuannin named Yi Chun's heartbeat quicken one step. Most importantly, it contains the second layer origin needed to complete your 9 revolutions sword bone, as well as a soul-nourishing divine jade that can greatly restore my soul. Originally, according to Ji Xuannin's own plan, she would not have let Yi Chun try his luck at such a perilous ancient imperial tomb until he had at least reached the Spirit Sea realm. But now, bound by the 9 Nether Demon contract, she had to spare no effort to accelerate Yi Chun's growth, so she could only forcibly bring this plan forward. The second layer sword bone origin. Soul-nourishing divine jade. After hearing this, Yi Chun felt the blood in his entire body boil, and even the pain from his wounds seemed to be driven away at that moment. He clenched the heaven-burying demon sword with blazing eyes. Master, rest assured. In these 3 months, I will cultivate with all my might and obtain the qualification of a core disciple. 3 months from now, no matter how many peerless prodigies are in that Sword Emperor tomb, I, Yi Chun, will seize every one of those inheritances and that divine jade for you. While Yi Chun was declaring his grand oath in the Death Nether Valley deep inside the inner sect of Tsangyun sect, the atmosphere, in a luxurious hall saturated with spiritual energy, was oppressively stifling. Ag. Zhou, who had lost an arm, kneeled painfully in the center of the great hall. The empty sleeve on his right side was stained with dried black blood, and he looked utterly wretched and sinister. Seated at the head of the hall was a gray-robed old man with an aquiline nose and eyes as sharp as blades. This person was Zhou's master, the third elder of Tsangyun sect's inner sect, Zhao Wuji. He was also a genuine peak-stage spirit vault realm powerhouse. Master, you must seek justice for your disciple. Bearing the pain of his severed arm, Zhou tearfully twisted the truth. That newly promoted outer sect disciple named Yi Chun is no genius at all. He is a complete madman. He got an ancient evil sword emanating towering demonic chi from who knows where, and his body even conceals an extremely terrifying demonic remnant soul. To cover up his own acts of robbing the dying, sealing the formation, and framing a fellow disciple Yuan threw every last bit of filth onto Yichun. We encountered demonic beasts in the valley and wanted to join hands to fight them. But who knew Yichun would suddenly erupt with demonic nature? Not only did he use that demonic sword to swallow the miraculous opportunity in the valley alone, he even mercilessly killed his fellow disciples. The 4 junior brothers I brought with me were all savagely murdered by him. If I had not risked my life to use the greater teleportation talisman you bestowed upon me, I wouldn't have been able to come back either. Hearing the words, demonic remnant soul, Zhao Wuji's brows drew together. But when he heard, ancient evil sword, and miraculous opportunity, a barely concealed lustful gleam of greed burst from his murky old eyes. As for the few ordinary inner disciples who had died, he did not care at all. Are you certain that the sword in his hand cut off your arm with a single blow and that its demonic chi could even suppress a spirit vault realm demonic beast? Zhao Wuji stared hard at Yuan and asked in a deep voice. Your disciple swears it with his life. That is definitely an ancient divine weapon with a terrifyingly high rank. Yuan gnashed his teeth and said, Master, if such a demon has infiltrated our Tsungyun sect and is not eliminated as soon as possible, he will surely become a great calamity. Zhao Wuji gave a cold snort and slowly rose from his seat, pacing through the hall with his hands behind his back. He was an old fox who had lived for centuries, and he could tell immediately how much of Yuan's words was exaggerated. If Yichun had truly fallen into demonic madness, how could Su Qingxue, the sect leader's daughter, still have come out safe and sound with him? But that didn't matter. What mattered was that an insignificant ant at the chi-gathering realm with no background whatsoever actually possessed an ancient divine weapon that even an inner elder like him coveted crazily. Carrying a demonic weapon and murdering fellow disciples. This kind of conduct stirs the wrath of gods and men alike. A hypocritical sneer curled at the corner of Zhao Wuji's mouth as he declared sanctimoniously, however, this brat did save the sect leader's daughter. If I kill him directly inside the secret realm, it may give others ammunition for gossip. Pass my order. Once the assessment is over and the brat steps out of the secret realm, seize him immediately. As one of the inner sect enforcement elders, I naturally have the right to personally inspect that soul-confusing evil weapon of his. If it truly is a demonic relic, then I will act in heaven's stead, confiscate it by force, and suppress it within my cave abode. Yes, your disciple obeys. Yuan lowered his head, and a cruel grin spread across his pale face. Yichun, so what if you broke through in the secret realm? Once you come out, I'll be watching how you die. On the other side in the Qingxiu King Hall, Lu Yuan heard the system notifications by his side, and confirmed that Ji Xianin had begun carrying out her keeper duties, perfectly successfully feeding the Sword Emperor tomb bait right to Yichun's mouth. And a new sword-seizing crisis inside Tsungyun sect was already spreading toward the top of Yichun's head like an enormous net. The second stage of Destiny investment could already be declared a triumphant first victory, with the coffers brimming full. Just as Lu Yuan was in an excellent mood and ready to close the system interface to carefully plan how to make this spirit pig grow even plumper, the temperature inside the King Hall suddenly dropped by a dozen-odd degrees. A frantic transmission fluctuation came from a top-secret jade slip at Tushan Yueli's waist. This jade slip could only be activated by the hidden agents the Fox clan had buried in the deepest core of the demon domain, and it represented a life-and-death crisis of the highest order. Tushan Yueli's expression sharpened, and she crushed the jade slip without any hesitation. A dark red stream of spiritual sense drilled into her brow. In only a single instant, all the alluring tenderness that had graced Tushan Yueli's face while she accompanied Lu Yuan vanished, condensing into a layer of frost that would not thaw for 10,000 years. Behind her, all 9 fox tails bristled upright. A fierce killing aura belonging to the former Demon Empress erupted uncontrollably in that moment. She abruptly rose and turned to face Lu Yuan on the throne. Though she suppressed the surging emotions within her heart, her voice still carried a grave, murderous chill. Sovereign. Tushan Yueli bowed her head deeply and reported word by word, urgent report from the hidden agents at the front line. The Golden Crow God Clan is here. Rumble. The originally peaceful and serene sky over Qingxiu suddenly burst into an earth-shattering roar, as if heaven and earth were crumbling apart. Immediately after, the azure firmament shrouding Qingxiu was ruthlessly split open from the middle by a sharp blade. Endless golden divine flames like molten magma pouring down cascaded through the rift in the void, instantly burning a colossal hole straight through the heavens above Qingxiu. The temperature in the air in that moment soared to a terrifying level sufficient to melt metal and stone. Below, some of the wooden pavilions that had just been built in the royal city burst into flames on their own under the scorching heat wave, without even a single spark touching them. And in the burned open golden sea of fire, 2 great golden suns, as dazzling and blinding as the sun itself, slowly hovered directly above Qingxiu's newly built royal city. This time, the Golden Crow Divine Clan no longer sent millions of low-ranking demon soldiers to die as before. What they dispatched was the absolute trump card capable of suppressing the entire demon domain of the Eastern Wasteland. Within the golden great sun on the left sat an old man with a withered face clad in a dark gold feathered robe. The power of laws swirling around his body had actually reached the shocking 7th layer quasi-emperor realm. This person was none other than the second ancestor of the Golden Crow clan who had been in secluded cultivation for several thousand years. Within the great sun on the right was a middle-aged man with sinister eyes, his entire body bathed in violent divine flames. His cultivation was likewise at the 5th layer quasi-emperor realm. He was the Golden Crow third ancestor. Behind the two quasi-emperors stood the Golden Crow clan's great elder, a peak great sage who had barely escaped with his life last time. At this moment he was respectfully holding aloft with both hands a bronze divine furnace inscribed with ancient Golden Crow totems and blazing with towering flames. That was the Golden Crow clan's clan-suppressing imperial weapon, the Solar Divine Furnace. Not only that, on the other side of the two golden great suns a sharp sword light over 10,000 zhang long, as if intending to split heaven and earth apart, arrived with a sword hum and halted domineeringly outside Qingqiu's barrier. As the sword light dissipated, a middle-aged sword cultivator in a moon-white Taoist robe, with a sword slung across his back, stood proudly. His cultivation had also unexpectedly reached the 6th layer quasi-emperor realm. He was the powerful and highly influential enforcement hall master of the Tianjin sect. 3 quasi-emperors plus 1 intact supreme imperial weapon. With such a world-destroying lineup, the Golden Crow divine clan had certainly not come to die mindlessly. They dared to march ostentatiously on Qingqiu, because before coming they had already conferred with the upper echelons of the Tianjin sect. According to the ancient intelligence held by the Tianjin sect, the Nine Nether Demon Emperor had dominated his era, but after all he had been dormant for tens of thousands of years. After tens of thousands of years, even a powerhouse of the great emperor level would inevitably face the desperate situation of exhausted lifespan if they lacked special means to prolong their life. They unanimously judged that this suddenly revived demon emperor was extremely likely carrying an unhealable emperor Dao wound at the emperor realm. As for the terrifying technique that had erased 1,000,000 demon soldiers with a single glance last time, they preferred to believe that the demon emperor had relied on a forbidden imperial weapon inside the Nine Nether Demon Palace, or had barely unleashed a thunderous strike by overdrafting his own source, a power that absolutely could not be used consecutively. Therefore, the Golden Crow second ancestor had personally brought out the clan-suppressing imperial weapon, the Solar Divine Furnace, and had brought along the enforcement hall master of the Tianjin sect as a witness. Their purpose was crystal clear: probing. As long as they probed out the Nine Nether Demon Emperor's hollow facade, they would unhesitatingly join forces to thoroughly slay him and eliminate the root of future trouble. To make this probe achieve the effect of displaying power, the Golden Crow divine clan deliberately stirred up an extremely grand display before setting out. At this very moment in the void, tens of thousands of li away from the Qingqiu clan territory, spies and clan leaders of more than a dozen major demon clans were lurking. The Celestial Demon Marten clan, the Nine Nether Ao clan, the Heaven Swallowing Sparrow clan. These overlord demon clans, normally not subordinate to one another, all activated various water mirror secret arts and pupil arts, watching this scene with bated breath from the shadows. They all wanted to know exactly how much of his former invincible strength remained in this demonic patron that the Qingqiu Fox clan had just acknowledged. If the Demon Emperor showed any sign of defeat today under the combined assault of 3 quasi-emperors and an imperial weapon, then the entire structure of the demon domain would inevitably face an unprecedented and ruthless reshuffling. This battle was not only the Golden Crow divine clan's war of vengeance, but also Lu Yuan's perfect stage to establish his might for the entire demon domain and even the whole 3,000 Dao domains. Inside the royal hall of Qingqiu, as the pressure from the 3 quasi-emperors outside poured down, without reservation, the newly restored Qingqiu clan protection grand formation began to emit creaks and groans under an unbearable load. On the formation's light screen, spiderweb-like cracks were spreading rapidly. The great elder presiding over the formation spat out a mouthful of blood under this terrifying pressure. Yet he still gritted his teeth, ready to burn his great sage origin and fully activate the clan protection grand formation's self-destruct program. Tushan Yueli, seated beside Lu Yuan, also had her breathtakingly beautiful face covered in frost. The 9 foxtails behind her suddenly spread apart, like 9 sharp heavenly blades. With a flash of spiritual light, a form-fitting crimson, streamlined battle armor instantly covered her voluptuous fiery figure, making her appear like an icy-cold, peerless war goddess. Imperial Lord, the Golden Crow divine clan has gone too far. Yueli will go out now to face the enemy. Tushan Yueli's eyes blazed with killing intent as she rose to charge out of the royal hall. Yet just as she moved, a large hand reached over and firmly gripped her slender wrist. With a slight exertion of force, Lu Yuan pulled the Fox clan empress, who was about to don her armor and enter battle, back into his embrace, pressing her securely against the edge of the imperial throne. "Sit still." Lu Yuan did not even raise his head to look at the three quasi-emperors in the sky. He only idly toyed with a strand of silver hair at Tushan Yueli's waist. How could a woman this emperor has just claimed have any reason to go out and fight for this emperor? His tone carried a tyranny that brooked no defiance. Take off the armor and continue pouring wine for this emperor. Tushan Yueli's heart trembled at these words. Outside, the sky was about to collapse. The clan protection formation was on the verge of shattering. Three quasi-emperors carrying a supreme imperial weapon could level this place at any moment. Yet in such a desperate situation where death and annihilation were imminent, the imperial lord actually told her to keep pouring wine. This absolute confidence that ignored heaven and earth and regarded every mighty enemy as mere weeds instantly made the fear in Tushan Yueli's heart vanish, replaced by an irrepressible fanatical worship. Yes, imperial lord. Tushan Yueli obediently dispersed her battle armor and changed back into the luxurious black and red palace dress. She docilely knelt beside Lu Yuan's leg, picked up the luminous wine pot, and filled his cup with amber spirit wine. Outside the royal hall, doomsday was descending, inside soft fragrance and warm jade wine and revelry. This extremely intense contrast seemed to be the greatest contempt for the three quasi-emperors above the sky. In the heavens, the Golden Crow's second ancestor looked at the tottering Qingqiu formation below, a trace of arrogance flashing in his eyes. Looking down from on high at Qingqiu's royal city, his voice, like rolling thunder from heaven, carried an overbearing majesty and spread across the entire demon domain. Listen, Qingqiu Fox clan. I have come today with an imperial weapon solely to demand a fair reckoning. Remove the formation at once and hand over your Fox clan ancestral seal. Tushan Yueli, you must personally journey to our Golden Crow ancestral land, Kaodao, once every 3 steps, and atone for your crimes for 100 years. Furthermore, the Nine Nether Demon Palace must compensate our clan for the loss of 10 solar essence mines. The second ancestor paused, and his tone became bone-piercingly cold as he threw out the most crucial condition of their trip finally. Immediately hand over the murderer who killed our Golden Crow crown prince that day. If you dare to utter even half a no, then today Qingqiu will be left without even a chicken or a dog left alive. When these arrogant conditions were raised, not only the Qingqiu Fox clan, but even the experts of the various demon clans secretly watching from the shadows could not help but draw in a cold breath. The Golden Crow divine clan had not come to seek justice at all. This was plainly riding on the Nine Nether Demon Emperor's neck and taking a dump. If the Demon Emperor truly swallowed this humiliation, then from now on, he would have no place to stand in the 3,000 Dao domains. Inside the royal hall of Qingqiu, Lu Yuan, who was holding his wine cup, did not show the slightest emotional fluctuation when he heard the earlier conditions. It was only when he heard the last phrase, hand over the murderer, that he finally reacted. Then Lu Yuan finally stopped drinking, and in his deep eyes appeared a trace of mocking amusement. Murderer. Lu Yuan tapped his fingertips lightly on the jade table. That magnetic voice, though soft, ignored the barriers of space and rang out with perfect clarity by everyone's ear. This emperor is right here. Do you have the courage to come down and take me? This one simple sentence, like a thunderclap from clear sky, exploded directly within the minds of the three quasi-emperors. The Golden Crow's second ancestor's expression changed. He had not expected the Nine Nether Demon Emperor to disdain even a single word of perfunctory courtesy, directly admit to being the murderer, and remain every bit as arrogant as before. Could he truly not be injured? Just as the second ancestor was wavering between suspicion and doubt, the enforcement hall master of the Tianjin sect beside him let out a cold snort. A flash of light flickered in his hand, and a golden token engraved with countless intricate Dao patterns hovered above his head. That was the demon-slaying decree representing the supreme will of the Eastern Wasteland's righteous alliance. Nine Nether Demon Emperor. The enforcement hall master held his sword and rebuked loudly with righteous indignation. As a figure of the demonic path, you had barely awakened before you unleashed boundless slaughter in the demon domain, killing 1 million living beings. Such deeds are intolerable to heaven's principles. I come today under the orders of the Tianjin sect master bearing the demon-slaying decree. If you still have any self-awareness, immediately surrender and come back with me to the Tianjin sect to accept trial by the righteous path. If you dare to attack any of us, that will be a declaration of war against the entire righteous path under heaven. When that happens, all holy lands will jointly punish you, and your Nine Nether Demon domain will be reduced to ashes. The enforcement hall master's words were impassioned and stirring. He was attempting to use the righteous forces of the entire Eastern Wasteland as a shield, applying mental pressure on Lu Yuan in order to force him to reveal a flaw. However, Lu Yuan, seated on the throne, watched the enforcement hall master spouting arrogant nonsense in the sky like a ridiculous buffoon. Far from feeling any anger, he found it extraordinarily amusing. Tianjin sect. The figure of Yi Chun in the Watermoon demon mirror immediately surfaced in his mind. In the fate trajectory deduced by the system, the Tianjin sect was the most important force that would take in Yi Chun in the future and spare no effort to cultivate him into the sword god of the 9 domains. If I slapped this enforcement hall master to death, right now those stubborn old fools of the Tianjian sect might be so frightened that they would seal the mountain gates and hide like turtles. Lu Yuan calculated silently to himself. Only by keeping this imbecile alive and letting him scurry back to loudly spread tales of this emperor's horror. With the upper echelons of the Tianjian sect driven by extreme terror search everywhere for a genius capable of opposing the demon emperor, and Yi Chun with his 9-turn sword bone would logically become the savior in their eyes. That is equivalent to making all the righteous holy lands voluntarily spend resources and energy to raise this heaven-ordained spirit pig for this emperor. At this thought, Lu Yuan's smile deepened. He decided that this man could not be casually killed for the time being. He had to be kept and made full use of. The Golden Crow's second ancestor in midair saw Lu Yuan remain silent and even reveal an uncanny smile at the corner of his mouth. In his heart, he immediately became certain that his speculation was correct. Nine Nether Demon Emperor, it seems you really are at the end of your strength, reduced to using such mystifying tricks to cover your weakness. The Golden Crow's second ancestor laughed wildly, killing intent erupting from his eyes. Since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit today, I shall act in heaven's place and send you to the afterlife. Rise. Following the second ancestor's thunderous roar, he bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of origin essence blood containing his 7th layer quasi-emperor cultivation directly onto the solar divine furnace behind him. Boom. Nourished by the quasi-emperor's essence blood, this supreme imperial weapon that had lain silent for tens of thousands of years had finally revived. The ancient bronze totems on the furnace's surface seemed to come alive, transforming into 3-legged golden crows bathed in blazing flames, spreading their wings and crying shrilly in the void. A primeval golden sun more than 10,000 zhang in diameter and 100 times more massive than before soared up from the furnace and descended toward the royal hall below with the terrifying might to incinerate the 8 wilds and 6 harmonies, crushing everything in its path. Crack, crack. The moment the imperial weapon appeared, heaven and earth changed color. The sturdy clam protection formation of Qingxiu could not hold even for 1 second, shattering into a sky full of light rain under this doomsday-like pressure of the emperor realm. As that golden sun pressed down, the buildings within the royal city began to melt over a wide area. The moment Tushan Yueli looked up, the blinding golden light and the horrifying heat wave made her feel as if her very soul were about to ignite. She instinctively shut her eyes and hugged Lu Yuan's arm tightly. But at that very moment, when the 10,000 zhang sun was less than 100 zhang from the royal hall, and every spectator in the demon domain believed the Nine Nether Demon Emperor was about to fall, Lu Yuan, who had been sitting motionless on the imperial throne, finally moved. He released Tushan Yueli and slowly raised his right hand. Then, under the startled gaze of hundreds of thousands of eyes, Lu Yuan faced the 10,000 zhang sun that could incinerate the entire eastern wasteland and lightly extended his index and middle fingers. With a mere furnace for burning fire, you dare to show off before this emperor? His voice was filled with infinite mockery. Is that all? The instant his voice fell, Lu Yuan's 2 fingers gently pinched together in the void. And with that casual, effortless move, between heaven and earth, it was as if an invisible giant hand formed from the laws of all heavens, and the myriad Daos had savagely seized hold of the 10,000 zhang sun. That world-destroying supreme imperial weapon, the solar divine furnace, together with all the divine flames it had unleashed, was caught a mere few inches from Lu Yuan's fingertips. Just like that. High in the sky, the second ancestor of the Golden Crow, who was pouring all his power into the imperial weapon, was struck by an unimaginable, terrifying backlash. His chest felt as if it had been hammered. He threw his head back and sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, his withered face instantly turning as pale as paper. How can this be? The second ancestor of the Golden Crow's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his pupils filled with shock beyond belief. That was the clam-protecting imperial weapon containing the laws of a great emperor. Even a great emperor at full strength would not dare to be so arrogant as to catch it with 2 bare fingers. Under the gazes of hundreds of thousands of horrified spectators, Lu Yuan's fingers exerted the slightest force. The towering golden light formed from pure primordial divine fire shattered inch by inch like fragile glass, scattering into a rain of golden light that drifted down through the sky. As the light faded, the ancient bronze body of the sun god furnace was revealed. Sensing the threat, the ancient golden crow totems on the furnace's surface flickered wildly. Immediately afterward, a vast, illusory Dharma manifestation of the Golden Crow Great Emperor emerged from the depths of the furnace. The artifact spirit, carrying the unyielding will of the former Great Emperor, let out a cry that split the clouds, striving to unleash even more powerful law-infused divine fire to burn away the hand that had trapped it. A mere remnant while left inside a weapon dares to bark before this emperor. A trace of disdain flashed through Lu Yuan's eyes. The 2 fingers clamped around the furnace's edge suddenly increased their pressure. Crack! A crisp, shattering sound rang out abruptly across the sky. On the surface of that supreme imperial weapon, which had weathered tens of thousands of years, a hideous slender crack began to spread under Lu Yuan's 2 fingers. A wu. The artifact's spirit manifestation, which had been proudly unyielding a moment before, let out a miserable wail the instant the crack appeared. The proud will of the great emperor was crushed to powder before Lu Yuan's unreasonable absolute strength. The golden crow phantom began to tremble in midair, folding its wings like a frightened quail betraying a humble plea for mercy. So much for a supreme imperial weapon. Lu Yuan casually yanked the crack-covered bronze furnace down from the air, as if it were a worn-out teapot. He turned to look at Tushan Yueli, who was still slightly dazed beside him, and said with undisguised contempt, "What a piece of scrap bronze. Even if this emperor used it to boil water for tea, it would still stink of bird urine." These words, which caused little harm, but maximum humiliation, echoed through the empty world. Tushan Yueli, who had been worried about the apocalypse just moments before, looked at the clan-protecting imperial weapon in Lu Yuan's hand, then heard his teasing words, and could not hold back a laugh. She quickly covered her red lips with a fair jade-like hand, her seductive fox eyes already overflowing with intense adoration and infatuation. In the void, tens of thousands of miles away from Qingxiu, the mighty figures of the various races in the demon domain, who had been secretly watching the battle through secret arts, stood frozen like clay and wooden sculptures. The entire upper echelon of the demon domain sank into a suffocatingly dead silence. He had caught an imperial weapon with his bare hands. He had even cracked the divine furnace's body with just 2 fingers. All the rumors that the Nine Abyss Demon Emperor was severely wounded, not yet recovered, and nearing the end of his lifespan collapsed by themselves in that moment, turning into an utterly absurd joke. How was this a man who was outwardly strong but inwardly weak? This was clearly countless times more terrifying than the era-suppressing demon recorded in ancient texts. Flee. Run. High in the sky, the second ancestor of the Golden Crow's mind went blank. Seeing the imperial weapon left by his ancestors being squeezed and cracked like clay, all of his fighting will collapsed. He finally realized how absurdly wrong the self-righteous calculations of the Tianjin sect and the Golden Crow divine clan had been. The third ancestor of the Golden Crow, whose cultivation was slightly weaker, was frightened out of his wits. He did not even dare waste a single word. He directly burned most of the quasi-emperor essence blood in his body, turned into a blinding blood-red blaze, savagely tore through the void, and fled madly into the distance. "Since you're already here, why the hurry?" Lu Yuan lazily raised his eyelids, his gaze seemingly crossing endless space to land lightly on the blaze that had already escaped thousands of miles away. A strange ripple spread through space. It was just a glance. The third ancestor of the Golden Crow, who had already half disappeared into the depths of the void, suddenly stopped. Then before everyone's eyes, the space around him began to collapse inward like a glass ball being crushed. "No, Demon Emperor, spare me." With a despairing scream, the third ancestor of the Golden Crow's quasi-emperor body, along with his divine soul, which he had painstakingly cultivated for thousands of years, disintegrated into dust invisible to the naked eye amid the collapsing spatial storm, utterly wiped from existence. One glance, and a quasi-emperor was slain. Watching his companion die horribly, the second ancestor of the Golden Crow's legs went weak, and he nearly fell from the sky. Knowing he had no chance of surviving today, a desperate, ferocious light surged in his eyes. He intended to imitate the clan's founding martyrs and self-detonate his divine soul on the spot, preserving the Golden Crow clan's final dignity. On this emperor's territory, life and death are not for you to decide. Lu Yuan waved a hand casually. Clatter. 3 black chains condensed from demonic qi pierced through the void like venomous snakes, stabbing directly into the second ancestor of the Golden Crow's collarbones and dantian. The great emperor's supreme law instantly sealed all the meridians and spiritual power in the second ancestor of the Golden Crow's body. Kneel. Lu Yuan gave a cold shout. The chains abruptly contracted, and with irresistible, overwhelming force dragged the lofty Golden Crow quasi-emperor down from the clouds. With a dull thud, the quasi-emperor landed on the scorched earth before Qingxiu royal city, his knees sinking deep into the ground. As for the Grand Elder who had been holding the furnace, he had been shaken into a pool of bloody mud the moment Lu Yuan seized the imperial weapon, unworthy even of leaving behind a name. "You. Why don't you kill me?" Kneeling in humiliation, covered in mud, the second ancestor of the Golden Crow's murky old eyes were full of despair and confusion. He did not believe that this demon emperor, infamous for cruelty, would suddenly show mercy. "Killing you is easy, but keeping you alive is more useful." Lu Yuan toyed with the sun god furnace in his hand, speaking calmly. "As far as this emperor knows, the ancestral land of your Golden Crow divine clan is hidden in a continuously drifting, independent minor world. Without a direct line high-ranking clan member to lead the way, finding that entrance amid the vast void would cost this emperor some effort." At these words, the second ancestor of the Golden Crow felt as if struck by lightning, his face turning deathly pale. He finally understood. The demon emperor had spared his life not to torment him, but to use the quasi-emperor bloodline within him as a coordinate to directly raid the Golden Crow divine clan's old lair. Their supposedly well-prepared probing attack had actually been a way of personally delivering the key to their ancestral home into the hands of this god of slaughter. Having settled things with the Golden Crow Divine Clan, Lu Yuan turned and looked at the figure in midair, which was trembling like a leaf. The Enforcement Hall Master of the Tianjin sect. At this moment, where was the proud, righteous demeanor he had worn when representing the world's orthodoxy? The glowing golden demon-slaying order in his hand now looked like a colossal joke. His teeth chattered, and he could not even form a complete plea for mercy. He had already prepared to close his eyes and wait for death. However, Lu Yuan did not crush him like an insect. A faint, obscure dark gleam flashed through Lu Yuan's eyes. With a single thought, Lu Yuan silently planted an invisible, formless Nine-Abyss demon seal into the depths of the Enforcement Hall Master's soul. Having done all this, Lu Yuan waved his hand impatiently, as if driving away a fly. Scram! The Enforcement Hall Master felt as if he had just received a pardon and could hardly believe his ears. But he still scrambled to pick up his sword, not even daring to leave behind a courteous word. He turned into a streak of light and fled this place of trouble without looking back. Watching that panic-stricken figure flee, confusion flickered in Tushan Yueli's beautiful eyes. She gently leaned against Lu Yuan's arm and asked softly, Demon Emperor, those self-proclaimed righteous hypocrites are the most cunning and deceitful. If you let the tiger return to the mountain today, they will surely gather forces from all sides to cause trouble in the future. Why not remove him now? If I remove him, who will carry word for me? Lu Yuan drained the last of the wine in his cup, a deep, calculating smile on his lips. Since the Tianjin sect likes being the righteous leader of the eastern wasteland, this emperor will grant their wish. When that Enforcement Hall Master scrambles back, he will spare no effort in exaggerating this emperor's power. When the shadow of death hangs over the heads of the Tianjin sect's higher-ups, what will they do? Tushan Yueli quick-witted as she was thought for a moment, and her eyes lit up. They will panic, exhaust every resource and search for a peerless genius who can oppose the Demon Palace. Clever. Lu Yuan pinched her cute upturned nose, his tone carrying a mischievous delight in scheming against the world. And by coincidence, in the past few days, that Sunyan sect has produced a heaven-defying youth who carries a 9-turn sword, bone, wields an ancient divine sword, and can slaughter divine treasury realm beasts beyond his level. Do you think the desperate Tianjin sect will treat this young man as their final lifeline? Tushan Yueli suddenly understood, and her reverence for Lu Yuan reached an unprecedented height. Those sanctimonious old fellows of the Tianjin sect will still be very useful in the future. Someone has to keep spending resources and effort to feed the pig this emperor is raising. With that, Lu Yuan rose from his imperial throne. He walked to the second ancestor of the Golden Crow, who was suppressed by chains, and placed a palm on the top of his head. Boom. The secret soul-searching technique was activated. Complex memories flashed rapidly through Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness. After a moment, he withdrew his palm, a satisfied smile on his face. So that was it. Over the past 10 days, the Golden Crow Divine Clan, fearing retaliation from the Nine-Abyss Demon Palace, had assumed a thoroughly defensive stance. They had not only recalled all the clan experts scattered across the demon domain, but had also converted all their external assets into cultivation resources at low prices. Even the few precious spirit or veins and countless heavenly treasures under their control had been uprooted and moved entirely into that hidden ancestral minor world. They had activated the 9-layered clan-protecting imperial formation and prepared to live or die with their ancestral land. The Golden Crow Divine Clan's original intention was to concentrate all their strength into building an impregnable fortress. But they could never have dreamed that putting all their eggs in one basket would play right into Lu Yuan's hands. Not bad. Lu Yuan clapped his hands in satisfaction and looked toward the distant horizon. Let's go, Yueli. Come with this emperor and collect the spoils in person. To the Nine Nether Demon Emperor, who commanded the laws of all heavens, crossing the barriers between realms was nothing more than a leisurely stroll. The void, like a stage curtain, was casually torn open by Lu Yuan, revealing a pitch-black gash. With one arm wrapped around Tushan Yueli's waist, so slender it seemed to fit within a single grasp, he stepped into the rift as if out for a casual walk. Behind them, several black chains condensed from demonic chi dragged the second ancestor of the Golden Crows, who looked like nothing more than a stray dog. The ancestral land of the Golden Crows lay hidden within an independently drifting pocket world. Without the blood guidance of the direct lineage, even a lifetime of searching would fail to locate its exact coordinates in the boundless void. Yet when Lu Yuan, using the bloodline of the Golden Crow's second ancestor as a guide, stamped through the world barrier and truly descended upon this ancient domain, what rushed to meet him was a violent heat wave powerful enough to scorch the void itself into distortion. As far as the eye could see, the entire pocket world had been reduced to an endless sea of golden flames. The Golden Crow Divine Clan had clearly anticipated trouble. After sensing that their million-strong army outside had been annihilated, and that 3 quasi-emperors had vanished without a trace, the Golden Crow clan chief and the high-ranking elders guarding the ancestral land unhesitatingly activated their ultimate line of defense, the 9-fold sky-scorching grand formation. 9 blinding golden suns hung suspended above the vault of the pocket world. The remnant souls and will of Golden Crow powerhouses from ages past, all awakened by the formation's pull, manifested as countless Golden Crow phantoms that filled the sky with thunderous cries. It's the second ancestor. That demon. That demon actually followed the second ancestor's bloodline straight to us. Deep within the ancestral land, before the majestic temple forged of solar divine gold, stood the Golden Crow clan chief and several great sage elders who had remained behind. The moment they saw the Golden Crow's second ancestor being dragged like a dead dog by chains of black chi, the last shreds of luck in their eyes vanished, replaced by boundless despair. When even the second ancestor wielding an ultimate imperial weapon had been defeated so miserably, how could they possibly stop this legendary world-destroying demon with nothing more than a clan protection formation? Since heaven wants to destroy the Golden Crow clan, then we'll drag them all down with us. The Golden Crow clan chief, his eyes bloodshot and his face twisted in fury, let out a hysterical roar. He spun around and drove his palm into the formation eye of the temple behind him. The other elders, understanding his intent, followed suit and poured their entire cultivation bases into the formation's core. Knowing full well that death was inevitable, they made an utterly insane decision: to detonate the world core of this pocket realm. Detonate the Saint-grade mineral veins. Detonate the clan treasury. Detonate the solar divine vein. With each resolute roar, the ground of the Golden Crow ancestral land began to tremble violently. Countless precious mineral veins hidden deep beneath the earth, along with the clan's treasury accumulated over tens of thousands of years, all had their fuses of destruction lit. Blinding rays of annihilating white light began to pierce upward from the abyssal depths below. They would rather reduce the boundless heritage of tens of thousands of years to cosmic dust than let the Nine Nether Demon Emperor claim a single scrap, trying to destroy this emperor's spoils of war. Did you ask for my permission? Watching the Golden Crow high-ranking members below prepare for mutual ruin, Yuan let out a cold, disdainful snort. He raised his right hand, 5 fingers pressing down through the void toward the golden sea of fire below. Still, a single syllable utterly devoid of emotion fell from Yuan's lips. Wong. An absolute sovereign law reigning supreme above all the myriad Daos of the heavens crashed down like an invisible celestial canopy, enveloping the entire Golden Crow pocket world. In that very instant the law descended, an inconceivable scene unfolded. The self-destruct light that was about to obliterate heaven and earth was frozen solid, barely 3 inches above the ground. The Golden Crow remnant souls howling across the sky, the golden divine flames churning across the earth, and even the very flow of the wind. All were locked in absolute stillness in that moment. The Golden Crow clan chief and the elders channeling the formation remained frozen with their eyes wide open, their bodies like insects entombed in amber, unable to move so much as a hair's breadth. Even the circulation of their divine souls was sealed tight. All they could do was watch helplessly, their eyes swimming with terror as the black-robed man descended like a deity. Before the absolute might of a peak emperor, even their choice to die together was ruthlessly taken away. Yuan twisted his hand in reverse, directly severing the self-detonation rune formation that threatened to annihilate the pocket realm. He then patted Tushan Yueli's perky rear. Yueli, settle the remaining grievances yourself. Hearing this, Tushan Yueli's delicate body trembled slightly. She lifted her head to gaze at Yuan's handsome face, waves of gratitude and awe surging through her heart like a tide. She knew that if His Imperial Majesty so desired, a single glance could reduce the entire Golden Crow divine clan to a lifeless wasteland. But he had not done so. Instead, he entrusted her with the right to slay their mortal enemies with her own hands, granting her, the Fox Emperor, the dignity of asserting her authority and allowing her to personally unravel the bone-deep trauma of her clan's near extermination. Yueli kowtows in gratitude to His Imperial Majesty. Tushan Yueli reigned in every trace of coquettish charm and a fierce, killing intent befitting a demon empress reignited within her crimson fox eyes. She stepped out from Yuan's side and extended a jade-like hand, a scroll exuding a faint scent of blood materializing in her palm. This was the casualty list the Grand Elder had urgently compiled after clearing the Qingqiu battlefield, which also recorded the identities of the chief culprits. Treading upon the void, Tushan Yueli drifted forward like a cold deity, passing judgment on life and death, coming to a stop before the immobilized Golden Crow high-ranking members. The 7 clan elders who orchestrated the Qingqiu massacre, the 12 generals who commanded the million-strong demon army, the imperial guards who penetrated deep into our royal city to hunt down our foxkin, and the mole who secretly bought off our second elder. Tushan Yueli's voice, cold as ice, echoed through the silent ancestral land. This emperor gave you a chance, but you sought to sever the very foundation of my fox clan. Today blood debts must be paid in blood. Swish! 9 snow-white fox tails, razor-sharp, like peerless divine blades, burst forth from behind Tushan Yueli. Squelch! 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 Amid the muffled sounds of piercing flesh, the Golden Crow direct lineage high-ranking members and generals recorded on the scroll had their demon cores and brows impaled by the foxtails before they could even let out a single scream. Crimson blood quickly stained the stairs forged of solar divine gold. There was not a shred of pity in Tushan Yueli's eyes. In her heart burned only one thought: to slaughter one by one every true culprit whose hands were stained with the blood of the Fox clan. Yet this was not an irrational clan exterminating massacre. When the last elder who had conspired in the plot collapsed, Tushan Yueli withdrew her blood-soaked foxtails. She cast her gaze down at the ordinary Golden Crow branch clansmen cowering in the corners, trembling along with the many vassal demon tribes. These low-ranking demon cultivators had never directly participated in the massacre of Qingxiu. They had been nothing but blindly obedient pawns. In accordance with Lu Yuan's earlier instructions, Tushan Yueli did not show them the sword. Instead, in her capacity as Fox Emperor, she issued the terms of surrender. The principal culprits have already been executed. If the rest of you wish to survive, hand over all military authority and seals of command immediately. From this day onward, the Golden Crow clan shall no longer carry the name of a royal house. You must surrender 70% of your clan's resources, swear a blood oath to the heavenly Tao, serve the Qingxiu Fox clan as vassals for generations, and pay tribute year after year. Should the slightest hint of disloyalty arise, you shall be executed without mercy. Faced with such thunderous methods, the Golden Crow branch members and vassal demon clans who had narrowly escaped death dared not harbor even a trace of defiance. One after another they prostrated themselves on the ground, kowtowing wildly, swearing their willingness to submit and surrender everything. Thus not only was vengeance fully achieved, but these surviving demon clans were transformed into Qingxiu's cheap labor force and vassal powers, enormously expanding the foundation for the Fox clan's future growth. By this point, Lu Yuan had lost all interest in the ants groveling for mercy below. With long strides, he made his way toward the Golden Crow Divine Clan's treasury, the very one he had just saved from the brink of self-destruction. As the treasury gates were blasted apart by Lu Yuan's overwhelming force, a surge of treasure light and medicinal fragrance, so dense it had nearly turned corporeal, instantly flooded the entire space. The Golden Crow clan's accumulation of tens of thousands of years was truly dazzling. Stepping inside, Lu Yuan began his grand shopping spree with the same ease as a leisurely stroll. Supreme-grade Golden Crow Ancestral Flame. Taken. 3 untouched Saint-grade fire veins. Pull them all out. Solar Divine Gold raw or piled up like a small mountain. 2 sacred medicine gardens planted with 100,000-year spirit herbs. Top-tier cultivation manuals of every demon race. Hundreds of scattered Imperial weapon fragments. And those dozens of costly cross-domain teleportation formation bases. Like an autumn gale sweeping fallen leaves, Lu Yuan unceremoniously rolled these rare treasures and strategic resources, marvels rarely seen beyond these borders, batch after batch into his personal space. The outer formations and buildings of Qingxiu that had been destroyed earlier were before such immense resources nothing more than a drop in the bucket. With this haul of war spoils, not only could Qingxiu's overall strength be fully restored, it could even undergo a qualitative leap in a very short time. Standing outside the treasury, Tushan Yueli watched the back of His Imperial Majesty as he emptied the Golden Crow clan's vaults with an air of serene detachment. She turned her head and swept her gaze once more over this ancestral land of the Golden Crows, once towering beyond reach, bearing down upon the Fox clan for tens of thousands of years, now reduced to lying prostrate at Qingxiu's feet. An unprecedented sense of security and pride swelled within Tushan Yueli's breast. For the first time, she understood with penetrating clarity that since choosing to cleave to this man, the Qingxiu Fox clan had undergone a complete transformation, from a weak race subject to slaughter to the absolute hegemon of the entire demon domain, one none dared provoke. Ding. Detected that key character. Tushan Yueli is experiencing intense reverence, and awe. Loyalty is steadily rising. Current loyalty 99 unto death. Hearing the system notification sound in his mind, Lu Yuan smiled with satisfaction. 99 points of loyalty already represented absolute obedience. As for that final point, he was in no hurry. It would naturally be completed by an even more profound emotional bond in the future. Immediately after, the system's mechanical voice rang out one after another. Ding. Detected that the fate trajectory of the Golden Crow Divine Clan has undergone a massive deflection. The original plot has been severely overturned. Ding. The Qingxiu Fox clan has annexed a vast amount of resources and vassal forces. Its overall power rating has skyrocketed. Ding. The fearsome might of the Nine Nether Demon Emperor has successfully covered and cowed the entire Eastern Wasteland demon domain. Congratulations, host. All conditions for the second phase of Destiny investment and the Hidden Dungeon settlement have been fully met. Host may initiate the second round of final settlement at any time and obtain the qualification to return to the Blue Star. Listening to this string of triumphant reports, the smirk on Lu Yuan's lips grew ever more unbridled. The harvest of the second phase was at last complete. Just as Lu Yuan was about to turn and leave this treasury that had already been emptied by more than half, his footsteps suddenly paused. He suddenly sensed a faint, ancient wave of energy emanating from beneath an unremarkable scorched black stone platform deep within the treasury. Lu Yuan stepped forward and shattered the stone platform with a palm strike. Beneath it lay an intricately sealed, ancient formation, and at the center of the formation rested a giant egg, a full millstone in size, its surface densely inscribed with mysterious dark golden runes. Ding. System detected target item primordial three-legged golden crow atavistic bloodline unhatched. Note this egg has been sealed for tens of thousands of years, containing an ancient bloodline of astonishing potential. Interesting. So the Golden Crow clan was hiding a treasure like this all along. Lu Yuan drew the dark golden giant egg out of the seal and into his hand. Curious, Tushan Yueli approached and looked at the giant egg emanating a primordial aura, asking softly, "Your Majesty, could this be the ancestral bloodline left by the Golden Crow clan? Do you plan to take it back to the Demon Palace and nurture it carefully? With the aptitude of such atavistic blood, if resources were poured into its upbringing, it would at the very least become a great sage capable of dominating an entire territory, and might even aspire to the quasi-emperor realm." However, Lu Yuan merely weighed the giant egg in his hand with an air of casual indifference, then tossed it to Tushan Yueli beside him. "Take it back to Qingxiu. Just toss it onto a fire vein to roast, and hatch it out," Lu Yuan said lazily. Tushan Yueli caught the egg in a fluster, blinked her fox eyes in confusion, and asked, "And after it hatches, will it serve as the Demon Palace's divine beast guardian?" Divine beast guardian? Lu Yuan let out a derisive chuckle, flicking non-existent dust off his sleeve with disdain. "This emperor, the dignified sovereign of the Nine Nether. What use would a scruffy bird be as my guardian? Raise it well, and it shall pull your carriage." Qingxiu Royal City. A rift tore open in the void, and Lu Yuan stepped out leisurely, returning to this royal palace of the demon realm that belonged to him. Appearing with him were a huge dark gold egg emanating a primeval aura and dazzling rare treasures piled up like a small mountain in the palace square. These were the most core resources from the Golden Crow treasury, including solar divine gold, the essence of a saint-level fire vein, and countless heavenly treasures coveted by demon clans. All this massive wealth was casually left by Lu Yuan and Qingxiu. With this foundation, the Fox clan now had more than enough capital to rebuild its royal city and expand its power. Tushan Yueli obediently followed Lu Yuan, gazing at the dazzling, peerless treasures on the square, her beautiful eyes filled with reverence and awe. She personally stepped forward to remove Lu Yuan's outer robe, which had gathered a trace of void dust, her movements gentle and meticulous. Lu Yuan stopped before the obsidian imperial throne, turned to the enchanting female emperor of the Fox clan, and calmly gave instructions for what was to come. "This emperor will be away for a time. From now on, Qingxiu's borders may expand outward. All the vassal demon clans of the Golden Crow that have lost their backbone are to be reorganized by you. Those who comply shall flourish, those who resist shall perish." Tushan Yueli listened earnestly, committing every word firmly to memory. "In addition, use your Fox clan's hidden agents to keep close watch on that youth named Yi Chun from the Tsangyun sect and record his movements at all times." A gleam of strategic cunning flashed through Lu Yuan's eyes. "At the same time, keep a close eye on the Tianjin sect. Those sanctimonious sword cultivators will probably not be able to hold themselves back much longer." Tushan Yueli bowed gracefully, her posture submissive. "Yueli accepts the decree. I will not fail the Emperor Sovereign's trust, and will guard the great rivers and mountains of the demon realm for you." This time, although she was still reluctant, her emotions were far more stable than the previous time. Having personally witnessed Lu Yuan's world-shaking demonic might when he annihilated the Golden Crow divine race, she knew very well that the man before her was the invincible sovereign of the myriad heavens, and that he would surely return as promised. Lu Yuan nodded slightly and said no more. A soft white light descended from the dome, completely enveloping his figure. In a moment, the Netherworld Demon Emperor, whose might overshadowed the eastern wasteland, vanished from the Qingxiu royal palace. Blue Star Jiangqing. In the back seat of a black Maybach smoothly driving along the coastal avenue, Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Outside the window, the city's neon lights were still as brilliant as daylight. The night wind passing through the slightly lowered window blew past with a trace of cool dampness. The flow of time between the two worlds was vastly different. Although several days had passed on the Shanhuan continent, and even a world-shaking war of racial annihilation had occurred in the real world of Blue Star, only an extremely short time had elapsed. Lu Yuan sat up straight, took a sip of ice soda from the car's constant temperature minibar, and the familiar mechanical system notification sounded right on time in his mind. Ding. It has been detected that the host has successfully returned to Blue Star. The final settlement of the second stage dungeon now begins, comprehensively evaluating the host's performance in the second stage of Nine Realms Sword God. Plot subversion forcefully liquidated the Golden Crow divine race, thoroughly trampling the once overbearing ancient demon race from the original work, seizing its heritage and incorporating its remnants. Score excellent. Destiny orchestration successfully made female Emperor Xianin, a hidden agent planted a demon mark, triggered the Sword Emperor's tomb to appear ahead of time, and used the Tianjian sect to set up a higher level stage of trials for the fated protagonist. Score excellent. Second stage comprehensive evaluation SS rank infallible plans heaven-reaching influence. Additional stage reward obtained 200 villain points. Listening to the steadily rising numbers, Lu Yuan smiled with satisfaction. Adding his previous balance, he now held an enormous number of villain points, and had already achieved spending freedom in the Transcendent Mall. Then even more alluring options appeared on the system's light screen. Qualification to choose one of 3 permanent abilities obtained. 3 cards glowing with different colors hovered before Lu Yuan's vision. Option 1, Netherworld Demon Eye. Effect passive ability. It can easily perceive malice emitted by others, accurately determine lies, see through subtle facial expressions, and disguises possessed night vision, and detect any hidden anomalies or special energy on Blue Star. Option 2, Golden Crow Divine Fire Seed. Effect active ability. In the real world, the user can control a small amount of solar divine fire, which has extremely high physical melting and incineration properties, and is destructively lethal to ordinary people. Option 3, Void Teleportation Fragment. Effect active ability. Grants the host the ability to make short-range spatial jumps in the real world with a maximum displacement of 10 meters per use, limited to 3 uses per day. Lu Yuan looked at these 3 distinct extraordinary abilities and fell into brief thought. In the immortal cultivation world, full of killing, Golden Crow Divine Fire and Void Teleportation would undoubtedly be excellent means to preserve one's life and slay enemies. But in a strictly ordered modern society like Blue Star, sheer violence was often the lowest option. As a true high-level figure, mastering information asymmetry and seeing through people's minds was far more efficient than personally stepping into a brawl. I choose the Netherworld Demon Eye. Lu Yuan made his decision. Ding. Selection successful. The Netherworld Demon Eye has been permanently fused into the host's body. As the notification sound faded, Lu Yuan felt a slightly hot warm current rise in his eyes. Some indescribable strange perception silently merged into his optic nerves. When he opened his eyes again, the world around him did not seem to have changed on a physical level, but he could clearly sense the imperceptible air currents in the atmosphere. With just a thought, he could even see the direction of leaf veins 100 meters away. Settlement continues. The Sword Dao Divinity ability has been further perfected, and the Transcendent Mall unlocking progress has increased. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one opportunity to map the Golden Crow faction into reality, converting the vast heritage of the Golden Crow divine race into legitimate real-world assets on Blue Star. Mapping complete. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained 100% absolute controlling interest in Yaojin Capital Holding Co. Ltd. A flood of background information about this capital giant poured into Lu Yuan's mind. Yaojin Capital was a long-established investment institution famous in Jiangxing and even the national financial circle. Its total assets exceeded 6 billion yuan, with freely deployable liquid cash on its books reaching as high as 800 million yuan. It not only had an absolute say in numerous new energy sectors and the financial securities field, but also held cross-shareholdings in several top-tier star-rated hotels, luxury goods agencies, and high-end jewelry companies. Special notice: all equity transfer agreements and fund flow sources have been fully legalized by the system. Your identity background in Blue Star Society has smoothly transitioned to being the sole mysterious helmsman behind Yaojin Capital. Feeling the heavy weight of these assets, Lu Yuan leaned gently against the leather seat. If inheriting Tianhu Media Group had allowed him to set foot into the circle of Jiangxing's rich, then now holding this wholly owned capital group with a scale of 6 billion yuan and abundant cash flow, his wealth and status had officially ascended into the ranks of the top capital tycoons who could turn the business world upside down. Just as Lu Yuan was silently digesting this tremendous change, the private phone beside him vibrated lightly. The caller ID showed Su Wanqing. After he answered, the ice-cold female CEO of Tianhu Media revealed a hint of awe and shock in her voice that even she herself had not noticed. Chairman Lu, sorry to disturb your rest. Su Wanqing's tone was even more respectful than before. Just now, a legal representative of Yaojin Capital proactively contacted me and presented me with an asset entrustment document of the highest authority. It was only then that I learned. Besides Tianhu Media, you are actually Yaojin Capital's sole wholly owned shareholder. Just now, when Su Wanqing saw that thick stack of asset certificates, the composure she usually prided herself on almost broke. She had thought Lu Yuan was just a rich second-generation heir who had inherited a media empire, but she had never imagined that the real financial power behind him was so vast and unfathomable. There's no need to make a fuss over such a small matter. From now on, keep an eye on the daily coordination with Yaojin Capital for me as well. Lu Yuan's voice was as calm as if he had merely bought another roadside convenience store. Understood. I will handle the business coordination on both sides for you. Su Wanqing took a deep breath and quickly got to the point. Chairman Lu, I'm calling because there is an extremely high-standard top-tier private auction in Jiangxing tonight. This auction brings together celebrities and elites from all walks of life, and Yaojin Capital is one of the core shareholders behind the organizer. The organizer just sent a special representative to deliver your supreme invitation. They very much hope you will attend tonight's event, as Yaojin's behind-the-scenes boss. A top-tier private auction. Hearing this news, a dark demonic glint flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. He had just acquired the Netherworld Demon Eye, an ability that could see through everything, and his personal assets had undergone a leapfrog upgrade. This auction, which gathered Jiangxing's top power brokers and rare treasures, was undoubtedly the best proving ground to test the caliber of these eyes. Tell them I will be there on time. Lu Yuan hung up, looking through the car window at the bustling city along the way. Then he said calmly to the driver in the front, "Don't go back to the villa. Turn around and head straight to the auction venue." The night was deep and dark, the neon lights of Jiangxing City flashing rapidly past the car windows. Lu Yuan leaned back in the rear seat of the Maybach, casually unlocking his phone. On the screen, several unread WeChat messages from Jiang Meyer popped up. During the time he had been away from Earth, Jiang Meyer had behaved exceptionally well. The message box only contained 1 or 2 daily posts sharing her life, accompanied by a few selfies flaunting her attractive figure. The latest message had arrived 5 minutes ago. "Chairman Lu, do you need a female companion tonight? I just bought a new dress. It saves quite a lot of fabric." Attached was a provocative mirror selfie taken in the fitting room. Lu Yuan glanced at the tantalizingly curvaceous figure in the photo, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. A woman like this, who wore her desires and flattery openly, yet never crossed the line, was indeed refreshing to deal with. "Go to Yinjiang residence and pick someone up," Lu Yuan instructed the driver up front. Half an hour later, Jiang Meyer, clad in a black deep V-slit gown, swept into the back seat, with a captivating fragrance settling in gracefully. As stated in her message, the dress indeed saved a lot of fabric. It not only perfectly accentuated her stunning bust, but as she crossed her legs, her fair, slender thighs were revealed in full, exuding a mesmerizing allure. "Chairman Lu, you finally decided to see Meyer again." The moment she got in, Jiang Meyer pressed herself against Lu Yuan's side like a water snake, her voice honeyed and seductive to the bone. Lu Yuan looked at her, his keen gaze naturally not missing the joy lurking in the depths of her eyes. Over the past few days, because of the earlier incident at Yunhai Mall, where he had casually spent 2 million, although Tianyu Media had given her no special official promotional resources, Jiang Meyer's follower count had skyrocketed from 680,000 to over 800,000. But she was as clear as a mirror deep down. She knew those followers were nothing but froth swelling on the tide of Lu Yuan's influence. Therefore, she did not bring up her own efforts at all, nor did she seize the opportunity to ask Lu Yuan for promotional slots from the group. All she needed to do was hold on tightly to the man beside her. "Come on, let me show you a bit of the world." Lu Yuan wrapped an arm around her impossibly slender waist and said calmly. The motorcade sped onward and finally arrived at Jiangxing's most exclusive private club, Yunhai Manor. Tonight's auction was to be held in this top-tier estate partly owned by Yaojin Capital. As Jiang Meyer walked into the resplendent banquet hall on Lu Yuan's arm, her expertly made-up fox-like eyes flew wide open. This was absolutely the most prestigious, most luxurious social occasion she had ever set foot in. The hall was filled with elegantly dressed figures mingling and toasting in a dazzling swirl. Those so-called rich second-generation heirs and millionaires she had desperately tried to befriend in the influencer circle were not even qualified for the tables in the middle. They could only sit in the farthest corners, smiling and toasting like sycophants. Meanwhile, those seated in the core area chatting and laughing with ease were none other than the most prominent business tycoons across Jiangxing City and even the entire nation. Chairmen of listed companies, capital powerhouses wielding vast fortunes, as well as top-tier celebrities and the heads of long-established families who usually looked down on the world from above. Gulp. Jiang Meyer couldn't help but swallow hard, her jade-like hand unconsciously tightening its grip on Lu Yuan's arm. For the very first time, she felt a tangible sense of the level of wealth Lu Yuan belonged to. This young and handsome man beside her was no ordinary rich boss. He was a true capital deity hidden high above the clouds. Guided by a waiter, the two of them headed straight to the supreme VIP section with the best view in the hall. Just as Jiang Meyer's heart was brimming with shock and gratitude, a somewhat grating voice suddenly sounded from behind them. "Oh, isn't this our platform's big influencer, Jiang Meyer?" A young man in a garish suit holding a glass of champagne strolled over. His name was Wang Teng, the son of some real estate developer in Jiangxing, a textbook good-for-nothing playboy, and one of the guests confined to the outer seats. Previously, Wang Teng had gifted Jiang Meyer tens of thousands of yuan worth of rewards on the streaming platform, and had even privately offered her 100,000 yuan to accompany him on a week-long trip to a tropical island. But Jiang Meyer had rejected him without a second thought, finding the offer too cheap and the man far too greasy. Now, seeing Jiang Meyer hanging on the arm of a young man he didn't recognize, Wang Teng simply assumed she had latched onto some nouveau riche nobody. His pent-up resentment instantly turned into caustic mockery. "Meyer, what's this? Found yourself a new sugar daddy?" Wang Teng looked Lu Yuan up and down. Although Lu Yuan had an extraordinary bearing, he was an unfamiliar face in Jiangxing's top circles. Wang Teng deliberately raised his voice, "Before you wouldn't come with me for 100,000. And now, how much can this little guy even give you?" Swirling the glass in his hand, Wang Teng let his gaze roam brazenly over Zhang Meier's alluring figure and spoke with insulting intent. "Meier, if 100,000 wasn't enough back then, now I'll pay 1 million. How about it? Just come with me tonight, and the money will hit your account immediately." 1 million was indeed an astronomical sum that any influencer would find impossible to refuse. Wang Teng was confident certain that a money chaser like Zhang Meier would be tempted. He intended to slap this unfamiliar man in the face and reclaim his lost pride. However, Zhang Meier suddenly turned her head, her eyes looking first to the Lu Yuan beside her. Lu Yuan did not take the low-class provocation to heart. Holding his red wine, he swirled it gently, his expression calm and unhurried. He turned his face toward Zhang Meier and asked in a placid tone, "Tempted?" Hearing his question, Zhang Meier broke into a radiant smile. She pressed her voluptuous body against Lu Yuan's arm even more intimately, her red lips parting slightly, as she spoke in a clear, candid voice, with not a trace of pretense. "I used to be tempted. But now, it's too little." Those words not only perfectly preserved her gold-digging nature, but also landed like a crisp slap squarely across Wang Teng's face. 1 million. In front of a top-tier sugar daddy who had casually blown 2 million last night, and stayed in the presidential suite of Yunggong Hotel, a mere 1 million was nothing but a joke. Wang Teng's face turned pale, then red, utterly mortified. But as he looked into Lu Yuan's eyes, which radiated an unseen pressure, his instincts warned him of danger. In this top-tier auction full of the powerful and wealthy, he dared not start trouble. With a cold snort, he turned and slunk away. "Chairman Lu," was Meier's answer just now satisfactory. Zhang Meier tilted her face up, a hint of seeking praise in her eyes. Lu Yuan let out a soft laugh, showing his appreciation for her unvarnished, down-to-earth pragmatism. As the melodious music gradually faded, the lights on the auction stage at the front of the banquet hall blazed to life, and the night's exclusive high-end private auction officially began. One priceless antique after another, calligraphy, paintings, and out-of-print jewelry, were brought onto the stage. The tycoons below raised their paddles in rapid succession, and every bid increment was in the hundreds of thousands, a true carnival of capital. Lu Yuan reclined in the plush seat of the VIP section, showing scant interest in these worldly treasures. The auction proceeded to its midpoint. Then a hostess dressed in a cheongsam carried a red cloth-covered tray onto the stage. As the red cloth was lifted, what came into view was a bronze sword case covered in rust. The auctioneer cleared his throat and introduced it with a slight note of apology. "Distinguished guests, this next item is a bronze sword case of unknown excavation date. As its surface bears no inscriptions and the material is severely weathered, a group of authoritative experts concluded after joint appraisal that it is likely merely an ancient imitation of little historical or research value. Therefore, the starting bid for this bronze sword case is 80,000 RMB, with a minimum bid increment of 10,000. Is any distinguished guest interested?" As the words fell, silence descended upon the hall. Those shrewd capital magnates and seasoned collectors naturally had no interest in this piece of scrap metal that even the experts dismissed. No one wanted to spend 80,000 yuan just to buy a lesson and be the fool. Just as the auctioneer was awkwardly preparing to declare the item passed, and Lu Yuan, who had been thoroughly bored, felt a faint stir in his mind. The Nine Nether Demonic Eye hidden deep within his pupils quietly activated. As his gaze swept over the shabby sword case, no one cared for his previously languid frame, suddenly snapped upright the next instant. Through the layer of rust, Lu Yuan could clearly see that hidden in the very depths of the sword case was a fist-sized piece of peculiar meteorite iron. Even more astonishing to him, a faint trace of an unusual energy ripple was flowing across that meteorite iron. That ripple even drew a faint resonance from the newly completed Sword Down Mastery ability within his body. This was the first time he had ever seen abnormal energy beyond system rewards in this real world of Earth. 80,000. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yuan raised his bidding paddle. His voice cut through the silent banquet hall, drawing a host of incredulous looks. Who is that young man? Spending 80,000 yuan on a shoddy replica? Probably some nouveau riche who just got into the game and thinks he can score a bargain. His eye for quality is truly something. Some wealthy merchants who fancied themselves connoisseurs exchanged whispers beneath the stage, their eyes fixed on Lu Yuan with unconcealed contempt. Wang Teng, seated not far away, recognized the very young man who had just humiliated him. A malicious glint flashed through his eyes. Fine. You were acting so lofty just now, but you're clearly a clueless greenhorn when it comes to antiques. Wang Teng schemed inwardly. Since you want to show off in front of Mayor, this young master will gladly play along today. Once you blow a fortune hauling that worthless junk home, let's see how you can still act like such a big shot. At that thought, Wang Teng raised his paddle without the slightest hesitation and bellowed, 200,000. Gasps. The sudden jump in price stunned even the auctioneer, who had been about to bring down the gavel. A broken sword case appraised as a fake could still spark a bidding war. Without even turning his head, Lu Yuan raised his paddle again. 500,000. The entire hall erupted. 500,000 for a piece of scrap metal. Had this young man lost his mind? Seeing that Lu Yuan had taken the bait, Wang Tung felt a surge of vengeful pleasure. He cast a smug look at Zhang Meier and raised his paddle once more. 1 million. Young man, I've taken a fancy to this antique today. If you're short on money, you'd better back out now. Zhang Meier, seated beside Lu Yuan, frowned delicately at Wang Tung's smug look of petty triumph. She might not know antiques, but she could tell that Wang Tung was deliberately driving up the price to spite Lu Yuan. Just as she was about to warn Lu Yuan not to act rashly, she saw the curve at the corner of his lips become even more amused. 1 million. Lu Yuan couldn't even be bothered to lift his paddle again. He simply held up 2 fingers. 2 million. A collective hiss of sharply drawn breath swept through the hall. 2 million. At that price, he could have bought a genuine Qing Dynasty Imperial Kiln porcelain piece at tonight's auction. Wang Tang's stomach nodded when he heard the bid. He might be a rich second-generation heir, but his monthly allowance had its limits. If he blew 2 million on a piece of junk, his old man would break his legs when he found out. But looking at Lu Yuan's posture of having to win at all costs, as if money meant nothing at all, Wang Tung gritted his teeth. This kid must be a nouveau riche who pretends to understand what he doesn't. He probably thinks there's some priceless treasure hidden in that battered case. Since you're so determined to show off, I'll grant your wish. Wang Tung suddenly rose to his feet and roared with bloodshot eyes, 3 million. The moment the words left his mouth, Wang Tung's heart was bleeding. But he had already steeled himself. If Lu Yuan raised the bid by even 10,000 yuan, he would stop at once and let Lu Yuan become the true, undeniable sucker. And yet, faced with that overtly provocative price, Lu Yuan slowly lowered his hand. He picked up the glass of red wine on the table, savored a leisurely sip, then cast a glance at Wang Tung as if looking at an idiot. 3 million for a box used to hold junk. Lu Yuan's voice was not loud, but it was just loud enough for everyone nearby to hear clearly. Your taste really is unique. Since you like it so much, I'll be generous and let you have it. Huh. The smug smile on Wang Tang's face instantly froze. He stared at Lu Yuan in disbelief. You don't want it. Weren't you just acting like you were determined to win? When did I ever say I was determined to win? Lu Yuan looked at him as if he were an idiot. 3 million going once. 3 million going twice. 3 million going 3 times. Sold. Congratulations, Mr. Wang, for winning this bronze sword case with historical research value. With the auctioneer's crisp gavel strike, Wang Tung felt his vision darken as if he had been struck by lightning. 3 million. He had spent a full 3 million on a worthless counterfeit that the experts had long since dismissed. The wealthy merchants who had earlier been laughing at Lu Yuan now looked at Wang Tung as a complete fool. Wang Tung's face flushed crimson. He pointed at Lu Yuan and bellowed in fury. You set me up. You never wanted this broken case at all. You were deliberately inflating the price to trap me. What are you talking about? Lu Yuan smiled, faintly shifting his gaze from the bronze sword case to another cart that the auctioneer had just wheeled up. What I wanted was never in that case to begin with. On that cart were several odds and ends used as sweeteners, all flawed remnants unearthed alongside the bronze sword case. Among them was a black paperweight with a pitted surface which the experts had appraised as some kind of low-grade iron ore. This paperweight has a starting bid of 50,000 yuan. May I? The auctioneer didn't even finish the sentence. 50,000. I'll take it. Lu Yuan raised his paddle without hesitation. With Wang Tung's bloody lesson as a stark warning, no one in the entire hall dared to bid against him this time. Everyone assumed it was another trap, afraid of becoming the next sucker who threw millions at a piece of trash. 50,000 going once. 50,000 going twice. 50,000 going 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to this gentleman. When the black meteoric iron paperweight was delivered into Lu Yuan's hands, a satisfied smile finally spread across his face. Inside that bronze sword case, which had been there purely for show, there had never been anything of value. What truly resonated with Sword Dao Transcendence was this very piece of meteoric iron, the item everyone had treated as a throwaway extra. On the other side, Wang Tung, who had spent 3 million on a broken box, had become the biggest laughingstock in the entire room. He shot Lu Yuan and Zhang Meier a venomous glare. Too ashamed to remain for the rest of the auction, he clutched the battered sword case and slunk out of the banquet hall in disgrace. After that brief interlude, the auction continued. Then came the final highlight of the night. It was a breathtaking necklace made of a top-grade South African pink diamond and dozens of high-purity white diamonds named Pink Star. Beneath the spotlight, the necklace radiated a dazzling, mesmerizing brilliance. The moment it appeared, Zhang Meier's gaze was caught, as if by a powerful magnet, unable to pull away even half an inch. She could even feel her heart pound. Starting bid 5 million yuan. To a minor online celebrity who had just begun stepping into the highest circles, that was an astronomical sum. Zhang Meier wanted it. She wanted it desperately, but she knew the wisdom of stopping while she was ahead. Lu Yuan had already spent a full 2 million yuan on her. If she now asked for a necklace worth millions, she might push Lu Yuan to his limits and make him see her as insatiably greedy. so she bit her lip, forced herself to look away, and sat quietly by Lu Yuan's side without a word. Of course those little thoughts of hers did not escape Lu Yuan's notice. 7,500,000. 8 million. The socialites and high society wives below the stage bid fiercely for the necklace, their cheeks flushed as the price shot ever higher. Just as the price was about to break through 9 million and the bidding was gradually dying down 10 million, Lu Yuan's languid voice once again resonated through the hall. This time nobody dared to raise the bid further. 10 million for a necklace had already gone far beyond any reasonable premium. 10 million going 3 times. Sold. Congratulations, Mr. Lu, for winning tonight's grand finale treasure, Pink Star. Under the envious eyes of the entire hall, the attendant respectfully delivered the brilliant pink diamond necklace to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan casually picked up the necklace worth 10 million yuan, and under Zhang Mayor's dazed gaze personally fastened it around her fair swan-like neck. Chairman Lu. Feeling the cool touch around her neck, Zhang Mayor trembled so much that her voice shook. Her alluring eyes instantly shimmered with joyful tears. 10 million. This man had just given her a necklace worth 10 million yuan without batting an eye. As I said, as long as you're smart and know how to behave, money is not a problem. Lu Yuan looked at her face, made even more radiant by excitement, and gently stroked the sparkling pink diamond. Yet his tone carried a warning that brooked no transgression. But bear this in mind. Things will always be things. Status will always be status. This seemingly offhand reminder was like a bucket of ice water, instantly quenching every unrealistic thought that had just risen in Zhang Mayor's heart. She knew at once that Lu Yuan was warning her not to entertain delusions of stepping beyond her role as his mistress simply because she had received an expensive gift. Zhang Mayor quickly hid the strange flicker in her eyes and smiled sweetly. Don't worry, Chairman Lu. She leaned forward and pressed a hot red lip print on Lu Yuan's cheek. Mayor is a practical woman. I only believe in money, not in titles. Hearing that textbook answer, Lu Yuan curled his lips in satisfaction. The auction drew to a perfect close. The guests dispersed in small groups. In the VIP lounge, Lu Yuan toyed with the black meteoric iron he had won for 50,000 yuan. He quietly activated Sword Dao Transcendence within him and slowly infused a sliver of sword chi into the meteoric iron. In the next second, a dim, eerie glow appeared on the surface of the previously lifeless stone. Like a dried-up sponge, it greedily absorbed every trace of that sword chi. I see. Lu Yuan withdrew the sword chi, a look of dawning realization in his eyes. After further testing, he found that the meteoric iron itself contained no magical power or spiritual energy. The reason it could resonate with him was that its material was extremely unique, a natural vessel capable of enduring and storing a small amount of extraordinary energy. This discovery led Lu Yuan to 2 important conclusions. First, launching was still a purely ordinary world. There was no spiritual energy like the cultivation worlds, nor any hidden cultivators. The experts had failed to identify the meteoric iron's material because it did not belong to any element known on launching. Second, despite the lack of spiritual energy, the existence of this special material that could carry extraordinary power gave Lu Yuan a brilliant idea. Since the system could permanently fuse the abilities he acquired in the dungeons into his physical self, what if he found more of this special material on launching? Could he use such vessels to forge special items beyond all common sense in the real world? Mr. Lu. Just as Lu Yuan was scheming in secret, a voice laden with the dignity of a man long accustomed to the heights interrupted his thoughts. Lu Yuan raised his head. They're flanked by 2 bodyguards. An old man of about 60 with graying hair and an impeccably tailored Tang suit walked into the lounge. This old man was none other than Gu Yunhai, the true old money media tycoon of Jiangxing and the shadowy controller of Xinghe Media, Tianhu Media's greatest competitor. Gu Yunhai sat down on the sofa opposite Lu Yuan, his shrewd old eyes carefully sizing up the unbelievably young man before him. Without any small talk or formalities, his first sentence bared his fangs outright. Mr. Lu, I'll be direct. Are you interested in selling me the Tianhu Media in your hands? Gu Yunhai's words sounded like a consultation, yet they carried an unyielding air of authority from someone accustomed to being above others. As a true old money capital titan in Jiangxing's media industry, the scale and influence of Xinghe Media were far beyond what the small Shenyuan advertising could ever compare to. Gu Yunhai had long set his sights on Tianhu Media as a fat piece of prey. The moment he learned that Tianhu had suddenly changed its absolute controlling shareholder, he mobilized every connection he had to investigate Lu Yuan's background. However, the legitimate background fabricated by the system was seamless. In Gu Yunhai's investigation results, Lu Yuan was merely a young, wealthy second-generation heir who had suddenly inherited a massive fortune and lived a rather ostentatious lifestyle. Dealing with a young man so inexperienced in the ways of the world, Gu Yunhai was utterly confident. 60 billion. Gu Yunhai raised a few fingers and directly tossed out an astronomical figure that would drive most people insane. As long as Mr. Lu nods, that 60 billion in cash will be lying in your personal account within 3 days. Enough for you and the beauty by your side to squander comfortably for several lifetimes. 60 billion. Jiang Meyer, seated beside Lu Yuan, felt her breath catch in her throat at the number. She had known Lu Yuan was wealthy, but only in the vague sense that he was worth several billion. Now hearing someone personally offer 60 billion in cash to acquire Lu Yuan's company, the visceral impact of real money was 100 times more overwhelming than that 10 million yuan necklace from earlier. Yet faced with such a sky-high temptation, Lu Yuan's expression did not ripple in the slightest. His 9 abyss demon eyes began to operate silently. Within the demonic pupil's vision, Gu Yunhai's seemingly sincere and seasoned face was peeled away layer by layer. Lu Yuan clearly captured the greed that flickered deep in the old man's pupils. Old Master Gu truly has an impressive touch. Lu Yuan leaned back into the sofa, his fingers gently stroking the black meteorite in his hand, his tone carrying an amused mockery of someone who saw through everything. Tianhu Media's current market valuation at the very most barely exceeds 30 billion. Your willingness to pay double the price for a normal business acquisition truly flatters me. How can you call that a premium? Gu Yunhai chuckled without changing his expression. What I value is Tianhu's future development potential, as well as the prestige of a young talent like Mr. Lu. Let's be friends so we can look out for each other in Jiangxing in the future. There's no need for friendship. I only like being friends with my own money. Lu Yuan sneered coldly, mercilessly tearing through the other man's disguise. Old Gu, we're all 1,000-year-old foxes here, so don't play tricks in front of me. The reason you're willing to spend 60 billion to buy Tianhu isn't because you value some so-called future potential, but because you're after the core short video recommendation algorithm that Tianhu's tech department just developed along with several overseas promotional channels the group has just laid out right. At those words, a barely concealable shock finally flashed through Gu Yunhai's ancient well-like eyes. How do you know about this? A storm raged within Gu Yunhai's heart. This was the highest-level commercial secret of Xinghe Media. Their meticulous calculations had shown that once Xinghe secured Tianhu's core algorithm and overseas channels, the combined entity's valuation would double terrifyingly within a year, breaking through the 20 billion mark. By comparison, a mere 6 billion acquisition price was practically a steal. He had assumed this young rich kid who only knew how to buy little internet celebrities' lavish gifts was a brainless fool who could be knocked out with a bit of candy. Yet unexpectedly, the young man's gaze was so razor-sharp that he saw through Xinghe Media's true strategic ambition at a single glance. Lu Yuan took in Gu Yunhai's shock, and the mockery on his face grew even richer. 60 billion, and you want to buy a goose that lays golden eggs from me? Lu Yuan leaned forward, his deep pitch-black eyes carrying an oppressive weight that was hard to face directly. Old Master Gu, you are being far too shrewd with your calculations. Since you've laid your cards on the table, I'll give you the bottom line as well. Tianhu Media is not for sale. Lu Yuan paused for a moment, then in the midst of Gu Yunhai's stunned gaze threw out an arrogant counter-question. However, I am rather interested in your Xinghe Media. Old Gu, name your price. How much for Xinghe Media? I can buy it. Gu Yunhai was stunned, and even the 2 seasoned bodyguards behind him widened their eyes in disbelief. After a brief moment of shock, Gu Yunhai seemed to hear the funniest joke of his life, and couldn't help bursting into loud laughter. Young man, I admit that I have indeed underestimated your judgment, but your tone is far too arrogant. Gu Yunhai shook his head, his eyes full of the contempt of a seasoned veteran. By Xinghe Media, do you know what Xinghe's current market value is? Do you know how massive a cash flow it takes to swallow Xinghe whole? Do you think this is as simple as spending tens of millions on jewelry at an auction? I'll forgive your youthful arrogance. Consider what you just said a joke. Let's just. Before Gu Yunhai could finish his words, Lu Yuan had already withdrawn his gaze, no longer bothering to listen to his rambling. He casually took out his phone and dialed Su Wanqing. President Su, send the latest asset evaluation report and controlling shareholder certification documents of Yaojin Capital to my phone. In less than half a minute, several encrypted electronic documents stamped with the seals of major authoritative financial institutions were transferred over. Lu Yuan turned his phone screen around and casually pushed it in front of Gu Yunhai. Open your old eyes wide and take a good look. At first, Gu Yunhai paid little attention, but when his gaze landed on those documents, especially when he clearly saw the 4 big characters, Yaojin Capital, and the line Mr. Lu Yuan holds 100% absolute controlling stake. This old capital crocodile who had dominated Jiangxing's business circle for decades instantly turned deathly pale. Yaojin Capital. You are actually the sole hidden owner behind Yaojin. Gu Yunhai's voice was trembling. He knew perfectly well what the words Yaojin Capital represented in Jiangxing's financial circles. It was a true behemoth with total assets exceeding 60 billion and freely deployable cash flow of more than 800 million. In front of Yaojin Capital, his proud Xinghe Media couldn't even be considered a little brother. He had originally thought that Tianhu Media was all Lu Yuan had. Yet behind him stood such a terrifying capital aircraft carrier. Now do you still think I can't afford your price? Lu Yuan took back his phone, looking at Gu Yunhai as if he were watching a clown. Cold sweat poured down Gu Yunhai's forehead. He knew that today he had truly kicked an iron plate. He swallowed hard and forced himself to stand up. Mr. Lu, you certainly hide your cards deep. I have learned my lesson. Before leaving, this unwilling old fox still gritted his teeth and left behind a threatening parting remark. However, Mr. Lu, the entertainment industry has deep waters. Some games aren't played with money alone. We'll just wait and see. With that, Gu Yunhai led his bodyguards and slinked out of the lounge. Throughout the entire process, Jiang Myers, sitting to the side, was as quiet as a quail, not daring to interject a single word. That night, she not only witnessed tens of millions in jewelry being handed out like cabbages, but she also personally witnessed a staggering capital battle of tens of billions between two of Jiangxing's top media tycoons. For the first time, she realized with sorrow that the rich second-generation men driving multi-million sports cars whom she had desperately tried to befriend didn't even qualify to sit at the table in front of these giants who truly held the reins of capital. And the young sugar daddy beside her, whose true foundation was so terrifyingly deep, far exceeded anything she could have imagined. Jiang Myers' gaze toward Lu Yuan underwent another earth-shattering change. This patron was 10,000 times more valuable than she had ever imagined. The next morning, at the headquarters of Tianhu Media Group in the president's office, Su Wanqing stood before Lu Yuan's desk with a grave expression, reporting the latest emergency. Chairman Lu Xingha Media has started making their move. Su Wanqing placed several termination notices in front of Lu Yuan. Our platform's top streamer, Mad Young Master, our #1 e-commerce host, Vivian, and another game streamer with 10 million fans all submitted statements this morning declaring they would not renew their expiring contracts. According to the legal department's investigation, these three top streamers have already signed sky-high letter of intent agreements in private with Gu Yunhai's Xingha Media. Their new employer behind them is none other than Xingha. Having failed to acquire Tianhu last night, Gu Yunhai had struck with this ruthless, underhanded scheme early this morning. These three hold nearly 50 million fans worth of resources in their hands, accounting for nearly 30% of our Tianhu live streaming business's revenue. Su Wanqing's brows were tightly knit as she analyzed the pros and cons. If we let them all collectively jump to a competitor's platform, it won't just create a massive revenue gap for the group, it will also seriously shake the confidence of our advertisers and trigger a chain reaction of negative consequences. Chairman Lu's several vice presidents of the group unanimously suggest that we retain these three at all costs, even if it means doubling their signing fees. After listening to Su Wanqing's report, Lu Yuan did not rush to respond. He casually flipped open the detailed back-end data reports of those three top streamers. After only a few seconds of looking, Lu Yuan suddenly smiled. Spending double the price to keep those three useless people. Have those vice presidents had their brains eaten by dogs. Lu Yuan tossed the reports onto the table. Take a close look at these conversion rates and fan overlap percentages. The real e-commerce capability and fan loyalty of these three peaked half a year ago and have already started a cliff-like decline. Of the so-called 50 million fans they have now, at least 40% are zombie fans bought at high prices and fake prosperity generated by bots. Xingha Media paid a fortune to poach them, but what they bought wasn't a money tree at all. It was three toxic assets about to explode. Hearing this, Su Wanqing's body trembled. She had sensed that the conversion rates of these streamers had been weakening recently, but she hadn't dared to think it went as deep as systematic fraud. Now that Lu Yuan had exposed it in a single sentence, she broke out in a cold sweat. Then Chairman Lu, what do you suggest? Su Wanqing asked cautiously. Let them go. Lu Yuan tapped his fingers on the desk, his eyes gleaming with the sharp light of a strategist. Not just let them go smoothly and joyfully. Have the legal department intervene early, assist them in completing the contract termination process as quickly as possible, and send them off to Xingha Media with a grand farewell. Su Wanqing was taken aback upon hearing Lu Yuan's decision, barely able to believe her ears. In the entertainment and live streaming industry, top-tier streamers are the lifeline of any platform. When a rival company poaches their talent, platforms will stop at nothing, suing, aggressively blocking contracts, employing every tactic to effectively bury the streamer's career, even if it means mutual destruction rather than letting the competition win. Now Lu Yuan wasn't just refusing to hold on to them. He was actively facilitating their rapid contract termination. Exactly. Let them leave. The sooner the better. Ideally, they'd be streaming for Xingha Media by tomorrow. Lu Yuan leaned back in his chair with his fingers steepled, exuding the confidence of someone who already had the whole situation in his hands. These three are like lemons that have been squeezed dry. Nothing left to give. If that cunning old fox Gu Yunhai is willing to pay an astronomical price to take these sour, spoiling assets off our hands, why wouldn't we welcome it? Su Wanqing, though a seasoned professional manager, still harbored some unease about this bold strategic move. But Chairman Lu, once these three headliners announce their departure simultaneously, the public will assume we're facing a severe crisis at Tianhu Media, and even our advertisers will waver in their confidence. How do we bridge the revenue gap this creates in the short term? Without removing the old, how can the new ever arrive? Lu Yuan pushed the report back and tapped his fingers on the desk. Take the hundreds of millions we were planning to use for renewing these three contracts and invest it all, without reservation, into the new creator incubation program. I won't support those bloated, arrogant relics. His tone turned cold and resolute. I want you to recruit 10 mid-tier streamers with millions of followers but untapped potential from the market. Then sign 50 new creators who already have their own audience but lack the resources to grow. And beyond that, channel all remaining funds into our proprietary livestream e-commerce supply chain, our short video original content production, and the emerging game streaming sector. Gu Yunhai wanted to poach our top talent with sky-high offers. I'll use that same money to drain the entire market of its hidden potential. I want Tianhu Media to become a super factory capable of mass-producing top-tier streamers on demand, not some ragtag outfit that depends on a handful of individuals to survive. Hearing Lu Yuan's aggressive strategic vision, Su Wanqing's eyes suddenly sparkled with illumination. She finally grasped what he was aiming for. This wasn't surrender. It was a calculated move toward renewal through desperation. By sacrificing 3 fading stars to drain Xinghe Media's capital reserves, then reinvesting those savings into a complete transformation and upgrade of Tianhu Media's foundation. Through this strategic exchange, Tianhu not only avoided losses, but completed its most crucial industrial transformation. Wise as always, Chairman Lu. I'll execute this immediately. Su Wanqing's worries vanished as she strode purposefully from the executive office in her heels. As expected, the next day, all 3 top streamers swiftly finalized their contract terminations through the legal department's enthusiastic cooperation and publicly announced their move to Xinghe Media. Word sent shockwaves through Jiangqing's media circle. Everyone assumed Tianhu Media would be severely weakened after losing its 3 cornerstone figures. Even Gu Yunhai couldn't contain his laughter in his office, convinced the young Lu Yuan had finally learned the harsh reality of capital and would choose to yield. But Xinghe Media's gloating was short-lived. Within just 3 days, Tianhu Media unleashed a series of devastating announcements. They not only announced the signing of 10 highly promising million-follower streamers, but also launched a multi-billion yuan star-making plan that funneled massive resources and top-tier traffic support to 50 carefully selected new creators. Simultaneously, Tianhu's heavily invested proprietary supply chain went live while their short drama and gaming livestream divisions experienced explosive growth. Meanwhile, over at Xinghe Media, those 3 top streamers they had paid an astronomical sum to acquire. Without Tianhu's core recommendation algorithm to support them, they failed to deliver the expected traffic surge. Instead, issues like excessive follower overlap and fabricated sales data caused them to collapse almost immediately. Their grand livestream debut ended in utter disaster, with pathetic conversion rates and advertisers demanding refunds. Gu Yunhai stared at the devastating financial report, so furious he nearly suffered a stroke. He had spent hundreds of millions only to acquire 3 decorative liabilities, while Tianhu Media had outmaneuvered him, completely sweeping up the entire market's promising streamers. In this earth-shaking capital battle, Lu Yuan had delivered a crushing, decisive victory. And just as Tianhu Media was undergoing its comprehensive transformation, Zhang Meyer also faced a pivotal turning point in her career. As a collaborator under Tianhu, she naturally saw the group's newly announced new creator incubation program. By her usual standards, she would have done everything possible to curry favor with Lu Yuan, perhaps even using her body in bed to beg him to include her name on that list. But this time she chose a different path. She understood Lu Yuan's bottom line perfectly. He valued straightforward transactions and despised anyone attempting to manipulate his business decisions through their intimate relationship. So Zhang Meyer took the hardest road, relying solely on herself. She meticulously managed the hundreds of thousands of followers she had gained from capitalizing on luxury car and auction house trends over the past few days. She moved away from her previous edgeball style and devoted herself completely to mastering the platform's latest short video algorithms and livestream techniques. Her relentless efforts paid off. During the final selection round of the new creator program, Zhang Meyer's impressive data growth and exceptional livestream hosting skills secured her spot on the top-tier support list. Though it was only the lowest tier of resources, falling short of the multi-million fan support she might have hoped for, this milestone represented a crucial turning point for Zhang Meyer, her first real step towards sustainable growth. The moment she received the notification, Zhang Meyer leapt around her apartment in pure excitement. Rather than crafting the usual hollow posts thanking the platform and executives, she struck a seductive pose in silk slip pajamas, capturing a sweat-kissed selfie that caught the light just right. With a tap, she hit send. Boss, this time I genuinely earned my place through my own abilities. Could the reward be negotiated separately? Sending the message, she waited breathlessly for Lu Yuan's reply. Minutes later, her phone vibrated. Just 4 words, yet they flushed her cheeks instantly and sent her heart racing. Inspection tonight. Jiangxing Yingong Hotel, top floor, presidential suite. Night had deepened. The brilliant neon of the bustling city cast dappled light and shadow through the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows into the dim living room. In the air, the mellow aroma of red wine interwove with a sweet, cloying, seductive scent of rose perfume fermenting together as if the entire space had become several degrees warmer. Chairman Lu. accompanied by a coquettish murmur that seemed to seep into the bone. Jiang Meyer, like a soft, boneless water snake, boldly straddled Lu Yuan's lap. She was wearing a newly bought black silk, deep V mini dress tonight. Just as she had reported on WeChat, the dress indeed required very little fabric. The thin shoulder straps looked as though they could barely bear their burden, poised to slip off at any moment. The deep V neckline could not conceal her proud, voluptuous snow-white cleavage, which rose and fell in breathtaking undulation with her slightly quickened breathing. Jiang Meyer's long, fair jade-like legs were crossed, pressed intimately against the man's suit trousers, her delicate skin glistening with a seductive sheen beneath the dim lighting. She leaned down, slightly pressing that softness without reservation against Lu Yuan's firm chest. Her jade-white fingertips traced the edge of Lu Yuan's shirt, undoing the buttons one by one, then drew faint, lingering circles on his warm skin. "Boss, what do you think of my outfit tonight? Does it suit your taste?" Her breath smelled of orchid, warm and faintly sweet. It spilled over Lu Yuan's ear. Her rosy lips even grazed his earlobe, seemingly by accident, sending a numbing jolt of electricity through him. Lu Yuan leaned back on the spacious leather sofa, a hint of amusement appearing in his deep eyes. He took the cue and raised his hand, wrapping it around Jiang Meyer's slender, hand-filling waist. Through the silky fabric, her astonishing elasticity and warm, soft body, heat traveled clearly to his palm. "The way you're dressed is indeed quite nice." Lu Yuan's large hand slid downward, tracing her graceful back curve until it reached that astonishing arc, where he gave it a squeeze, neither too hard nor too soft. "But with all this effort to please me, it can't be just to show off this dress, can it?" Jiang Meyer let out a sweet, coquettish moan. Her seductive eyes shimmered, and a charming blush colored her alluring face. She didn't act like those anxious, insecure women who would wheedle for a status. Instead, with proper discretion, she straightened up slightly from Lu Yuan's chest, picked up her pink phone from the sofa, turned on the screen, and held it in front of Lu Yuan. On the screen was the admission notice for the new influencer incubation program, sent out internally by Tianhu Media. "Chairman Lu, look." Jiang Meyer's voice was crisp and pleasant, filled with undisguised delight and a hint of wanting to take credit. "Following your rules, I spent these days and nights working on the data and adjusting the direction. This time I earned my way onto that list by my own ability, fair and square." Lu Yuan raised his eyes and glanced at the notice on the screen, a glint of approval flashing through his gaze. He knew exactly what kind of person Jiang Meyer was. She loved money more than life and was deeply vain. In the past, with his connection, she would have rushed to the group's executives long ago, throwing her weight around to demand the very top promotional resources. But this time she not only resisted the temptation, but also soberly recognized her true worth. She didn't raise any overstepping requests like, "Can I get a higher tier?" or "Can the director give me more traffic?" Instead, she simply brought this lowest tier admission notice to show off her effort. This sobriety and tact made Lu Yuan feel quite relieved. "Well done." Lu Yuan put down the wine glass, his tone composed and calm. "Since you got the ticket on your own, work hard." Jiang Meyer was delighted by her patron's praise, but she didn't stop there. With a turn of her eyes, she seized the opportunity to reveal her real purpose. "Of course, Meyer will never embarrass you, boss." She stretched out her delicate jade hand and gently placed it on Lu Yuan's shoulder, her voice coquettish. "But the resources provided by the company are official corporate matters. You promised me before, boss, that private rewards would be settled separately. Shouldn't that account be settled on its own now?" Lu Yuan couldn't help but laugh at her money-obsessed, yet candid expression. "Tell me, what reward do you want? A designer bag? Or custom jewelry from some fashion house?" Jiang Meyer leaned into Lu Yuan's broad chest, her jade-white fingers unconsciously tracing circles on his shirt front, as if she were seriously thinking. After a moment, she raised that enchanting face, her eyes shining with undisguised ambition and material desire. "Bags and jewelry Meyer already has plenty." Jiang Meyer bit her rosy lip and spoke tentatively. "To be honest, a couple of days ago, I took a liking to a brand new red supercar at the dealership owned by Yaojin Capital. The final price is around 4 million. 4 million. For a small-time influencer who had just been admitted into the lowest-tier influencer program, that was absolutely an astronomical figure. Had it been any ordinary patron hearing that price, they would probably have turned cold and walked away on the spot. But Jiang Meyer didn't pause. She changed the topic immediately, her tone carrying a hint of well-behaved obedience and long-term scheming. "But I know my current achievements aren't worthy of such an expensive gift yet." She leaned close to Lu Yuan's ear, her breath fragrant as orchid. "So Meyer is just letting you know in advance, boss. When I work twice as hard later and really become the group's first-tier top influencer, earning big money for you, you can buy it from me then, boss." "All right." That speech was watertight, leaving no gaps. It both displayed her craving for money and material things and revealed her determination to create equal value in exchange for them. Her gold-digging nature had clearly undergone an advancement. She was no longer the short-sighted woman who only knew how to fleece him in one go, as she had begun to understand that maintaining a long-term relationship with this top-tier patron was the true key to lasting gains and climbing classes. After hearing this, the smile at the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth deepened. Dealing with a woman who laid her desires on the table and knew how to play by the rules was indeed a pleasure. Without wasting a word, he pulled a streamlined sports car key with a crystal emblem from the inner pocket of his suit and casually tossed it onto the glass coffee table with a snap. The crisp sound was especially pleasant in the quiet living room. Jiang Meyer stared at the car key she had longed for, frozen in disbelief, her breath catching in that moment. "B-boss. This." She widened her eyes in disbelief. "Take it." Lu Yuan's voice was lazy and imperious with an unarguable confidence. "Since you've made achievements, I as chairman won't be stingy. Consider this car the reward for getting into the program on your own this time. When you truly climb to the first tier by your own abilities someday, I'll have another reward prepared for you." At this point, Lu Yuan's gaze darkened slightly, and his tone gained a hint of warning. "But remember this clearly. The car is a personal gift from me. However, in Tianhu Media your corporate resources remain unchanged. Whatever tier it should be, it stays that tier. If you want to move up, you have to fight for it yourself. Understand?" Of course Jiang Meyer understood. A 4 million supercar had been given to her so effortlessly. Even if Su Wanqing saw the vehicle's registration information tomorrow, it would never change her treatment in the group by even a single bit. But what did it matter? Real substantial assets were already in her hands. "Thank you, boss. Meyer understands everything." A surge of ecstasy drowned Jiang Meyer's reason. Excitedly, she threw her arms around Lu Yuan's neck and unsparingly pressed her hot red lips to his. "Boss is so generous to me. Meyer definitely won't let you down." Gasping, Jiang Meyer pulled back. Her watery, seductive fox eyes were already filled with a thick tide of desire. She naturally withdrew from Lu Yuan's embrace and picked up the phone she had set aside. Under his gaze, she unhesitatingly pressed and held the power button, turned it off, and tossed it to the other end of the sofa. "No one can disturb us tonight." She rose slowly and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside was the bustling, clamorous nightscape of Jiangqing. Inside was a luxurious, quiet private space. With her back to Lu Yuan, Jiang Meyer gently slid the thin straps of her black silk nightdress off her shoulders with both hands. The silky fabric slipped soundlessly down her fair, rounded shoulders like a discarded disguise, revealing that breathtakingly graceful figure without reservation beneath the soft light. She turned and in her tall silver high heels walked with bewitching steps toward the bedroom deep in the suite. "Boss just gave me such a generous reward." Jiang Meyer paused at the bedroom door and looked back with a smile brimming with charm. She gracefully kicked off her high heels, letting them fall onto the expensive wool carpet. "Now shouldn't boss come in? Inspect the goods himself?" Lu Yuan watched that alluring figure disappear behind the door, calmly loosened his tie, and followed her inside. The night deepened. The bedroom's romantic splendor was completely sealed off by the heavy curtains. In the early morning hours, Jiangqing's clamor had died down, and only Jiang Meyer's even exhausted breathing could be heard in the suite. Like a contented cat, she curled up on one side of the soft bed and fell into deep sleep. Lu Yuan, wearing a dark gray robe, walked alone to the small bar in the living room and poured himself half a glass of ice water. Just as he raised the glass to moisten his throat, buzz, ding, urgent alert. An extraordinary deep resonance has been detected between the origin of the 9-turn sword bone inside Destiny target Yuan and the residual imperial might of the Sky Burial Demon Sword. Warning: due to the target's own surging luck value, the fate trajectory of the ancient Sword Emperor's tomb has shifted significantly. The ancient ruins, originally set to appear 3 months later, will now open much earlier than expected. Estimated opening time 7 days. The Phase 3 Destiny investment window has officially opened. Looking at the rows of scarlet text on his retina, Lu Yuan showed not the slightest panic. Instead, an excited gleam flickered in his eyes. 7 days. This little piglet's growth rate has given this emperor a considerable surprise. With a thought, Lu Yuan immediately used his authority over the Water Moon Demon Mirror to check Yuan's current status. Target Yuan. Current Realm Chi, Gathering Realm 4th level. Special Constitution, 9-turn, Sword Bone, 1st layer awakened. Destiny Luck value 10500 points, continuously fluctuating. Current Ultimate Harvest value 800 villain points. Over the past half-month or so, Yuan must have gone through quite a few clashes and setbacks within Songyun's sect, as his luck value had firmly stabilized above the 10,000 point mark. As the trajectory of the Sword Emperor's tomb changed, the system quickly refreshed the 3rd phase investment objectives. Phase 3 Destiny investment mission has been generated. Phase Objective 1: secretly fan the flames and ensure that amid the siege of many prodigies, Yuan smoothly obtains the ancient Sword Emperor's core inheritance. Phase Objective 2: guide Yuan to absorb the opportunities and successfully awaken the 9-turn Sword Bone to its 2nd layer. Phase Objective 3: apply desperate pressure to force Yuan's cultivation past the bottleneck of the Chi Gathering Realm and through the gate of the Spiritual Sea Realm. Phase Objective 4: forcibly push Yuan's Destiny Luck value above 30,000 points. Hidden Mission Objective: during the Sword Emperor's tomb trial, caused the higher-ups of the Eastern Wasteland's great sect, the Tianjian sect, to develop a strong intention to recruit Yuan. The void tore like a fragile scroll ripped apart with unhurried ease by a long, slender hand. Lu Yuan stepped calmly out of the spatial passage and returned once more to the ancient, imposing Qingxiu Royal Hall. The flow of time in the two worlds was vastly different. In the real world of Blue Star, from driving off to the auction to spending the night with Jiang Meyer, it had been no more than a few hours in total. Yet on the Shanhuang continent, nearly 20 full days had passed since he last left. Lu Yuan did not rush to take a seat. Instead, hands clasped behind his back, he stood atop the towering white jade terrace of the royal hall, his deep gaze looking down over the boundless Dongwang demon territory. Qingxiu had already taken on a different appearance. 20 days was enough for a demon race with such deep heritage to erase most of the wounds of war. The shocking catastrophe that had annihilated the Golden Crow divine race thoroughly cowed the entire Dongwang demon territory. The great clans that had once attached themselves to the Golden Crow, clans that had even kicked Qingxiu while it was down, sent envoys bearing surrender letters and piles of yearly tribute the instant they witnessed the vast demonic might of the Nine Nether Demon Emperor. The Fox clan's territory expanded outward by several times at once. The leaderless vassals of the Golden Crow were forcibly reorganized by Qingxiu and turned into an outer ring protecting the royal city. The Qingxiu royal city, shattered by war, had already been rebuilt by 70%. The buildings that now stood tall were even more grand and imposing than before. Most striking of all, the 3 saint-level fire veins forcibly drawn from the Golden Crow ancestral land had been driven deep into Qingxiu's earth veins by the Grand Elder himself. A constant stream of high-grade spiritual energy nourished this land that had once nearly been reduced to scorched earth. Venerable Emperor. A voice soft and seductive to the bone sounded quietly from behind. Lu Yuan turned. Tushan Yueli was holding up the hem of her luxurious black and red palace gown, her flawless jade feet bare, as she walked gracefully to his side and knelt down in devout prostration. Now, with vast resources and vassal armies under her control, Tushan Yueli was undoubtedly a hegemon of one corner of the expansive demon territory. Wherever she went, the leaders of every tribe had to address her respectfully as Fox Emperor. But before Lu Yuan, she remained the same obedient, well-mannered canary in his golden cage. No matter how much her status rose, the way she received him had not changed in the slightest. This sharp contrast in status kept Tushan Yueli perfectly clear-headed and filled Lu Yuan with extraordinary pleasure. Rise. Lu Yuan reached out and tilted her chin up. That egg we brought back from the Golden Crow treasury, how is its hatching coming along? Tushan Yueli rose gracefully and nestled against his arm. At his question, she could not help covering her mouth to laugh, though a hint of amusement shimmered in her sly fox eyes. If the venerable emperor comes with Yueli, you will see. The Grand Elder has been run ragged these past few days. The two left the royal hall and, passing through a formation-line corridor, arrived at the core fire pool deep within Qingxiu's earth veins. This place had originally been a forbidden ground for refining treasures, but now it was filled with the pure energy of the 3 saint-level fire veins. At the center of the pool, the great egg, covered in dark golden ancient runes, hovered silently. All around it, the Qingxiu Grand Elder and more than a dozen elite clansmen of the formation lineage were sweating profusely to maintain the spirit-gathering formation. The old man's gaunt face was etched with exhaustion. Clearly, incubating this primordial divine bird with an atavistic bloodline had taken a heavy toll on him. We pay our respects to the venerable emperor. Seeing Lu Yuan arrive, the Grand Elder and the others hurriedly stopped and knelt in salute. Lu Yuan waved a hand signaling them to rise and fixed his gaze directly on the dark golden giant egg. With his keen perception, he could clearly sense the incredibly powerful life force already formed inside the egg. He could even faintly hear the soft tap-tap-tap of a chick pecking at the shell. The blazing origin essence of the ancient, 3-legged golden crow was brewing like a storm about to burst free from the shell. Watching the giant egg, Lu Yuan curled his lips into a faint, intrigued smile. Quite tenacious. It seems Yueli's coachman will soon be born. At this casual quip, an image involuntarily rose into Tushan Yueli's mind. One day in the future, when she traveled as the Fox Emperor of Qingxiu, pulling her luxurious imperial carriage would be a primordial, 3-legged golden crow, a creature enough to make all birds under heaven bow in submission. The absurd extravagance of that scene made her expression rather strange, but deep in her eyes lay an unmistakable glimmer of delight and anticipation. This is all thanks to the venerable emperor's benevolence. The Grand Elder has also stayed here day and night for the past 20 days. Tushan Yueli said softly, taking the opportunity to put in a good word for him. Well done. Once this mangy bird hatches, go to the treasury and collect your reward. Lu Yuan made the promise without hesitation, then turned and led Tushan Yueli away from the fire pool. To him, this was merely a small interlude in a dull stretch of time. What concerned him more now was another prey he had been deliberately raising in the Dongwang lands. Back in the royal hall, Tushan Yueli immediately shed her light-hearted manner and turned solemn. She slipped a jade slip sealed with layer upon layer of restrictions from her sleeve and presented it to Lu Yuan with both hands. Venerable Emperor, these are all the reports gathered by our hidden agents over the past 20 days regarding the Tsangyun sect and that Yichun. Lu Yuan took the jade slip. With a faint stir of his divine sense, a massive stream of information quickly unfolded in his mind. This heaven-fated spirit pig truly had not disappointed his expectations. In the past half-month it had grabbed the spotlight and stirred up more than enough trouble. Ever since he had crossed realms to slay a divine treasury realm beast in Siwang Valley and saved Su Qingxue, Yichen's position upon returning to the Tsangyun sect had changed dramatically. He had not only been promoted ahead of schedule to the rank of core disciple candidate, but had also attracted special attention from the sect master Su Songhai. The sect master's daughter, that perpetually cold and aloof Su Qingxue, had taken the initiative to visit Yichen's cave dwelling many times during those 20 days. The relationship between them had already grown close enough to drive every male disciple insane with jealousy. But where fortune dwells, misfortune lurks. Behind his enormous fame, deadly danger was sure to follow. Johan, whose right arm had been ruined by the 9 Nether Demon seal, had escaped back to the sect as well. Far from telling the whole truth about the valley, he had turned things around and lodged a secret report with his master Zhao Wuji, the third elder of the Tsangyun sect's inner sect. Learning that Yichun carried an ancient demonic sword capable of cutting down divine treasury realm beasts, Zhao Wuji's greed blazed up. During this period, under the pretense of investigating evil heretics, he had repeatedly launched vicious, underhanded attacks and investigations against Yichun. News that Yichun was carrying a priceless treasure spread through the upper echelons of the Tsangyun sect like wildfire. Even the Tianjian sect, the supreme leader of the righteous path, hundreds of thousands of li away, had been stirred into action by the panic brought back by that law enforcement hallmaster. They were now scouring the land for geniuses capable of opposing the demon palace. The spies they dispatched had already slipped silently into the Tsangyun sect's sphere of influence and begun secretly observing the gray-robed youth who had appeared from nowhere. All manner of tangled conflicts, greed, and scheming were closing in on Yichun like a great net. But what pleased Lu Yuan most in the intelligence reports was the movement of Ji Xianin. This former female emperor, implanted with the 9 Nether Demon contract, had flawlessly performed her role as a mole planted inside. She had not revealed a single word to Yichun about the truth of the Demon Emperor. On the contrary, during her daily guidance, she had gradually leaked to him the opening time and location of the ancient Sword Emperor's tomb, as well as the fact that it concealed the second stage origin of the 9 Revolutions sword bone. At this moment, Yichun was under the weight of the entire sect's upper echelons, but his heart burned with fervor as he prepared for the Sword Emperor's tomb expedition 7 days later. You've all raised this pig for this emperor. Indeed, quite well. Lu Yuan put down the jade slip, a faintly mocking smile of a man in full control curling at the corner of his mouth. The greed and pressure from every side were exactly the catalyst he needed. Zhao Wuji and the Tianjian sect thought they were the ones setting the board, little realizing that every single one of them was merely a tool in Lu Yuan's hands to put pressure on the child of destiny. Venerable Emperor, since even the Tianjian sect has been alarmed by the ancient Sword Emperor's tomb, the inheritance within must be extraordinary. Should we send men ahead to clear the field? Tushan Yueli asked softly, still thinking about the situation through conventional logic. Clear the field? Why would I clear the field? Lu Yuan gave a light laugh and slowly raised his right hand. A giant water moon demon mirror condensed in midair, its surface rippling like water, and soon locked onto Yichun, who was cultivating with his eyes closed far away in the Tsangyun sect. The more people, the murkier the water. Only then can this pig squeeze out more potential on the edge of life and death. Lu Yuan smiled quietly as he watched the youth in the mirror, whose determined face was wrapped in sharp sword aura. At the same time, Lu Yuan summoned the system's fated opportunity list from the original story in his mind. In the eyes of Yichun and Ji Xuanin, the most valuable things in the Sword Emperor's tomb were none other than the inheritance of the Taishu sword scripture, the second stage origin of the 9 Revolutions sword bone, a quasi-emperor weapon that had yet to choose its master, and a soul-nurturing divine jade. These were indeed precious. Any single one of them would be enough to make even first-rate sects in Dongwang fight each other bloody over it. But Lu Yuan knew very well that these obvious opportunities were nothing more than bait. The ancient Sword Emperor had set to choose an ordinary successor. At the very bottom of the system list, marked in glaring scarlet text, was the true core of the Sword Emperor's tomb. It was a supreme divine treasure hidden inside the withered heart of the Sword Emperor's remains, something even many great emperors might fail to condense in their entire lifetimes. The innate Sword Dao origin seed. The effect of this origin seed was utterly heaven-defying. It could ignore natural talent and directly force an elevation of one's swordbone aptitude. Even more, it could nurture the legendary supreme Sword Dao divine body. More importantly, it contained a faint yet pure world-level law. Once mapped onto the real world of Blue Star, it might even become the first true seed of cultivation in that magicless world, enough to shatter the walls of worldly law and establish an extraordinary system belonging solely to Lu Yuan. In the long plot of the original story, Yichen only discovered the secret of this origin seed after countless hardships near the middle to late stages of the narrative through an accidental moment of enlightenment. That discovery became the most critical transformation of his life. But now Lu Yuan had forcibly moved that moment forward. The quasi-emperor weapon, the Taishu sword scripture. Let the rest of you break your heads fighting over them. Lu Yuan toyed with a crystal-clear jade thumb ring, his gaze seeming to pierce through the demon mirror, as if he could already see the blood-soaked frenzy 7 days away. He rose to his feet, his black imperial robe moving without wind. The scrap metal outside is for this pig to gnaw on slowly. Lu Yuan's voice echoed through the empty royal hall, carrying an air of invincible dominance. As for the best treasure inside, this emperor will naturally take it himself and keep it safe for him. Sanyun Sect Wenjian Hall. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was deathly solemn. On both sides, ancient sword sculptures stood in rows, radiating a cold metallic gleam that made the air in the whole space exceptionally heavy. Yichen stood alone in the center of the main hall. Though his injuries had only just stabilized and mottled bloodstains still remained on his coarse gray robe, his upright spine did not bend in the slightest. He gripped the heaven-bearing demon sword at his back, his gaze meeting the front without the least avoidance. At the head of the hall, Zhao Wuji, the third elder of the inner sect, sat as upright and still as a temple bell, his sharp old eyes scrutinizing this newly enrolled outer disciple from head to toe with undisguised calculation. Beside Zhao Wuji stood the grim-faced Zhou. In the short span since they had last met, Zhou right arm, which had been shattered by demonic qi, had actually been grafted with a demonic beast arm covered with crimson scales. That demonic arm was not only a full size thicker, but its fingertips had grown sharp black hooked barbs, faintly giving off a violent, bloodthirsty demonic aura. Despite the pain of losing his arm, Zhou's aura had not dropped. Instead, it had risen somewhat by relying on the power of that demonic arm. Yet the temperament radiating from his whole body had become twisted and pathological. Yichen, at Wenjian Hall, do you still dare to resist? Zhou stepped forward, pointing his crimson-scaled demonic arm straight at Yichen, his voice dripping with bone-deep venom. Master, all elders. This outer sect trash colluded with the demonic path in the trial secret realm and secretly kept a peerless evil weapon overflowing with demonic qi. Not only that, his body clearly conceals some unknown remnant soul of an old demon. When we encountered a spirit vault realm beast in the valley, he not only refused to save us, but let those inner sect junior brothers die miserable deaths. If I had not fought with all my strength to break out, I would probably have fallen victim to his murderous schemes as well. Such a wolf in sheep's clothing, an evil heretic with murderous intent, should be executed on the spot as a warning to others. Every word of Zhou's accusation stabbed like a knife, and he viciously dumped basin after basin of filth onto Yichen's head. The few stewards and elders listening around them immediately looked at Yichen with added suspicion and hostility. A newcomer at the Qi-gathering realm had been able to survive an ancient behemoth in the spirit vault realm and even leave the secret realm unscathed. This in itself was riddled with improbabilities. Facing such black and white distorting slander, Yichen was so angry that he burst into laughter. Senior brother Zhou, your art of twisting black into white is truly consummate. Yichen's gaze blazed like a torch as he met Zhou's venomous eyes. In the secret realm, who was it that bribed the stewards with a heavy sum to seal off the teleportation formation? And who was it that fled for his life before the beast, even trying to divert the disaster toward others? That severed arm of yours. Wasn't it the backlash you suffered because greed made you try to snatch my weapon? Utter nonsense. Zhou's face flushed red as he roared. Enough. Zhao Wuji, seated at the head, gave a cold snort. A crushing pressure belonging to the peak of the spirit vault realm exploded outward through the hall, squeezing the breath out of everyone present. He raised a hand to silence Zhou's clamor, while his deep-aged eyes slowly locked onto the black ancient sword on Yichen's back. As an old fox who had lived for centuries, Zhao Wuji cared nothing about disciples slaughtering one another, nor whether Yichen had truly colluded with the demonic path. Through Zhou's earlier account, a clear calculation had already taken shape in his mind. A weapon that in the hands of a Qi-gathering cultivator could unleash enough might to cut down a spirit vault realm beast, and whose autonomous backlash alone could cripple the arm of an elite inner disciple. A treasure of such rank was at least a legendary saint weapon, perhaps even a quasi-emperor weapon. If he could claim such a treasure for himself, Zhao Wuji's combat power would undergo a qualitative leap. By then, who in the entire Sungyan sect could stop him in the slightest? Yichen, this elder, does not listen to one-sided words. Oh, I only look at facts. Zhao Wuji concealed the greed in his eyes and put on a mask of selfless hypocrisy. He said with feigned earnestness, the black sword at your back exudes a chilling, murderous aura. It is clearly a rare and dangerous object of ill omen. You are still young and shallow in cultivation. If you keep it by your side for long, I fear the demonic thoughts within it will devour you and eventually lead you into demonic madness. As the third elder of this sect, it is my duty to protect the disciples. How about this? Leave the sword here and let the sect's punishment hall conduct a careful appraisal. Once we have verified the sword's origin and confirmed that it will not harm you, it will naturally be returned to you intact. These words were watertight and flawless under the banner of removing a plague for the sect, and looking after his disciples. He was in truth carrying out a naked seizure. Once the sword fell into Zhao Wuji's hands, the so-called appraisal would become a confiscation without end. The veins on the back of Yi Chen's hand holding the sword hilt bulged. How could he fail to hear the old man's ulterior meaning? Elder, this disciple appreciates your good intentions. Yi Chen's body remained straight as he refused without hesitation. This sword was my personal opportunity obtained in the Haifeng mountain range, and it has already acknowledged me as its master. Since it is my personal possession, there is no need for the sect to trouble itself with appraisal. If there is no other solid evidence convicting me, forgive me, but I cannot obey this order. Insolent. Zhao Wuji's face suddenly darkened, and the air in the hall seemed to drop to freezing in an instant. A mere new disciple dares to disregard sect rules and defy an elder's decree. It seems you are determined to consort with this demon. Guard, seize this boy and confiscate this evil weapon. Just as the two stewards of the punishment hall stepped forward to act. Hold it. The heavy bronze doors of Wenjian Hall were shoved open from outside. A figure as cold and clear as moonlight, carrying an inviolable breath of ice and snow, strode into the hall with unwavering steps. The newcomer was none other than Su Qingxue, the daughter of the Songyun sect leader. Her appearance stalled everyone's actions, and even the lofty Zhao Wuji had to restrain some of his pressure. Qingxue greets third elder. Su Qingxue nodded slightly in salute, then walked directly to Yi Chen's side and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Her cold, clear eyes looked at Zhao Wuji without the slightest fear, and her voice was crisp and resolute. Third elder, as for whether Yi Chun colluded with the demonic path or harmed his fellow disciples, Qingxue can testify. That day in the Death Valley, Qingxue was severely wounded and hanging by a thread. It was senior brother Zhou Han who spent a large sum to seal off the teleportation formation on the escape route. It was also he who stood idly by and abandoned his fellow disciples. If Yi Chun had not drawn his sword at the risk of his own life and slain that ancient behemoth above his realm, Qingxue would already be a pile of bones by now. Su Qingxue's gaze swept toward the pale-faced Zhou Han like a sharp sword. Yi Chun is my savior. Anyone who attempts to rob him of his weapon on fabricated charges must first ask the sword in my hand. At these words, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. The sect leader's daughter had personally come forward to testify, even going so far as to tear away all pretense in accusing Zhou Han. This was a resounding slap delivered hard across the faces of Zhao Wuji and his disciple. More importantly, with Su Qingxue's intervention, a patch of void deep within the hall rippled faintly. A vast and profound divine sense silently descended upon Wenjian Hall. It was the will of Su Songhai, the sect leader of Songyun sect. Su Songhai's divine sense swept over Yi Chun. When he sensed the refined spiritual energy of the fourth level of the Qi-gathering realm within this youth, along with the faintly sharp aura of the 9 revolutions, Swordbone, the sect leader, felt a keen interest in this outer disciple for the first time. Feeling the sect leader's divine sense descend, Zhao Wuji cursed inwardly. He knew that with Su Qingxue's connection and the sect leader's attention, his plan to directly seize the demonic sword in Wenjian Hall had utterly fallen through. Meanwhile, at Qingxiu Royal Hall, countless miles away, Lu Yuan reclined lazily against the obsidian throne, one hand propping up his chin, taking in everything happening in Wenjian Hall through the water moon demon mirror suspended in midair. Standing beside him, Tushan, Yueli furrowed her delicate brows as she watched the aggressive Zhao Wuji in the mirror. Emperor Sovereign, this elder of Songyun sect is far too arrogant, daring to covet what you left on Yi Chun. Should Yueli dispatch a hidden agent to quietly deal with him? In Tushan Yueli's eyes, anyone who dared to steal from the Emperor Sovereign deserved only death. Hearing this, Lu Yuan could not help but laugh. Deal with what? He tapped the void, twice his tone idle and supremely confident. Such a diligent keeper not only works for free, but even brings his own provisions to pressure him for me. Why would I want him gone? A mocking glint flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes. He knew all too well the rotten apples inside these so-called righteous sects. The more greedily Zhao Wuji used his power to oppress Yi Chen, the more fiercely the wildfire in Yi Chen's heart, the desire to grow stronger and to resist, burned. Without such relentless external crises, how could this heaven's mandate spirit pig desperately hunt for opportunities everywhere in the shortest possible time? This old scoundrel came just in time. Back in Wenjian Hall, Songyun sect, seeing that outright seizure would not succeed, a cunning glint flashed in Zhao Wuji's sunken eyes. He put away his aggressive attitude and instead gave a long laugh while stroking his beard. Since my niece Qingxue has personally testified, perhaps there really has been a misunderstanding about harming fellow disciples. This elder is not an unreasonable man. Zhao Wuji changed tack, his gaze once again falling on Yi Chun as he proposed a seemingly fair wager that actually concealed murderous intent. Nevertheless, the demonic chi of this sword remains a hidden danger. Yi Chun, you keep claiming this as your legitimate fortune, so I will give you a chance to clear your name. 7 days from now, the ancient Sword Emperor's tomb will open on the sunset plains of the Eastern Wasteland. By then, all the first-rate powers in the Eastern Wasteland will send elite disciples. Since you style yourself a sword prodigy, take this sword and charge into the Emperor's tomb. Zhao Wuji's voice rang with authority. If you can obtain the core inheritance within the Sword Emperor's tomb and prove that you are qualified to wield this sword, then the sect will never raise the matter again. But if you return empty-handed, or if you lose your life in there, that will prove you are unworthy of such a divine weapon. At that time, you must hand over the sword to the sect unconditionally. Do you dare to accept this wager? Zhao Wuji sneered repeatedly in his heart. The Sword Emperor's tomb was perilous beyond measure, with prodigies gathering there. With Yi Qin's meager cultivation, entering it meant certain death. Even if Yi Qin was lucky enough to survive, it was impossible for him to wrest away the core inheritance from those top-tier prodigies. This wager was merely paving a convenient path for Zhao Wuji to seize the sword legitimately later. Within the void, the will of sect leader Su Songhai did not speak out against it. In his eyes, this was also an excellent trial. If the young man truly possessed heaven-defying fortune, that Songyun's sect would have struck gold. If it were only a flash in the pan, it was only reasonable for the sect to repossess a treasure of unknown origin. Standing in the center of the hall, Yi Qin felt the hostile gazes around him. He slowly raised his head, and there was not the slightest fear on that young face. Why wouldn't I dare? Yi Qin clenched his fists, his voice echoing beneath the dome of Wenjian Hall. In 7 days, the Sword Emperor's tomb will be my destination. I will prove to everyone who truly owns this sword. Late at night, inside the private cave residence of the third elder of the inner sect, the light was dim, with only a few night pearls casting a cold, faint halo. Zhou knelt on one knee on the icy stone floor, his head lowered. His scarlet demonic beast right arm twitched now and then in the darkness, clearly suffering the backlash of demonic blood. Master, are we really going to let that kid off this easily? Zhou gritted his teeth and asked, hatred surging in his eyes. Even if he goes to the Sword Emperor's tomb, what if he really does stumble onto luck? Foolish. Zhao Wuji, standing in the shadows, let out a cold snort and slowly turned around. He walked over to Zhou and looked down at his disciple from above. Yet his gaze did not linger on Zhou face. Instead, it landed on the crimson-scaled demonic arm brimming with savage power. In the depths of Zhao Wuji's eyes, a gleam of greed far more intense than Zhou slipped past quietly. Let him go. That ancient divine weapon can only belong to your master. Zhao Wuji extended a withered hand and patted Zhou shoulder heavily, his voice carrying a meaningful reassurance. My disciple, rest assured. At the Sword Emperor's tomb 7 days from now, your master will not let you take the risk alone. This time, Zhao Wuji fixed his eyes on Zhou and said word by word, your master will personally take that sword back for you. At these words, Zhou was instantly flooded with wild joy, believing that his master was going to back him up and win justice for him. He kowtowed heavily, completely unaware that in the dim cave residence his beloved master was silently watching him with the look of one appraising a perfect vessel. Within the Qingqiu royal palace, the curling wisps of 10,000-year calming incense drifted upward, adorning the ancient and majestic hall like a celestial realm. Yuan lounged languidly against the obsidian throne, one hand propping up his chin, his eyes reflecting the threads of fate deduced by the system. In the originally destined course of events, the ancient Sword Emperor's tomb, about to surface despite boasting a startling and extraordinary inheritance, was in truth far less perilous than its reputation suggested. According to the original plot, the forces participating in the contest for the Emperor's tomb were merely the Songyun sect, 2 insignificant local sects, and a few young princes of the great Yin royal family. In such a childishly trivial competition, Yi Qin, relying on the extraordinary perception of his 9 revolutions, sword bone, and the guidance of Ji Xian, a former great emperor residing within his ring, strolled through as if entering his own backyard. Though there were a few minor twists along the way, overall he effortlessly picked up the spoils, claiming those precious primordial sources and sword scriptures as his own. How could a trial akin to a sightseeing trip befit the identity of a child of destiny? Yuan tapped lightly on the jade table, producing a crisp sound. He watched the fragile disciples of those insignificant local sects in the projected scenes, a trace of undisguised mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. Without sufficient life or death pressure, when will the potential of this pig ever be thoroughly squeezed dry? Since it is prey, I, this emperor, have set my sights upon the scale of this stage, must be elevated by my own hand. With a subtle thought, Yuan summoned Tushan Yueli, who had been waiting outside the great hall. Accompanied by a series of light footsteps, the Fox clan's empress, clad in a luxurious black and red court dress, walked gracefully into the hall, her 9 snow-white fox tails draped softly behind her. She came to the foot of the steps and knelt submissively. What instructions does your imperial majesty have? Tushan Yueli raised her enchanting face, her voice soft and melodious. Utilize every covert intelligence outpost the Fox clan has in the Eastern Wasteland to spread a message. Yuan's deep gaze pierced through the layers of palace halls, seemingly projecting directly onto the boundless Eastern Wasteland. say that the ancient ruin about to emerge on the sunset plain is no ordinary secret realm, but the complete legacy of an ancient sword emperor. It contains not only a supreme sword scripture, but also the origin of the sword path capable of completely transforming one's being. Make the commotion as grand as possible. Better yet, let every top-tier force across the eastern wasteland stir into action at the news. Hearing this, Tu Shan Yueli's eyes flickered subtly as she instantly grasped Lu Yuan's intent. The Imperial Majesty was dissatisfied that the pressure that Song Yun's sect's people exerted on Yi Chun was insufficient and intended to lure the prodigies of the entire realm here, turning the Sword Emperor's tomb into a true meat grinder. Yueli obeys. Within 3 days this news will spread to every corner of the eastern wasteland. Tu Shan Yueli respectfully accepted the decree and withdrew silently. The vast intelligence network of Qingqiu revealed its chilling efficiency in that moment. Within merely 3 days the news that the Sword Emperor's tomb holds a complete imperial inheritance fell like a single drop of cold water in a searing hot oil, sending the entire eastern wasteland into a boil. Those transcendent powers that had once scorned ordinary secret realms now turned their gazes toward the sunset plain. The ancient sword aristocratic family, the core princes of the great Yin dynasty, the reclusive heir of 10,000 Swords Valley, and even 2 mysterious demonic sects with elusive movements all began hastily mobilizing their forces. What had originally been a petty skirmish involving only a few dozen participants was, through Lu Yuan's behind-the-scenes machinations, forcibly transformed into a brutal contest gathering hundreds of top-tier prodigies. Eastern Wasteland Heavenly Sword Sect. A solitary sword peak towered into the clouds, its sharp sword aura lingering relentlessly year-round. Beside the sword washing pool at the very heart of the Heavenly Sword Sect, a young man in a moon-white robe stood with his hands behind his back. He bore a handsome countenance, and between his brows lay a cold arrogance, as if overlooking the mortal world. The aura flowing around him had already reached the astonishing early stage of the divine treasury realm. This man was none other than the most dazzling, peerless genius of the Heavenly Sword Sect's current generation, the Holy Sun candidate, Chu Lingxiao. Chu Lingxiao possessed a rare innate sword heart, and his comprehension of the sword path far surpassed his peers. In his eyes, apart from the sword arts of the Heavenly Sword Sect, all other sword techniques under heaven were nothing more than unrefined heterodox paths. He firmly believed that all sword cultivators in the world should ultimately pledge allegiance to the Heavenly Sword Sect. Lingxiao, you should already be aware of the news about the Sword Emperor's tomb on the sunset plain. An aged yet powerful voice rang out by the sword washing pool. Elder Han Tiance, a figure of great authority in the Heavenly Sword Sect, descended slowly from the clouds. His weathered eyes carried a hint of deep gravity that could not be dispelled. Your disciple is aware. Chu Lingxiao nodded slightly, his expression undisturbed. The mere legacy of a fallen sword emperor, while of some value, may not necessarily be worthy of the Heavenly Sword Sect's regard. However, since those common masses are scrambling over it so enthusiastically, your disciple shall make a trip there, treating it as an opportunity to hone the edge of my sword. Han Tiance looked at Chu Lingxiao's arrogant bearing and could not help but sigh. Lingxiao, do not underestimate the enemy. Han Tiance spoke earnestly and gravely. Ever since the news of the 9 Demon Emperor's reappearance in the world reached the sect master and the supreme elders have been unable to sleep at night. That demon lord's terror far exceeds what we can imagine. The great era ahead will inevitably stir up a storm of blood and gale. The sect has sent me to personally lead the expedition to the sunset plain this time. Apart from having you seize the Sword Emperor's inheritance, an even more crucial objective is to assess the outstanding young talents across the eastern wasteland. Han Tian's gaze sharpened. We need fresh blood, true monsters capable of breaking through their cocoons and becoming butterflies in desperate situations, to jointly confront the future threat of the 9 Demon Palace. This trip to the Emperor's tomb will serve as a perfect proving ground. Go ahead and act as you see fit. I shall remain in the shadows and carefully observe the caliber of these young people. A flash of confident sharpness passed through Chu Lingxiao's eyes. Rest assured, Elder. Among the younger generation of the Eastern Wasteland, those who can withstand a single strike of my sword are few and far between. The scene once again returned to Qingqiu. Lu Yuan sat upright within the treasury, surrounded by piles of rare treasures plundered from the Golden Crow clan. Since he had already elevated the difficulty of the Emperor's tomb to a hellish level, the feed, prepared for that heaven-blessed pig of destiny, naturally, had to be upgraded as well. Lu Yuan's gaze swept across the dazzling array of treasures and finally came to rest upon a jade casket branded with crimson array patterns. Opening the jade casket, a pill of dark red hue, its surface coursing with violent bloodthirsty qi, lay quietly within. The Bloodburn Sword Pill. This was a taboo pill treasured by the Golden Crow clan. After swallowing it, one could drastically stimulate the potential within the body in a short period, allowing battle power to surge with an inconceivable explosiveness. Yet the price was that once the effect faded, the user would suffer a horrific backlash, meridians snapping, racked with unbearable agony. A poison that harms the enemy 1,000-fold while damaging oneself 800-fold. For ordinary cultivators, it was no different from drinking poison to quench thirst. But for Yuan, who possessed the 9 Revolution sword bone and was accompanied by a soulmate with the supreme Yin sword body, it was the perfect catalyst for desperate situations. A cold smile played at the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth as he clasped the blood-burned sword pill in his palm. He closed his eyes, and his vast spiritual power instantly traversed the endless void, directly connecting with the 9 abyss demon seal hidden deep within the sky-burning demon sword. Through the resonance of the demon seal, Lu Yuan's consciousness invaded the Sword Emperor's tomb, which had not yet fully opened like a specter. The outer layers of the tomb were densely covered with arrays perilous at every turn. His consciousness drifted through the tomb, eventually locking onto a shattered sword platform along the inevitable path. With a flick of his finger utilizing supreme spatial laws, he silently transported the blood-burned sword pill, securely concealing it beneath the ruins of the sword platform. Only after all this was done did Lu Yuan slowly open his eyes and let out a long, relaxed breath. Tushan Yueli, who had been attending beside him, saw Lu Yuan manipulating mysteries in secret once again and could not help but softly ask with curiosity, "Your Imperial Majesty, are you sending him something again?" In her view, the Imperial Majesty was almost overly attentive to that young man named Yuan. Not only had he bestowed a demonic sword, but now he was secretly delivering precious pills. This was hardly like nurturing an enemy. It was more devoted than how one would treat a personal disciple. Lu Yuan raised a wine cup, the deep red liquor swirling within, casting a captivating gleam. Looking at Tushan Yueli's slightly puzzled and charming expression, his tone carried an unfathomable composure. When a pig runs too slowly, naturally one must feed it more. Lu Yuan gently swirled his cup, his gaze playful. Only by letting it taste sweetness again and again within its supposed desperate situations will it struggle all the more fiercely for things that were never rightfully its own. Once it has grown plump enough, only then can I reap the richest rewards when I strike with the blade. Time flew like a white colt darting past a crack, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Eastern Wasteland Sunset Plain. This vast plain, once desolate and uninhabited, was now packed with a seething sea of people. Banners of sects from across the eastern wasteland fluttered against the wind, while colossal spirit boats hovered amidst the clouds, emanating oppressive waves of spiritual power. Rumble. Suddenly a dull and stifling roar erupted from deep within the earth. Then at the very center of the plain, a colossal fissure 10,000 zhang long tore open across the ground, like the abyssal maw of a primordial beast. Clang. Endless torrents of sharp sword chi, like an inverted galaxy, surged skyward from the bottomless rift, shredding the clouds above into fragmented tatters. An ancient imperial might spanning tens of thousands of years swept across the entire sunset plain like a physical storm. The ancient Sword Emperor's tomb, surfacing ahead of schedule, had finally opened. In the eastern wasteland, the sun-scorched plains stretched out before them. What was once an endless expanse of barren wilderness was now drowned in clamor. High above, the clouds were torn asunder by the overwhelming auras radiating from the gathered powers. Splendid spirit ships, hundreds of feet in length, golden war chariots drawn by ancient remnant beasts, and mountain-like flying artifacts hovered in the sky, blotting out the sun. At the heart of the land, a bottomless rift 10,000 feet deep spewed forth an ancient sword aura that pierced the heavens. The colossal bronze emperor's gate had only opened a sliver, yet the weight of ages and the majesty of an emperor leaked through, filling all present with reverence. Moored in a remote corner of the plains was the spirit ship of the Tsangyun sect, looking utterly dim and unremarkable next to the eastern wasteland's hegemonies, who had claimed the central positions. Yuan stood on the deck facing the howling gale, his gaze grave as he swept his eyes across the surroundings. This was the first time since embarking on the path of cultivation that he truly witnessed the full formidable assembly of the eastern wasteland's younger generation. Wherever his eyes landed, young prodigies descending from the spirit ships of top-tier powers bore extraordinary, bearing their auras as profound as the abyss. In the Tsangyun sect, reaching the spiritual sea realm was already enough to compete for the title of true disciple. But on the sun-scorched plains today, spiritual sea cultivators around the age of 20 were as common as carps crossing a river, visible everywhere. In the most central zones, Yuan even sensed several terrifying fluctuations belonging to the divine treasury realm. Those individuals were the true monsters raised by the sacred lands and ancient aristocratic families cultivated with every resource at their disposal. By comparison, Yuan's cultivation at the fourth layer of Qi gathering was less than a single ripple in this vast sea of prodigies, glaringly out of place, conspicuous in its inadequacy. A Qi gathering cultivator dares to participate in the Emperor's Tomb trial. Has the Tsangyun sect truly run out of people? Probably just cannon fodder brought along to see the world. With that cultivation, they can't even survive the sword chi storm at the first checkpoint. Disciples from several second-rate sects nearby noticed Yuan and let out undisguised sneers. Yuan's face was tight, his hands clenched into fists. He did not argue aloud, but silently circulated the power of his 9 revolutions, sword bone, resisting the invisible pressure pressing down from all directions. Clang! At that moment from the edge of the horizon came a crisp, soaring sword cry. A colossal white jade sword 1,000 feet long tore through the sea of clouds carrying a domineering edge that seemed capable of severing everything and descended with earth-shaking force at the very center of the plains. From the giant sword fluttered an ancient war banner embroidered with 2 characters Heaven's Sword. It's the Heaven's Sword Sect. The foremost sword sanctum of the eastern wasteland has indeed arrived. And they're led by Elder Han Tyance. With the Heaven's Sword Sect's entrance the clamor of the entire sun-scorched plains instinctively dimmed. All eyes converged upon a young man in a moon-white robe, standing at the foremost tip of the white, jade giant sword. Chu Lingxiao stood with his hands behind his back, robes fluttering. His indifferent eyes swept lazily over the crowd below like a proud divine dragon looking down upon ants on the ground. Even without deliberately releasing it, the overwhelming pressure of his early divine treasury realm aura caused the weapons of many young sword cultivators around him to tremble subtly, as if paying homage to the King of Swords. Chu Lingxiao closed his eyes about to retract his perception when his peerless, heaven-born sword heart pulsed abruptly at that very moment. A subtle yet ancient and profound demonic rhyme of the sword way entered his perception from a corner of the plains. He snapped his eyes open. His gaze like a substantial blade pierced through the dense crowd and landed with pinpoint accuracy upon the spirit ship of the Tsungyun sect. More precisely, it fell upon the black ancient sword strapped to Yi Chen's back. Whoosh! Chu Lingxiao's figure dissolved into an afterimage on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already suspended in midair before the Tsungyun sect's spirit ship. Looking down at Yi Chen on the deck, the overwhelming pressure of a divine treasury prodigy fell like an invisible mountain upon the shoulders of every Tsungyun sect disciple. Even the several supervising stewards felt their breath catch and cold sweat seep from their foreheads. Who are you? Chu Lingxiao's voice was cold and aloof, carrying an unassailable tone of interrogation. Yi Chen felt his chest roil with surging blood. Even the 9 revolutions, sword bone within him emitted a faint hum under the oppressive force. Suppressing his discomfort, he straightened his spine and met Chu Lingxiao's gaze, answering with neither servility nor arrogance. Tsungyun sect, Yi Chen. Tsungyun sect. Chu Lingxiao's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Clearly he had no deep impression of such a sect from a remote corner. He paid Yi Chen's identity no further heed, instead fixing his gaze upon the hilt of the heaven-bearing demonic sword. After a long moment, a barely concealed flash of admiration passed through Chu Lingxiao's proud eyes. With his heaven-born sword heart, he could naturally sense the terrifying potential hidden within this sword, a power capable of burying all heavens. Though the sword's body was sealed, its material and heritage were absolutely not inferior to the supreme treasure of the Heaven's Sword sect. A fine sword, but what a pity. He withdrew his gaze. When he looked at Yi Chen again, only indifference and disregard remained in his eyes. He shook his head. With your meager qi-gathering cultivation, you have not even truly stepped through the threshold of sword qi. You do not deserve it. With that, Chu Lingxiao turned and departed, transforming into a streak of sword light back toward the Heaven's Sword sect's camp, as if deigning to speak at all had already been the greatest favor he could bestow upon Yi Chen. You do not deserve it. Those 5 words, so simple, fell like a resounding slap across Yi Chen's face. This absolute crushing by a contemporary top-tier prodigy made Yi Chen feel for the first time the true meaning of there is always a sky beyond the sky, a person beyond the person. Yi Chen clenched his jaw, forcing down the impulse to draw his sword and prove himself. He knew that if he faced Chu Lingxiao now, he could not withstand even a single move. Feudal rage would only make him a laughingstock. Only by turning this humiliation into fuel for growth could he one day in the future crush that lofty arrogance beneath his feet. Junior brother, you don't take his words to heart. A clear, pleasant voice came from beside him. Su Qingxue, in a white dress as pure as snow, walked lightly to Yi Chen's side. With an unprecedented firmness in her tone, she said, the path of cultivation has always been long. No one decides whose hand can unleash a sword's greatest power by mere words. This time, when we enter the Sword Emperor's tomb, I will team up with you. Su Qingxue's declaration gave Yi Chen tremendous comfort, yet it also stirred an undercurrent within the Tsungyun sect's ranks. Not far away, Zhou stood with his arms crossed, his right arm covered in crimson scales. His gaze cold as a venomous snake fixed upon Yi Chen and Su Qingxue. Around him gathered several intersect elites who usually followed Zhao Wuji's lead. This kid really has good luck with women. Even when he's become a target for everyone, Qingxue still insists on protecting him. One intersect disciple muttered, his voice dripping with sour jealousy. Zhou lips curled into a morbid sneer. Let him enjoy his moment. The master has said that the Emperor's tomb is full of dangers. Losing a qi-gathering disciple or two in there would be the most ordinary thing. Once we're inside, I'll make him understand the price of provoking us. Outside, there was the contempt and crushing pressure of a supreme prodigy like Chu Lingxiao, while within there were secret schemes and predatory gazes from Zhou and his ilk. The situation Yi Chun now faced was like walking a tightrope along the edge of a cliff. One misstep, and he would be shattered into pieces. And this was precisely the perfect pressure environment Lu Yuan had wanted most to see. Feeling the suffocating atmosphere around him, Yi Chun took a deep breath and called out in his sea of consciousness to Ji Xianin. Master, did you see that? The prodigies of the Eastern Wasteland truly are ridiculously powerful. There was no fear in Yi Chen's voice, only a burning, unyielding fervor. But I will not lose to them. Once we enter the Emperor's tomb, as long as we find the soul-nourishing divine jade you mentioned, your soul injury will surely recover greatly. Then I will make them see what true sword arts are. Hidden within an ancient ring, Ji Xianin heard her disciple's passionate declaration, yet a wave of indescribable complexity and bitterness surged within her heart. In the past, faced with such a filial ambitious vow, she would have felt incomparable pride, even carefully teaching him a few trump cards to help him contend with those prodigies. But now she could only feel an absurd awkwardness. She knew all too well that Yi Chen's every word and action at this moment might be reflected through the Netherworld soul brand in the eyes of the Demon Emperor, seated high upon the throne of Qingqiu's royal palace. That foolish disciple was desperately trying to find the soul-nourishing divine jade, to save her, completely unaware that the true shadowy hand controlling her life-death, in the hope of reforging her body, was sitting 10,000 miles away, raising a wine glass and enjoying the very play he had directed. Just do your best. Ji Xianin suppressed the strange feelings in her heart, keeping her tone as steady as befitted an imperial mentor. Inside the Emperor's tomb there are not only external enemies, but countless deadly formations. Remember to keep your mind calm, and do not act rashly. Rumble. Just as the various powers were locked in silent contention, the 10,000-foot bronze Emperor's gate, after a groaning of friction, swung open to both sides. A massive space vortex emitting an eerie blue light appeared at the very center of the gate. The Emperor's tomb has opened. Charge. The ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance is inside. Someone let out a fanatical roar, and the entire sun-scorched plains erupted in an instant. Tens of thousands of cultivators surged toward the azure vortex like floodwaters bursting through a levee, their eyes bloodshot. No one cared any longer about sect dignity. In the face of a supreme opportunity, everyone had become a pack of greedy beasts. Yi Chun gripped the heaven-bearing demonic sword and exchanged a glance with Su Qingxue. The two turned into streams of light and plunged without hesitation into the unfathomable vortex. Qingqiu Royal Palace. The moment Yi Chen's foot crossed the threshold of the Emperor's tomb's spatial vortex, a dark red netherworld demon seal blazed to life in the void before Lu Yuan's eyes. The brand imprinted deep within, Yi Chen's weapon instantly transmitted the Sword Emperor's tomb's spatial coordinates and formation fluctuations into Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness in an unbroken stream. Lu Yuan set down his glowing jade cup and slowly rose from the Obsidian Emperor's throne. Straightening his voluminous dark black sleeves, a glint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Time to work. Gazing into the water moon demon mirror at the countless figures swarming into the Emperor's tomb, like ants, he curled his lips into a cold, knowing smile. My good disciple, go on ahead and scout the path for me. The outer reaches of the Sword Emperor's tomb were layered with dense formations. The cerulean spatial vortex, like a ravenous beast, devoured the cultivators swarming toward it from every direction. After passing through that nauseating spatial barrier, Yi Chun and Su Qingxue were thrown into a violent bout of weightlessness before landing on a stretch of bluestone slabs. What greeted their eyes was a vast, boundless underground plaza. And directly before the plaza stood thousands upon thousands of ancient sword steels. Every sword steel towered dozens of zhang high, their surfaces covered with mottled sword scars and the marks of untold years. This was the first trial of the Sword Emperor's tomb, the 10,000 sword steel forest. Oh! Bitter screams echoed one after another. The first few rogue cultivators and disciples of second-rate sects to charge into the steel forest before they could even make out the road ahead triggered the ancient killing formation hidden within the sword steels. Countless invisible sword chi howled out from every direction and wove into an airtight net of death. In the blink of an eye, those early spiritual sea realm cultivators were shredded into a mist of blood, leaving not even a single bone fragment behind. That dreadful scene was like a basin of bone-chilling ice water, instantly quenching the feverish greed that had clouded many minds. The cultivators who had been flooding toward the steel forest like a tide abruptly halted in terror, exchanging frightened glances. Not one of them dared to step even half a foot beyond the line. Those who force their way in shall die. Only those who comprehend the sword intent upon the steels may pass. A cold, clear voice sounded from behind the crowd. Chu Lingxiao, the Holy Sun candidate of the Heavenly Sword sect, walked unhurriedly past the masses surrounded by his followers and went straight to the edge of the steel forest. His eyes burned like torches as the innate sword heart within him spun at a ferocious speed. The ancient sword scars that seemed haphazard and chaotic to others transformed in his sight into clearly discernible trajectories of the sword's way. Without a sliver of hesitation, Chu Lingxiao stepped straight into the forest. Clang! A fierce sword chi shot out from the first sword steel and hurtled right at his brow. Chu Lingxiao brought his fingers together like a sword blade and made a single casual stroke through the void. The sword intent he released was startlingly of the same root and origin as the aura emanating from the steel. The two sword chi collided and silently canceled each other out. Chu Lingxiao then threaded his way through the perilous 10,000 sword steel forest as effortlessly as if he were strolling through his own courtyard. 10 steps, 50 steps, 100 steps. In less than half an incense stick's time, Chu Lingxiao had already pressed deep into the forest's heart, leaving the prodigies of other sects choking on his dust from far behind. This sight weighed upon every sword cultivator present with a profound sense of despair and helplessness. An innate sword heart amplified by the heavenly sword sect's outright devotion of all its resources. A monstrous genius of this caliber was simply beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Gazing at Chu Lingxiao's seemingly insurmountable silhouette, Yi Chun drew a deep breath and clenched both fists. Master, Yi Chun called out softly within his sea of consciousness. This 10,000 sword steel forest tests not your cultivation realm, but your comprehension of the sword's way. From within the ring, Ji Xuannin's remnant soul slowly took shape. Her Emperor realm eyes that had once seen through every sword art under heaven, scanned the ancient sword steels before her through the gap of the ring. That Chu Lingxiao is indeed a rare fine seedling, but all he relies on is that scanty bit of natural talent of his mechanically applying these sword intents by rote. Ji Xuannin's tone carried the absolute confidence of an imperial master of a generation. Yi Chun, you possess the 9 revolutions sword bone. In terms of foundation, you are in no way inferior to him. Follow the method your master taught you, and sense the true veins within these sword scars. Under the meticulous guidance of Ji Xuannin, a former Emperor realm powerhouse, Yi Chun discarded all stray thoughts around him and sank his entire heart and mind into those ancient sword intents. With a renowned master pointing the way, coupled with the freakish affinity of the 9 revolutions sword bone, Yi Chun's comprehension advanced at an astonishing speed. He not only penetrated the surface-level killing moves, but even vaguely brushed against the state of mind and true intent of that ancient sword emperor when he had left those sword marks behind. Yi Chun began to move. His steps were halting and raw at first, but they quickly turned as fluid as flowing water. Every sword stroke he made to defuse a crisis was a page straight out of a textbook. 300 steps, 500 steps, 800 steps. A gray-robed youth of the Qi condensation realm, originally utterly unremarkable, was now tearing through the 10,000 sword steel forest at a monstrous pace, gradually closing the distance with Chu Lingxiao ahead. Who is that kid? He can actually keep up with Chu Lingxiao. Seems like an outer sect disciple of the Zhangyan sect. Damn it, a Qi condensation cultivator with this degree of comprehension. The prodigies of all factions still struggling behind watched Yi Chun's Qi-enabled looking silhouette and stood frozen one by one, struck dumb with disbelief. Even Chu Lingxiao, who had been walking at the very front, could not help but stop turning back to look at the youth rapidly closing in from behind. For the first time, a hint of solemnity flickered in his arrogant eyes. The 999th sword steel. This was the final trial of the 10,000 sword steel forest, and also its most treacherous array. When Yi Chun arrived before this enormous sword steel, pitch black all over and radiating a suffocating aura of annihilation, the 9 revolutions sword bone inside his body, together with the burial heaven demon sword upon his back, erupted at the same moment in a devastating resonance. The collision of these 3 ancient powers, of the same lineage yet each with its own distinct character, actually triggered a shift in the bottom layer architecture of the grand formation. With a deafening grinding of the earth's crust, that black sword steel, numbered 999, slowly split apart from the middle. A hidden passage, dim, deep, and completely absent from the original trial route, materialized before everyone's eyes. A hidden entrance. That kid actually triggered the hidden inheritance passage left by the Sword Emperor. A colossal fortune. Quick, follow him. The prodigies on the scene went mad on the spot. Like sharks catching the scent of blood, they charged toward the hidden passage like their lives depended on it. Even Chu Lingxiao gave up on comprehending the last sword, steely turning back, without the least hesitation, to snatch this sudden, heaven-defying fortune. Everyone believed that Yi Chun's luck was simply off the charts, that he had stumbled upon the entrance to the Sword Emperor's core treasury by pure chance. They were all envious of Yi Chun's dumb luck, completely unaware that all of this apparent serendipity was in truth a meticulously designed unlocking process. The very instant the hidden passage opened, far away in the Qingxiu King Palace, Lu Yuan's eyes blazed with a deep, ominous light. Deep within the burial heaven demon sword on Yi Chun's back, the 9 abyss demon seal. At the moment the passage cracked open, replicated the arrangement order of the hidden formation, runes the node shifts of the spatial coordinates, and the way to break the core restrictions, copying everything down to the smallest detail and sending it all back into Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness. This was the true reason Lu Yuan had gone to such grueling lengths to nurture the heaven-chosen protagonist, even going so far as to endlessly elevate the scale of the stage. For a mighty figure's relic on the level of the Sword Emperor's tomb, the core defense mechanisms were often vicious beyond measure. Had Lu Yuan tried to blast it open with sheer force, he would not only expend a vast amount of his origin energy, but could even cause the relic to self-destruct, jade and stone alike reduced to ashes. If he instead bided his time and painstakingly deduced the way, and it would still cost him years if not decades. But a heaven-chosen protagonist was a different matter entirely. They were the most unreasonable master keys in all of heaven and earth. Those lethal formations and hidden entrances that even Emperor-owned powerhouses had to probe and deduce with utmost caution. All a heaven-chosen protagonist needed to do was take one stand, casually trigger some resonance, or accidentally slip, and the door opened on its own. Good. The key has turned. Sensing the complete flawless coordinate map of the Emperor Tomb's core in his mind, Lu Yuan set down the luminous goblet in his hand with satisfaction. He rose to his feet slowly, his black imperial robe flapping audibly in the void. This kid hasn't wasted the feed this emperor prepared for him after all. Lu Yuan turned to look at Tushan Yueli beside him, his tone carrying the easy composure of a man heading off to a banquet. The door is open. This emperor ought to go in and take a look. Before his voice had even faded, Lu Yuan's silhouette had already dissolved into motes of starlight within the king's hall, vanishing into the vast territory of Qingxiu.